expression has been it's taken for granted. Right now, when I was coming, I saw on both sides of the Coimbatore bridge there is going to be a protest on, and they have openly stated it's against Brahmins and North Indians getting positions.
Yes.
Now they use this 80s, like your friend Kamal also keeps messing up.
My friend.
So basically,
See how subtly he uses his freedom of expression to say this. I can't even sue him.
So basically, people like us, we all jumped into social media, seeing that there is a sort of extremism seeping into the Hindu civilization, which has been so tolerant. And just because to oppose somebody who is trying to tamper our civilization. Now, a lot of youngsters are getting into that, and things like it turns out to be blasphemous in the social media. People like us, we keep telling, if you want to oppose something, don't get into trouble by trying to attack other religion. So it's all under this umbrella of freedom of expression. People don't know how to use it and other things. So my question is, where do you draw the line exactly, so that we can guide, say that in order to preserve our civilization, what we are supposed to do and what we are not supposed to do. If that is very clear, then probably it can save life of many Hindu Muslims.
Yeah, no, it's a very very deep question, and let me answer it in two parts. First of all, about Tamil Nadu, what you've said. Now, it's a very strange occurrence that we see in Tamil Nadu, where you have millions of people who eulogize and worship Periyar, who used his Brahmastra of freedom of expression with such gay abandon that it is scary, the kind of level to which he took his freedom of expression. But the moment you say anything against Periyar, then they come after you. They nearly arrested our Professor Vaidyanathan, and they have arrested so many people just for saying things against Periyar. So I have been very careful, I have to say this, admit, being a coward, that whenever I want to expose Periyar, I use others. I use the sword of Jawaharlal Nehru to expose Periyar rather than, because I know they will come after me if I say something. So while Periyar is on record saying that if you see a Brahmin and a snake, kill the Brahmin first. He said all sorts of things. We'll we'll burn the constitution, hit Rama with slippers in one of which Rajnikant gone into trouble with. But you know what? This is the quote of Jawaharlal Nehru. He said to Kamraj, and I'm quoting him, "This anti-Brahmin campaign of Periyar is distressing. Whatever he says can only be said by a criminal or a lunatic. Put him in a lunatic asylum and let this perverted mind be treated there." Now, this is Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, Congresses are in a bind. What do? We want to get after this Ranganathan fellow, but he's quoting Jawaharlal Nehru. What do? That's the thing. But as to the second point, line should not be drawn. Because who is to draw the line? That itself is subjective. If I am deciding, I draw this line, you do not criticize this, you criticize this, then that is wrong. That is up to my subjectivity. And another thing, when I talked about that, when we do not have, freedom of speech to write things that will reform Hinduism, like Satyarth Prakash, quote unquote, reform again, it's all relative. You are also taking the right away from people who want to criticize Islam and Christianity, justifiably, academically, scholarly. It's not just Salman Rushdie who's criticized Islam. There are many scholars who criticize. Now, when you say this, when you take offense to that, when you started taking offense to even quoting Islamic scriptures as being blasphemous, how on earth can you criticize? So where does all that scholarship go of criticizing? Ultimately, what is religion? Religion is an idea. It is a thought. Yes, all right, that 2 billion, 3 billion people are following that thought. But is it always that the size matters? Did Islam not start with 10 people or 5 people? Were they not Muslims? So the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter how many people are following that idea. You should be free to criticize that idea and to tell those people. I don't think they would change. I mean, none of my utterances would make a Muslim do a ghar wapsi or, make him embarrassed enough or whatever the case may be that, leave the fold of Islam? Obviously none. It's the other. They want to convert me. They say he's half Muslim anyway because he quotes them the verses. So, but the point of the matter is not for that. It is for my own philosophical, whatever you may call it, journey. And I want to learn more. And how do you learn more? You need to criticize what you're reading. So there should be no line drawn.
Right. Your Arnab goes on this front.
Yeah.
We are listening to him many times, but sometimes it's so irritating that everybody is talking. Put up the switches so that one man speaks and.
My wife says the same about me, so I don't know.
But please tell him that there are.
I will tell Arnab's wife. Maybe she'll be able.
Sir, do we really have to pay so much of attention to what someone has to say?
Right. So the question is interesting because he's the fourth person who's told me this. The question is, do we really need to pay attention to people like Kamal Hassan, what he said? Now, right. Now, it's a very interesting question because rebuttal can also make you learn a lot of things. Rebuttals are important. If we were to ignore all illogical irrationality, what will happen is that illogical irrationality is not going to go away. That stays. And that then brainwashes tens of millions of people. So if people like Kamal Hassan or leftists are not rebutted, if you do not rebut the facts that Ashoka was already, a Buddhist, if you don't rebut the fact that Aurangzeb killed 4.6 million people, if you don't rebut so many other facts, what Tipu did and others did, you are at liberty to not do it and ignore because they're wrong. But if you do it, you open the eyes of a lot of other people who otherwise would not be brainwashed. But as I say, the chances of the leftists being brainwashed is very less because for being brainwashed, you have to have a brain first. I think I've taken a last question. Sure, sir.
Now, we have been hearing so many things about harming Hinduism, killing Hinduism, and the government is not doing anything according to them. But all Hindus are going through this WhatsApp and media, and all Hindus are from inside, they are ready to do something for the nation, and they want to do something. So there is no guidance to the Hindu society what to do. See, we have crores of rupees with Hindus, they are prepared to give. There is so many things which we can do it. So I request people like you in the panel and other you also there. So you all should sit together. You are talking good, we are inspired by what to do. So I request all of you kind of people sit together and think something and guide society what to do. See, a society is confused. They have money, they are prepared to give time, they are prepared to sacrifice, but there is no guidance from any Hindu organization.
No direction.
No direction.
That's a big problem.
See, there is no direction from RSS, no direction from Vishal to Vaishnav. And many Congress people are Hindu, but they don't want to listen to them.
Right.
So why can't we have a common platform, all of us, and sit together and think of guiding society? We can win many things without political involvement.
That's
So I request all of you to
if I can comment on that very briefly, sir, I think that's something what you've said is in the minds of everyone. And it's not that all of us haven't thought about it. But there are two things I would like to say. I think 70 to 80% of the anger that is there in an average Hindu's mind at seeing the injustice. Places of Worship Act is just another aspect of it. Not allowing to legitimately even fight for what is legally yours. I mean, in which democracy can that be allowed? But it is being allowed, But people like T.R. Ramesh, they are the real warriors because 80% of the anger will go away if the money that comes to the temples, that is channeled by 1 billion Hindus to temples, and that money is back to the domain of the temples. The temples can decide, we give it to this school, this college, this institution. that anger would then slowly dissipate, because then the problem becomes yours. Then you don't know who to blame, and that is also very important. Right now, it is very easy to blame. You see, when you're fighting the British, it was very easy. You had the enemy. Here, you don't know what you have to do. And the second thing is also, I'd like to say this, and this merits some thinking. You see, you have to wonder, why is it that an Indian Muslim feels so much for a Palestinian Muslim? Why is it that you had millions pouring onto the streets for the plight of the Rohingyas? They almost rioted in India. Half of them won't even know where Burma is or who Rohingyas are. Half of them won't even know what Gaza is or who the Palestinians are. Hindus never do that. So when you are jealous of someone's unity, that means you're divided. How many Hindus, leave alone millions, how many dozens have come onto the streets demanding that 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus be taken back to Kashmir? How many? I myself have been to Jantar Mantar once. That too, I confess, it was a challenge somebody threw and I accepted it and I went there. There were about 14 people in Jantar Mantar asking for the government to take back. In 8 years, the government has taken back 1,500. Now, but every time the Muslims come onto the streets demanding rights for Rohingyas, Hindus feel aggrieved. Why? Should it not be a lesson? Should it not be a lesson that the government has settled 40,000 Rohingyas in Kashmir, but is not settling 7 lakh Hindus in their own land? This is the question that one needs to think about. That why is it that the government is still not notified CAA 3 years after there was so much hullabaloo? Why? I don't understand. It is one of the most legitimately, morally and ethically sound laws. Why has it not done it? Initially, for 1 year, the excuse was, "Pehle COVID khatam ho jane do." Arey bhai, COVID. Is there anyone wearing a mask here? But the CA is not yet notified. So I don't know where to end. I'll just end there. But I want to thank you, all of you. Yeah.
Hindus are cowards. Nobody wants to come on the street. Unless we come on the street, we will not be able to achieve anything and we will suffer. I'm telling you all, you should come on the floor, and then only will be achieved.
Sir, to that, if I can reply, it's a rhetorical rising up, which is all great. But if all Hindus were to come to the streets, then this country would collapse, because Hindus are making money, they're running this country. This is the same argument that the Supreme Court made when it said, "I see all the people who are protesting the farm laws. Where are the people who are supporting the farm laws?" And it turned out that out of 250 million farmers, 83% of those were in support of the farm laws. Did the Supreme Court want them to come to the Supreme Court to say that we support the farm laws, leave their farms, leave growing the crops in far off Andhra Pradesh or Kerala, come all the way to Delhi and tell the Supreme Court? Was it not intelligent enough to understand? So if Hindus come onto the streets, who will be in the schools, in the colleges, who will be a lawyer, who will be in, in the politics, in foreign policy, in domains? You want the nation to be emptied just because the government is blind and unintelligent to listen to what is logical and rational?
No, but Hindus are ready to come, they can come, and we have to take care of those people. People are there ready to come on the floor, but we have to take care of those people, which we are not doing.
Right, sir. Thank you. At that moment, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the informative session. Now we request Mr. and Mrs. Satish Santanam to present the memento and hampers from Advaita Herbal St. Mary to Dr. Anand Ranganathan.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
I hope this is Mysore
Oh,
Pak. I
this
don't
is
see
wonderful.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
It is just wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Sri Rajesh Govindaraju to the stage to introduce our panelists to the gathering, and I request Srimati Shafali Vaidya to moderate the session.
Welcome to Shefali Vaidya, Aarti Agarwal, Ami Ganatra, and Science
When we
Guru.
want to start? Yes, maybe 1:30. Yes, maybe 1 o'clock should be about 12:40. 1 o'clock should be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Shefali Vaidya is a very well-known personality in our country. She has 7 million followers in Twitter, I think. And it was her, this program was her brainchild. She goes around all and she studies the condition of Indian textiles, traditional textiles, what I mean, writes about them, draws public attention, and makes things happen. And she's often found in the war because when a mockery is made in Indian traditions and festivals, she rises to the occasion. So therefore, this voice of Shakti, it befits her. And Aarti Agarwal is a very interesting person. Her book, Kumaran, is a. In fact, there's somebody who's. This book talks about the cow as a pharmacy and whatever good that it can do for you, be it the dung, be it urine, and she has provided her. I have interacted with her online to see. Please go through. The book is a wonderful read, and maybe it is also available on Ami Ganatra. Yeah. She is from Bombay. Shafaliji is from Pune, and Aarti is from the north. Ami Ganatra is a very highly qualified person. She spent time abroad. What is very interesting about her work is unraveling the Indian epics. Ramayana unraveled. I will give only one example. Her book Mahabharata is a masterpiece. She writes, and in the which actually the truth. So everyone took the science and got rid of one Eklavya or Radha. No one cared. He belonged to the which was a mixture of two forward communities. Eklavya was a prince. He was a or a socially backward person. And see, his Krishna. This is something which I did not know. D, can you name one more Nisha? King Damayanti. They come from the same community. So that she is brought out. I'm not going to talk. Going to be. She said, who are they in the epics? Sumantra, minister of the. Correct, ma'am? And the who communicate to the has the who does the thing for. So the has brought out in the book. Though I think the books are you just it will read those Ramayana, though the Mahabharata. It needs every Subramaniam, please read Rajaji, please read this. Probably even Kish. But for people who do not, I think she is the best person and her book is the best. Sai Swarupa, she will probably be joining us, she must be around here. She is part of the Indica fraternity like our Mr. M.R. Deepak and others. The Kiran Vadlamani has taken a lot about a number of Indica activities and Sai Swarupa, in fact she was one of the interacted in person. Wonderful books to read. Fiction based on Indian, I do not want to use the word mythology anymore, fiction based on our Puranas. And her book Avishi talks about the lady who was fitted with a prosthetic limb, the first one in history. It happened in India 3,500 years ago. And Sai Swarupa works with a number of eminent authors and she also curates books, helps other people to write. If you tell her I'm going to write a book, she will not spare you, she will ensure that the book is written and also published. Now the voices of Shakti, over to you, ladies. Thank you for being with us.
Hello. Anaivarukkum Namaskaram. I am very, very happy to be here and to be moderating this panel particularly because it is very important that we understand the importance of Shakti, of the feminine divine, which the spirit pervades this land and it's been pervading this land for times immemorial. From the Sindhu Saraswati civilization days, where we have found actually murtis of the mother goddess, to the Sharadiya Navratra that is being followed and observed in every part of the country today, the worship, the recognition of the feminine divine is something that is unique to India. And it is a tradition that is older than most other traditions in this country. That is why we call women Shakti. The man is Shaktiman. He has Shakti, but the woman is Shakti, and that is the difference. She is the energy, she is the power, the man has the power. So that is why it is so important to talk about how the Indic feminine, how the divine feminine is worshipped and praised in India. Before I hand over the microphone to some very accomplished and feisty ladies that are here, I want to, because I'm basically and primarily a storyteller, I would like to start with my personal experiences. This Navratri, in these 9 days actually, I've been traveling a lot. The first day of Navratri, I was in Assam, and on the last day of Navratri, I was in Tamil Nadu. And in between, I traveled across Maharashtra, Karnataka, Delhi. And in every place that I went in 9 days, I saw that everyone, every Hindu worshipped Ma Shakti, goddess in many forms. Somewhere she was Saraswati, somewhere she was Lakshmi, somewhere she was Amba, somewhere she was Durga, somewhere she was Kamakhya. The ways of worship were very different. Some places there was Pashubali, some places there was Tantra worship, some places there was Ras Garba, some places there was the Nombu and worshipping the Nombu as the symbol of feminine creativity of Srijan. But everybody worshipped the feminine divine. And across the country, across this huge geographic mass, there was this common thread running through all of us. The ways were different, the languages were different, the rituals were different, but the faith and the belief in the feminine divine was the same across the land, and it's been the same for thousands of years, long time before you had web cameras, before you had WhatsApp, before you had telephone calls. But still, people from Assam to Tamil Nadu, people from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, they worshipped in the same gods in different ways maybe, but the underlying spirit was the same. And yet it pains me when we look at ourselves through the gaze of the outsider, of the Marxist and the missionary, which basically tell us that everything that is Hindu is bad for women. Hinduism is misogynistic, Hinduism is patriarchal, Hinduism, and they use a lot of jargon like intersectionality, subaltern, you name it, and the terms are bandied like Anand Ranganathan talks about Quranic verses on television screens, they just keep coming at you. And here we have three very feisty women writers who have been taking dharmic subjects, Indic subjects, be it fiction or be it non-fiction, who have been writing about our scriptures, who've been writing about powerful women figures in our scriptures, who've been writing about how the Gomata is very integral to our economy. And they have a refreshing take. I wouldn't say refreshing take, actually, that's also looking at ourselves through somebody else's lenses, but they have a real gaze of the insider of looking at our own history, of looking at our own culture. And if you even cursorily search women in India, women in ancient India, you will find names from Gargi, from Apala, the Rishikas who wrote the Vedas, to present day women heroes, to the women who are flying fighter pilot planes in India. So the tradition of powerful Shakti is long and unbroken in India. And before I start this session, the way I'm going to moderate the session is, each one of these ladies is going to talk about what Shakti means to them and how do they interpret voices of Shakti for about 7 to 10 minutes. And after that, there's going to be a very brief question answer session. I'll open the floor for questions from the audience as well. My only request to these three very accomplished women is that please stick to the time limit, because we are already running a little late and it's not fair for the speakers in the other sessions. I would ask, I'd go from the person who is closest to me. So, Aarti, here I hand over the mic to you.
Thank you, Shwaliji. And namaste and vanakkam to everybody here. My name is Aarti Agarwal. And there are two things which I want to very briefly discuss today. So I know that as far as the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Puranas, and all of those texts, I have, there are much better people here to discuss those. But there's one aspect of, Vedic feminism, which I want to really seriously talk about today. First is that, when we talk about Hindu or Vedic or Indian feminism, even the way we look at it as of today is through a wrong reference frame. So if you see, whether you read the history books, whether you read the media articles, whether you read the online Twitter storms, even the discussions, even the criticisms, even the perspectives presented most of the times to make us feel apologetic about ourselves, the reference frame itself is wrong. So what we hear is from an Abrahamic or a Marxist reference frame, which you can say collectively a Western reference frame, which is basically binary in thought. The thought itself is binary: right, wrong, good, bad, high, low, right, master, slave. So when I say I'm clubbing Abrahamic and Marxist thought together here, because Marxism was a direct response to the Abrahamic thought. Because Abrahamic thought was binary, Marxism itself was also binary. 0, 1, opposite of that is also 0, 1, for those of you who are from a technical background. So, their response was also binary. You don't have a third option. Either you are the oppressor or you are the oppressed. Either you are persecuting somebody or you are getting persecuted. There is no third option. This is, I'm giving a very 2-minute gist of critical theory and Marxist thought, which spanned in the 19th century and the 20th century. So from there, the criticism of our texts and the analysis, critical analysis of our texts goes back to the 18th century, not the Wendy Donigers and Sheldon Pollocks of today are, they're not new crops. They're just building on the work of 17th, 18th century scholars. Even the printing press in India was brought by the Jesuit missionaries, by the Portuguese actually. So you see, the literary framework which we have been using, in this academic or in this intellectual world, in this intellectual sphere, is Abrahamic. So, when we say that Shakti is the source of all knowledge, when we say that Shakti is the, the basis of life itself on earth, they are not able to grasp that. They're not able to map that to their framework. So, then it becomes that, Durga is, oppressing Mahishasur kind of arguments which we hear. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is that, when we talk about criticisms of Vedic feminism, we generally hear there is only one text which keeps coming up over and over again. Can anybody guess what text that is, which the communists and the Marxists use? Sorry, somebody? Manusmriti, exactly. So, just show of hands. How many people here have actually properly read Manusmriti? Anybody? A few verses of Manusmriti. Great. So we have 2 people in a hall full of people. I'll raise my hand as well. Now that actually answers my question, why they are after the Manusmriti. Because nobody reads it. Nobody knows what's in the Manusmriti in the first place to even counter them. When somebody comes up with, when somebody like Kavita Krishnan comes up with some random verse, we go scrambling, looking over which chapter, which verse. We don't even know what context that verse was said. So today I want to just give a very brief idea of why Manusmriti and what is in the Manusmriti and why it does or does not apply to us today. Firstly, it's a Manusmriti. It's not a Shruti. So in the Hindu Vedic thought, Smritis and Shrutis and Itihasa, Puranas, they have 3 different places. Smritis are written by the rishis of a certain period to map the teachings of the Vedas and Agamas for that particular period, for the people of that particular period. Now, Manusmriti was written thousands of years ago, right? This was written after the Vedas, but definitely before the Ramayana. So it was definitely more than 12,000 years ago, right? Manu was Swayambhu Manu, as many of you would be knowing. That is the first thing. Second thing is that in the Manusmriti, in chapter 2 and chapter 3, it is written not once, not twice, not thrice, but at least 5 times it is mentioned Veda is the Dharma. Wherever you are in doubt, follow the Vedas. Manusmriti is only meant to be a subtext, an interpretation or a further, footnote to the Vedas. And this is not said by me, this is said by the rishis who have written the Manusmriti. Rishi Bhrigu, Rishi Manu, of course, himself. They have very clearly said, whatever is Veda is the Dharma. There is no other Dharma. And in the Vedas, very incontrovertibly, in the Atharva Veda, in the Rig Veda, very incontrovertibly it is written, Shakti is the source of life. It is defined that woman is a source of knowledge. When, when the parents are giving away the woman in the Kanyadan, the dowry is knowledge. It's written in that the dowry word is used in that metaphorical sense that, when you give away your daughter, give her the gift of knowledge. So, there are I could go on and on. For anybody who wants further references, I'm happy to provide them. But there are at least, there are n number of verses in the Vedas where the daughter is very explicitly equated to the son, where the husband is telling the wife, you guide me through your knowledge. You are the fountain of knowledge. Let us build our lives together based on your guidance. Right? Now, in Manusmriti, they have only further expanded it for a certain period. Now, when we hear criticisms of Manusmriti, okay, you are welcome to criticize, but then, the lens has to be the same. Look at how progressive Manusmriti was for that period. We're talking about 12,000 years ago. In the Manusmriti itself, the king is asked to protect all the genders and the women, to not, overstep the rights of anybody. Now, whether you agree with it or disagree with it is a different thing. But, people who say that Manusmriti is regressive, that we are Manuvadis, and because we are Manuvadis, we are not feminists somehow, it is completely out of line. So, I think I don't want to overstep the time.
You have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes, okay. So in Manusmriti, it is very clearly written that the guidance which is given for the woman are actually meant for her to hold the family together. So when there is a specific part in chapter 5 where Rishi Bhrigu is describing what are the roles and responsibilities of a woman. So he is describing what the woman should be doing to build the family. It is not meant as this is good, this is bad, which is why I started with the reference frame. Because when we hear criticisms of our feminism, our Vedic feminism, our Vedic thought, it's seen through that lens of good, bad. You're a good woman if you do this, you're a bad woman if you do that. That is not the context from which that text is written. That text is written that after you have read the Vedas, you read this, and this is what you can do in your daily life. Because if you see the Vedas, if you have read the Vedas a little bit, Vedas are the spiritual thought, the spiritual thinking system. It gives you a thinking system. It does not give you the practicing system. For what should you do in your daily life to make Vedas a part of your life, you come to the texts like Manusmriti and Agamas. That is the place of these two texts. So when we come to Manusmriti, it is not to be taken as a spiritual instruction which is a replacement for Vedas, which is why very few people comment on the Vedas, because if you read even a little bit of Vedas, you will know the high elevated place given to the woman in the Vedas. And Shwamiji already talked about the Vedika rishis, rishikas, the rishimas who have been such thought leaders since again there's controversy about how old Vedas are, but at least you can say 20,000 years ago. So at this, I'll just like to close here with the thought that we don't need to be apologetic about the place of the woman in Hindu society. Number one. Secondly, we have been way, way, way ahead of any other civilization as far as that goes, where the place of the woman stands. So, even if we are criticizing Hindu texts, even if we are criticizing Vedic feminism, we need to see the balance. We need to hold things in a certain balance. Where is the place for the woman in other cultures, and where is the place for woman in the Hindu culture? So, you can see which side the scales are going to tip once you see that. So, I'll pass on the mic now. Thank you.
First of all, I'm extremely happy to be here today in this land of Kannagi. Kannagi, the anger of Kannagi burnt Madurai, they say. What is a better example of Shakti that we are talking about? So with that, I'd first like to thank the organizers, Verandah Club, to have me here, and all my esteemed panelists here. Most importantly, Shefali Vaidyari in Bhagavad Gita. Krishna says, when he's talking about Vibhuti Yoga, he says, he talks about the qualities of women. And he says, Kirti Shri Vak Narina. Kirti Shri Vak Narina, Smriti Medha Dhriti Kshama. These are the qualities in women. You see these qualities, and in this you see me. So somewhere when I look at Shefali, I just see this words play out. Because 2013, 2014, when we had just started to find our voice, she was the one who took the lead and took everybody on. She's like, "Aajao, mere se पंगा नहीं लेना." So that has given all of us a lot of strength, and I must say, it's not always only from the left that the attacks happen. They attack from every side, right? And all of us here have been, we've seen that. But anyways, that doesn't mean we look down upon dharma. That doesn't mean we look down upon our civilization. I would extend the thought that Shefali ji started and then Aarti ji added to. She spoke about the position of women in the Indic society. Yeah. So talking about Shakti, the worship of Shakti per se, Adi Shankaracharya talks about this in the very first verse of Saundarya Lahari. He says, Shiva Shaktya Yukto Yadi Bhavati Shaktaha Prabhavitum. Shiva Shaktya Yukto Yadi Bhavati Shaktaha Prabhavitum. Nache Devam Devaha Na Kushalaha Spanditumapi. He says, Shiva Shakti together, when they come together, creation happens. But without Shakti, even Shiva cannot even vibrate. That is Shakti. That is the feminine through which the creation happens. That is the feminine through even the Purusha finds his expression because she makes action happen. Great thought. What about real life? Because every Navratri there will be a meme that goes out. You worship the goddess, and what do we do to our women? Always, yeah. Worship Shakti, great, but what do you do to your women? And somehow, okay, now I'm not saying there are no problems. There are problems, yeah, let us accept that. But are the problems because of Sanatan Dharma, or are the problems because we've forgotten what Sanatan Dharma has? So I feel really bad when the connection is immediately made. Arey, Bharatiya Sanskar, Hindu Sanskars like this only. And it hurts even more when educated women speak things like these, yeah? So what is the position? How has our dharma, how have our shastras brought this Shiva Shakti Yuti in practice, right? Ramayana. I'll talk largely from Itihas because that's the only thing I know probably. In Ramayana, during the wedding of Ram and Sita, Sri Ram and Sita, Janaka says, Iyam Sita Mama Suta Saha Dharmachari Tava. Saha Dharmachari. That is the word. She is with you in Dharma. Grahastha Ashram is the base of our civilization. We talk about 4 ashrams, right? The Shastras say that without Grahastha Ashram, none of the ashrams will survive. That is the substratum on which the civilization rests. To make the civilization happen, it is not just the man, and it is not as if the man leads and the woman is the slave, as it is made as people talk about it. No, they are together in it. Again, did women talk about their rights when it came to even Grahasthashram? Let's take another example. Shakuntala. We all read Mahabharata. Yeah, Bharat comes from Bharat because Bharat is the king whose Vanshaj all these people are. The mother of Bharat is Shakuntala. Now, sadly, in the usual understanding, the role of Shakuntala is a lot more Viraha Ras. Yeah, because more often than not, we all read Abhignan Shakuntalam. But Shakuntala role in Mahabharata is something else. She's extremely feisty. When Dushyant refuses to acknowledge her, she goes back with her son, and then Dushyant refuses to acknowledge her, and he's lying that, oh, I don't know who you are. She says, Ardha Bharya Manushasya, Bharya Shreshtatam Sakha, Bharya Mula Trivargasya. Ardha Bharya, Ardhangini, we know, your better half. That is what a Bharya is. Your Bharya is your Shreshtatam Sakha. She is your bestest friend. In English we say dog is man's best friend. No. Our Shastras say, no, your wife is your best friend. Why? Because she is the Mula, she is the root for Trivarga. The Purushartha, Dharma, Artha, Kama cannot happen without this three with you. That is why in all our rituals are incomplete without the woman playing her role. Yeah, that is the position of a woman in our Shastras. But then where is this coming from that women don't have agency? They can't talk. And maybe all this was in the past. What is it now? Yeah, I'll take a recent example. In fact, this happened like yesterday. There was an excellent article written by a foreign lady on the Patel, the Patidar community in Gujarat, which is in the diamonds business. Yeah. So she was like, oh, this is a strong family bond. Family works together. They are all in this. Da da da. Great. This is how they have managed to take over the businesses that Jews had. Yeah. Then in the end, she adds a para. She says, all great, but you know what? This community is inherently, they don't like women. Why? I mean, she doesn't say it directly, but that is the purport. She says it is all male dominated. It is all male dominated. Women have no role to play. So it will be good if the Gujaratis understood. I'm a Gujarati, yeah. So she's saying it is good if the Gujaratis understand what role the women can play and they bring them in the business, because right now 50% talent is gone away. So she says that if the women are brought into business, so much more better they do. Now you see the flaw in this argument. She is going on and on about how the community is together, how the community inherently trusts each other, nurtures each other, and hence they are successful. Who is doing the nurturing? Who is keeping this family together? Who is ensuring that even while men go out and compete in the business, they hold the back, they hold the root of it together? It is the women of the Patel community, one of the hardest working women I know, and I've seen some of them up and close. You know, in their families, you have so many people who've grown up in families of relatives, mama, masi, fai, yeah. And it is the women who actually nurture all these bachas who come. When there are tensions of business in the family, these are the women who are like, business mein aap jo karte ho, our role is nurturing, ensuring that the families don't fall apart. It is because of the women that risk taking itself happens, right? This is the role which women are playing. What is our parameter of success? Is always just going out and doing professionally great? Is that the parameter of success? Or doing whatever we take up to the best of our ability that can hold our family together, our personality together? That is the parameter of success. And somewhere as women, we will have to define that for us. Only then we will find our own santushti. Because right now we are like, "Arey, mere saath," anybody says anything to us, we're like, "Arey, miss ho jayegi, arey, re," yeah. No, no. Of course, there are issues, but we will have to learn from our heroines from the Shastras. And when I say Shastras, I mean knowing Itihas for what it is, not the convoluted stories that are told to us. Yeah. So I will leave it at this because I can go on and on. But I hope the limited point of what is the position of a woman in our Shastras is coming across. Thank you so much.
Namaste, Srimati Namaha, and my esteemed panelists have put across the point, much more beautifully than I could ever put it. So thank you. Artiji's remark about Shruti and Smriti reminded me about a poem by Kalidasa in his Raghuvamsham. There's a episode where Maharaj Dilipa, he is advised to do a month or 40 days of Go Seva by his Rajaguru Vasishtha, Brahmarshi Vasishtha. He has this cow, heavenly cow called Nandini, who is the daughter of Kamadhenu. So Dilipa doesn't have children, and Vasishtha tells him, you worship Nandini for 40 days, you take her for grazing, morning, the Maharani, she will, she'll worship the cow, and she sends both her husband and the cow for grazing. By the evening, Dilip returns with the cow, and again there will be an evening worship, and that would be the life of 40 days. Then there's a beautiful description where, what's her name? Dilipa's wife. Okay. So the queen performs the puja, and she sends away her husband and the cow for the grazing for that day. Then there's a beautiful metaphor that Kalidasa uses. Upama Kalidasa, he's known for metaphors, right? So he says, Tasyam Khuranyasa Pamsum Apamsudanam Dhuri Kirtaniyam Margam Manusheshwara Dharma Patni Shrute Rivatham Smriti Radvagachan. Says the queen followed Dilipa and the cow in their footsteps till the end of the gate of the ashram. The way Smriti follows Shruti. So she didn't go all the way as the Shruti goes. So he's comparing the Nandini and Dilipa with the Shruti and the Maharani with the Smriti. So Smriti did not go all the way that the Shruti goes, but it tried to follow Shruti to whatever extent it can. So Shruti Rivatham Smriti. So I was just reminded of that point when you brought out that beautiful difference between Shruti and Smriti. And coming to, yes, great points by Amiji from the Itihasa. And I'm also reminded of a particular episode in the Mahabharata, Vanaparva. Most of the younger readers, when they read Mahabharata, they would skip and directly go to the war parvas. By the way, Unsung Valor is a great book put together by 10 writers. One of the writers, Deepak, we have here. About forgotten warriors from the war. Do please check out the copy. But coming to the Mahabharata, I feel the most important part of the Mahabharata is Vanaparva. Because everybody of us faces a low in our lives. When you have an ambition, you are on a high achieving the ambition, and there are challenges, you overcome them. That's a very inspirational story. That everybody likes inspirational stories, everybody has inspirational stories, I'm sure. But when you face a low, how you recoup, how you hold your family together, and how you know, get up from that bottom and rise to the peak again is, you know, Vadaparva is about that phase of the life of Pandavas, and in that phase, once Draupadi was abducted by Jayadratha. He attempted to abduct her, but Pandavas were alerted and they pursue Jayadratha. They teach him a lesson. But there is this lady in the ashrama who is Draupadi's maid. She makes a very disturbing comparison, saying, your wife was taken away by Jayadratha, please go protect her. Otherwise, it's like, you know, somebody is coming and spitting in a Yajnavedi, in your Yajnavedi. And that is one metaphor which pains Yudhishthira a lot. You know, he keeps thinking, I mean, they go pursue Jayadratha, you know, nothing happens to Draupadi, they teach him a lesson, but it pains him for days. Actually, he doesn't share with anybody. But when Markandeya Rishi visits them, he expresses his pain as to, is it, you know, does it come to, you know, this point only? You know, just because one, you know, we were absent one day and somebody comes and tries to abduct her, is it like this, you know, spitting in the Yajnavedi? Is that the way, you know, people see this relationship? That's when Markandeya Rishi tells about Ramopakhyan. He says, and in the Markandeya's version of Ramayana, there is no Agni Pravesha. The moment Rama utters something, whatever he uttered, gods come and say, what the hell is wrong with you? Right? Why are you behaving like somebody, like a fallen man? You speak words like a fallen man does. It's, you know, the gods come and say this. You know, don't after achieving this kind of heroic victory against Ravana, don't commit the stupidity of doubting Sita. And then Markandeya says, anybody who doubts Draupadi's character is as stupid as somebody who is doubting Sita. Then Yudhishthira corrects himself. He never, you know, commits to the full word, right? He's very careful with words. You know, that's something which we need to learn from Yudhishthira. No, that was not my intent. You know, I never doubt, you know, we never doubt Draupadi, but she doesn't deserve to suffer what she's undergoing. And do you think it's fair? Whatever she's undergoing, do you think it's fair? She deserves this. Markandeya tells another story, the story of Savitri. And all of you know the story of Savitri. We Tamil women celebrate Savitri Nombu, you know, on March 14th, near to the solstice. So yes, Pavitraji. Do you observe the contrast between these stories? Sita falls into trouble. Rama steps up, fights for her. Satyavan falls into trouble. Savitri steps up, fights for him, wins him back. Markandeya ends by saying, you know, you are Maharathis and you fight for your wife. And because she's by your side, you will win back your kingdom. Like Savitri helped Satyavan achieve his kingdom back. It's not just Satyavan's life that Savitri fights for. She asked for her, father-in-law's kingdom. Then she asked for the children for her own father because she's the only daughter, and she wants her father's line to continue. The last thing, she manages to take Satyavan's life back also. Right? So very all-rounded individual she is. So Markandeya's summary here is in the life of a husband-wife. It's not like only one is the protector and the other is the protected. Each one has to complement when a law happens. Like he was reminding, when you guys lost the kingdom, were helpless in the sabha, you had already become slaves of your enemy. It is her entry that actually turned the tables. Now comes the place where the way we see Vastraharana, the Dyuta Sabha only for its Vastraharana and Krishna coming and saving Draupadi, that becomes the visual spectacle, and we are not concerned about the details that followed later. But the way Vyasa writes is that miracle that followed the attempted molestation, it's only 2 shlokas. If I'm right, I think 2 or 3 shlokas. The rest, chapter by chapter, is, elaborates about the way Draupadi questions Dhritarashtra. Right? And, she says, my husbands, she's very protective of her husbands there. Because my husbands are not aware of the conspiracy that is hatched. You managed to deceive my husbands and cheat them of their kingdom, and now you are doing this. Do you think you will be spared of the consequences of your own action? Then Vidura adds to her argument, saying, see, when something wrong happens in a sabha, the perpetuator, here Dushasana, he earns only 25% of the sin. All the people who are quiet, they earn 25% of the sin. And the king who could stop it, he let it happen. You actually earn 50% of the sin. So had it happened, whatever the insult of Draupadi happened, Dhritarashtra, you are going to get 50% of that papa. And then there are other rishis who are adding to Vidura. See the way Draupadi built dissent. At last, Dhritarashtra had to come back and ask Draupadi, you're the best of my daughter-in-laws. Kuruvamsha has done so much punya to get you as our daughter-in-law. Just forget whatever happened. Ask me, something that I can compensate you with. First thing she asks is freedom of Yudhishthira. The man who staked her. The next thing she asks is freedom of her other 4 husbands along with their weapons. This Dhritarashtra says, okay, that's done. I was anyways planning to do that, but you should ask something for yourself. Then she says, I am free, my husbands are free, and they have their weapons. Anything that I want now is their duty to get me, not your duty. And that's when Dhritarashtra says, okay, go, and you know what, let's forget this game happened, I'll give back your kingdom to you, go back, just forget this whole incident, let us live like before, happily. And of course, there is a second game of dice, which is another story, of course. But yeah, this is the place where Draupadi played Savitri to her husbands. She rescued them. And Jayadratha episode is where Pandavas played Rama to Draupadi. And that is the message of balance that, the Shakti and Shiva share. Sorry, I know that.
I totally understand. As a moderator, it's a very unpleasant job to stop a speaker in full flow, especially when a speaker is as articulate and as knowledgeable about the subject matter. So, when you talked about what Ami talked about and building upon what you talked about Savitri particularly, it always irks me that in these days you have so many modern Indian women, modern by, I'll put it in quote unquote, who use the term Sati and Savitri as a slur. So the minute they find somebody who to them appears to be backward, again, quote unquote, they will say, why are you being such a Sati Savitri? Right? But if you look at our scripture and if you look at the stories of both Sati and Savitri, you will realize that they are anything but backward or weak. It's like Savitri, as you said, she's not some just ordinary person, she's a princess. And when her husband tells her that it's time that let me find a husband for you, when her father says that, she says, no, I will choose my own husband. And she goes and she picks out Satyavan because he is a virtuous and he is a good man. And she tells her father Ashwapati that I want to get married to him. And he says, no, he's not a prince. He is in exile. He is living in some forest. You're a princess. Why do you want to get married to him? She said, no, this is my choice and I have made it. Then even her own father-in-law tries to dissuade her and says that my son is going to die. Why do you want to marry? She says, no, this is my choice. And she lives with him. And she does this very strict penance because she knows this is going to happen. And the day Yama comes to take Satyavan's life, she is not begging him. She is not falling at his feet and saying, give me my life, give me my husband's life. She out argues him at every step. She talks to him about dharma. She talks to him about the virtues of dharma. She constantly and very intelligently out argues him, and that's why at every step he keeps saying that, okay, ask something but not your husband's life, ask for something but not your husband's life. And she says that first give my father-in-law his kingdom back, then she says my father has only one daughter, so let him have more children so that his kingdom has a uttaradhikari. And then finally she says, when Yama is caught unawares, that may I be a mother of virtuous children. And then he realizes she is basically outmaneuvered him. So finally he asks the same question, and this time he doesn't add that, don't ask for Satyavan's life. And that is the time she seizes the moment and she says, I want my husband's life back. So this is a very strong, very empowered so-called woman. She is Shakti herself. So is Sati, who makes the choice, even though she is Daksha's daughter. She chooses to marry Shiva, even though her father says don't. And then when her father does this yagya, she wants to go, and she wants to go with full honor because she is her father's daughter, and she wants her husband also to be given that honor that a son-in-law should be given. And when he doesn't give it, that's when she gets really mad, and you know the whole story, right? And you also know that the Shakti Pithas are the sacred geography that has united this country. So from Assam to Kanyakumari to Kashmir, you have these Shakti Pithas which have kept this country together culturally. My question to all three of you is, and whoever wants to take it can take the question. Despite India having such a multitude of very powerful female role models. Today, you ask generally any college going girl in India, who is your ideal? They'll probably say Mother Teresa or Diana or Elizabeth or Michelle Obama or somebody. Why do they not say that, Savitri is my ideal, Ahilyabai Holkar is my ideal, Sendian Madhavi is my ideal? Why do they not say that? Why does it never occur to them? Anybody?
Because history is not taught to us in a better way.
Yeah, I agree. History, the curricular history has had its damage. The other thing is the breakdown in the family system itself, because I didn't learn my history from my textbooks. I
Exactly.
studied the same textbooks as the rest of the country. They were a little better because they were Andhra Pradesh state syllabus, and when we came to high school, NTR Garu was the chief minister. He didn't waste every day in changing the whole curriculum. But having said that, they're not that different. I just knew the names of historical kings, but that's not in the curriculum. Doesn't teach us the spirit. The spirit of our past has to come from our parents, from our grandparents, from our gurus, maybe from friends. From the whole circle. Like they say, it takes a village to raise a child, right? And today we are in that dangerous point where neither joint nor nuclear is working for us as far as the family system goes. So we have to rethink about the community. I will not take a stance right now, but we have to rethink about renovating our family systems, our community systems, about bringing back the way people stood for each other, because the learning happens in the community. Right, not exactly in the schools where there is a teacher, there's a syllabus. Most of my teachers also knew that the syllabus was not, that seriously to be taken, and they used to openly say, just write it for the exam and forget it. The real story is something else. And that same my father also told me, when there was some chapter about Aurangzeb or was it like that? Like, just write the exam and forget it. You learn your. And anyways, don't go behind history because there's no career there. So, yes, I think the key to knowing our past lies when one swadhyaya, because it's not all bad that modernism has brought back. Now it's easy to access our texts, and people like Dr. Debroy have translated the Mahabharata, they are translating the Purana, so it's much, much easier to get access to the knowledge. So do please spend time reading, whatever you can, and trust the magic of Bhagwan Vedavyasa. One chapter you start reading, he'll ensure that you read the rest.
So, I think there are, one is of course we don't read, so completely aligned with what Sai Swarupaji said. But I think there's another thing which is sort of become a thing in the society. We like to talk about ourselves as bichara, women themselves, yeah. So the stories where there is old love and she's crying and missing and all that, that is what we love, the Abula Nari image, right? And when we read our text, there also, the part when Sai Swarupaji spoke about Draupadi, that is the most important part, where Dhritarashtra tells her that now you ask whatever you want. She asks twice. Third time he asks, and she says, "Lobho dharmasya nashaya naham utsahe." I don't want greed. As a Kshatrani, I am allowed to. I will not cross that limit. Whatever I want, my husband will give me. Now, this spirit we are not taught. What we are taught, Are Vastra Haran Bichari, right? Sita, we will never talk about how everything was her decision. We will talk about Are Bichari ke saath kitna dukh hua. And somewhere, even when the stories are told to us in our families, these are the aspects we highlight, not the aspects how they fought, how they spoke about, how they did their own responsibilities, right? And I think 2 minutes rather, because there is a story of Urmila. This is something that happened recently. Yeah. So when I talk about Ramayana, people say, "ठीक है, चलो, ये सब good." But what about Urmila, Bichari? Bichari Urmila, she had to live away from her husband, and she had to go through all this. My question is, yes, she had to live away from her husband. Of course, Valmiki Ramayana doesn't talk about Urmila at all. But why do women themselves think about this decision as Bichari? Why can't we say that every woman in Ramayana has taken her own calls? Urmila could have said, "Lakshman, you go, I will take care of your family." Why does it have to be a Bichari? Why can't we even see agency in ourselves and our women? Our Shastras always talk about it. So I believe that it has to start from us now, baki jo hua wo ho gaya, to focus on the aspects that are not necessarily masala and romantic, but that talk about the spirit, as Sai Swarupaji rightly mentioned.
Very well said. I think the co-panelists already covered almost everything. Just a very minor point, which is that for the last 200, 300 years, we have not really written our own history. We have only just been started writing in the last maybe 2 decades. So for generations together, we have studied a version of history which was approved, signed, sealed and delivered by the Marxists and by the racist Westerners. So, if you're building on top of trash, you can't put diamonds on top of trash. You have to start from the ground up, right? What we try to do in our school books, editing one sentence here, one sentence there, is trying to put diamonds on top of a pile of trash. You can't do that. You have to start over. So when people like Vikram Sampath, the people like other eminent historians of today, when we write our history ourselves, going back to the source, like what Sai Swarupaji is doing, what Amiji is doing, they're reassembling history with our perspective, with our framework. We are not trying to, scrap something from here, scrap something there, something Max Muller did, something, Philip Olivier did. Those people have their own jaundiced perspective, which has now, that infection is so big that, what Amiji was just talking about, that, we have a very low self-image. That's what it boils down to. We have a very low self-image of ourselves when it comes to the agency of women. And that's not a coincidence. This is by design. So, the very idea of Marxists was by design to infiltrate the institutions. And academia was a very big part of it. This was by design. If you go back to the 1920s, that is when this work started. And it started to fructify in the 1950s. So they decided that in countries where they don't have the government in their hands, they want to infiltrate the institutions, they want to brainwash the masses, so that when they finally start their revolution, the message will be, it will go like knife in a slice of butter. So this was by design. What we are seeing in the society by now is not some random occurrence. It was planned, and it is continuing as per the plan. So Gramsci was one of those people. If anybody is interested, you can look up the works of Anthony Gramsci, the prison notebooks. This is very clearly laid out that, this is how we get them. Where revolution is not possible, this is how revolution becomes possible. This is the Marxist thought, actually. So our academia is, one of the collateral of that, and we cannot do this by, just putting it bit by bit. We need to start writing history again, going back to the source books, which I think a lot of people now are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'll open the floor to questions. We have about 10 minutes. So I'll just take 3 to 5 questions. Just one request. Just frame the question, please. Do not make an observation or do not make a long comment because we don't have the time for it. And say which person we want to address the question.
It's a general question to all of you, all 4 of you. Shefalaji with her following and her guts is fighting one battle, which is the left liberals and the Marxists and all that. And there is a fountain of knowledge out here. When we were children, the kind of knowledge on the history, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, this was transmitted to us in the temples where acharyas would come and give,
Pravachana.
Kripananda Varya, Anantram Dikshidhar. That's where we learnt our history and epics and all that, which I think is gone now. It's not happening. Not encouraged by the parents, not because of fragmentation of the, if at all your son comes back from US, he's wearing a shorts and he never thinks of going to the temple for a pravachan like this, I think whilst the major battle is on this side and the minor battle with the Marxists and whatever is happening, this should recommence. The teaching for the children and even for the elders, we don't know. Manusmriti, few people, 2 people know 4 lines of that, and most of the things what you said is still, I've just noted down what I should be reading, I think this is where the battle is, in spreading our own knowledge back to the people.
I absolutely agree. And one of the cardinal things I think we should do as a nation is to make the learning of Sanskrit compulsory, because everything basically stems from that. That is the mother source.
Individual families can start. Why expect the nation to do that?
That is true. Yeah. That's where it has to. And the Pravachana Sampradaya is that's not totally lost. So at least in the Telugu lands, it's vibrant.
It is there, Vishaka is there.
Yeah. And I'm a part of an Avadhani group. I'm not an Avadhani, please. I don't know how I got added, but I just enjoy the knowledge out there. There are 150 very young Avadhanis who keep, doing the Samasya Purana and all that. And you spoke about US returned, and there's a prodigy called Lalita Aditya Kandula, who's a 18-year-old Avadhani born and brought up in US. So, once, it talks about the parenting, it talks about even the Purva Janma Phala and, whatever the ancestors do. So, I'll advise you, please pray for your descendants. Because I think even, there was a phase of my life where I was swayed by some feminist thought, and whatever made me return, I think it is, I strongly think it's my ancestral prayers, in addition to what my parents had put in. So do please pray for your children, do your sadhana, not just your children, but the descendants that you don't see, a future that you don't see, because sadhana has its own effect.
So, any more questions? Yes, please. Yeah, Bhargav and yeah.
Next question. Bhargav has come all the way from Hyderabad to attend this program.
So as ma'am said, right, it was something that struck to me just now was about the Pravachana, or culture of Pravachana. I come from the Telugu land, I come from Hyderabad. There's a very famous Pravachan Karta by the name Charity Koteshwara, for instance, right? So when I initially started my career, absolutely I didn't know anything. Probably from 2010 when I actually started listening to him, I think a lot of my life has changed. Right. So I was just thinking, when there are so many Pravachan Kartas, etc., in different languages, is there a way that we can, probably translate that into multiple other languages? For instance, like, for example, the name just I mentioned, Mr. Charity Koteshwara, he explains everything in such a simple way, in a super quote-unquote modern way, that there is no way that none of the youngsters cannot understand all of it. Is there a way or a platform where we can actually translate that and probably propagate that across India as well? Thank you.
I think, as far as I know, Brahmashri Samvedam Shanmukha Sharma Garu's works are being translated by someone I personally know. I know for a fact. But I think people like you and me, we should start talking to, those great scholars and see how it can be done, because they are doing their part to the fullest extent. And we should start expanding their platforms as per.
Sure.
Here, somebody had a question.
One joke actually. This is regarding Ramayana, what you mentioned. Rama was asking Sita to do one of the people. Is it mentioned in Valmiki Ramayana? Because I heard Swami Mitrananda saying that it is not mentioned actually.
In Valmiki Ramayana, Agni Pariksha is mentioned.
No, Rama asking Sita to do Agni Pariksha.
No. He doesn't say it. She says. She says that I will do it.
But not Rama is.
No. Sri Ram doesn't say. He provokes her. Yeah, he provokes her, but he doesn't tell her to do any Agni Pravesh. It is her call.
Also, in fact, he is asked to stop it actually.
No, he doesn't ask to stop. He doesn't ask to stop.
I heard. Let's know. I will verify it and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you Agni Pariksha. Agni Pariksha, it is Sri Ram provokes her to basically to do something that can show that whatever is in her mind and how much she's committed to Sri Ram. Yeah. Her decision is to say that if I have been true to Ram, let the Agni protect me. And then she tells Lakshman to light the fire. Yeah. But immediately after, Sri Ram says, I never had an iota of doubt. You are like the Prabha, like Surya. The Prabha can never leave Surya. You can never leave me. And your personality is such that Ravan ka aukat nahi tha tumko kuch karne ka. This is what he said. But it was important for everybody present there to see this and not just take his word. So that is how the Agni Pariksha is. But just another point where we've been talking about pravachan and that, right? A lot of women will, the first step, they will not connect. Because frankly, I come from that side as well. Yeah. There are lots of questions. It is not as if we don't have problems in the society. There are, right? So on one hand, we do see problems. Second, we are told all big things. How do we relate to it, right? What really sometimes works, and I would suggest you could try it with people you know, right? Ask questions. The question is, why is that Switzerland got voting rights for women in 1970s? The question about whether women should get a voting right or not was never there for us, right? Why is that even today, US, which is supposed to be like the stronghold of feminism and liberalism and all of that, they still don't have a woman president. We had women leaders from the beginning. We've had queens and warriors in the beginning. What was it? Why was it that this was not a problem for us, right? These questions have to be asked. When the answers to this come, we will go back and say, okay, what is it about us that made us accept some of these things easily? And then we will go back. So I think the work has to happen on both fronts. So that's the limited point I want to make.
Based on that, only one suggestion actually is for very interesting incidents between Draupadi and Satyabhama, discussing about how they are managing the entire kingdom and then how they manage their husbands, and Satyabhama says that she is not to manage Krishna, and then see how she manages. Very interesting points they discuss there actually. And then again, Sita, a lot of places, as you said, a lot of places she quotes Dharma to Rama and Lakshmana. And even when they're carrying the bow in the forest, she said what risk it makes for them if they carry the bow and arrow with them, what kind of energy they attract. And this lot of things, she speaks actually. Even when she wants to accompany Rama to the forest, she says what is the Dharma actually. So these things, if we can highlight and then take it to our, particularly now what I sense is a lot of boys nowadays able to get into the dharmas and things, studying interesting things, and then they want to know. But no, the female side, I see a lot of gaps actually because of schools, families, and things, single children, and all these problems happening actually. So as examples, you are a right example, young and energetic and right side of the place. So you should take up more of these things, quote these things, and even try to come out with books or small.
Sir, at the risk of self-promotion, I would say read Mahabharata and Ramayana.
And please what I'm saying, small things. These.
All this has been covered.
Yeah.
Last question. Sorry. reporters on the Ghats. A friend of mine asked a very prolific writer, what do you look for a living? Writer said, I write. He asked the question again, what do you look for a living? I think all of us know that writing is not, compared to what others think, we gain whatever we do by people buying. So how is it that the ecosystem that we have built now, in terms of publishing, decide what subjects you choose? I know you are all coming out with subjects. Finding a publisher is really difficult for the people who want to write what we want to hear. And number two, I don't see many people buying books in this hall. My request is please buy our books. Thank you.
Yes, please. This is actually a very good question, and I would like all three of you to answer it quickly. So I started out as a self-published writer because when I wrote the first draft of my first book, Abhaya, which is now republished by Bloomsbury. So yeah. So when a funny incident, when I sent out the sample to one of the leading publishers who published a lot of mythological fiction that became a blockbuster, and also I thought maybe that publishing house has something, some soft corner for Hinduism. I got this very bland mail saying, "I'm so sorry, the team has decided against taking up your manuscript, and but we wish you all the best with any other publisher. Don't give up writing," kind of. It's a very automated, it's easy to say that they haven't even read this one. So I went ahead and self-published Abhaya, which garnered a lot of support, especially from Indic Academy and people from Indic Academy like Shifali ji, Amish Tripathi ji. The whole bunch of authors have supported the rise of my first book, and my second book. People really tell me this time don't self-publish, because your first book was successful, maybe. And then another funny incident. I was wanting to self-publish it because I didn't want a lot of gap between two books. But just because I respected, the elders, I, sent it to one publisher, and she gives me back the same this one. No, I didn't. No, she didn't give me. 1 month down the line, I changed my mind and said, "Sorry, I withdraw this. I have to self-publish. Maybe we'll think about another book." It felt very good to write that, Meera. So she said, "Okay, all the best." And then another 2 months down the line, because they have a 9-week, 12-week, this one, 3 months you have to wait before your sample gets accepted for full reading. So after another 2 months, the same email came back to me saying, "Sorry, we can't go ahead with this one." I said, "Ma'am, I released it last month and it's a bestseller already." So yes, finding a publisher was really tough, but I think a lot has changed in the last 2-3 years. And I think even when the young writers don't just write a draft and wait for the publisher to accept it. Try blogging about it. Try talking about it on social media. Self-publish may not be the book that is really dear to you, but write something like short stories or another novella or an essay if you are into non-fiction, and start self-publishing it, because once there is a published work, you can call yourself as an author, and it doesn't matter whether you are self-published or published by Bloomsbury, published by Subbu. And do please, I know that Ritvik is here. He's somebody who comes to me regularly and says, "Have you written something new? Do you know someone who's writing in this subject?" So if there are young writers with completed drafts, do please contact Subbu Publications. They are not like the other arrogant people out there. So that's it. Ignorant.
Any, Aarti, would you like to take the question? But just be brief, please.
So I was kind of familiar with the struggle of writers when it comes to publishing a book when I started writing my book. And I had already decided that I will self-publish, mainly because I'm really, really allergic to random edits. I'm very particular about, because my work was very, very academic and I didn't want anybody censoring my work or remove this reference or don't talk about the cow in this way. Because I was talking about a sensitive issue which people are not very open to. And so I felt like, if I go to the institutions, they will make me edit half the book and I didn't want that. So I was very clear that I'm going to self-publish, and I have a slight marketing background. I was working as a content marketer earlier. Now I'm a full-time researcher, but I was working in marketing. So I did very small-time marketing for my book. Actually, because of COVID, I couldn't do much. But the book was loved by everybody who read it. Not that many people read it, but the people who did read it were very happy with it. And from there, I started getting offers for publishing my next book. So the next book is on Aurangzeb, which busts the work of Audrey Tristic, and it's going to come out early in 2022. So that was already, even when I announced it, Garuda wanted to publish it. So since they came first, I was like, okay, first come, first serve. So they will be publishing the next book. So that's the basic strategy, which at least I followed. I didn't experiment too much. I don't know if that helps.
I think in my case, I got extremely lucky. It's like, sometimes I genuinely believe it's only Krishna making things happen for me. Because for me, Bloomsbury came to me to write about Mahabharata the way it is Itihas, yeah? Because a lot of fiction was written about Mahabharata, and thanks to the lockdown, they were playing Mahabharata Ramayana again. And I used to write on Facebook about how what we see is actually not what the Shastra says and what the Shastra says. Now, what helped, again, as Sai Swarupaji says, that I have been blogging for a while, blogging on Hajar topics, very, very different eclectic topics. That really helped because they could see my work and they approached me and said, we like your writing style, why don't you give this a shot? Now, so that helped. Again, it was not very controversial. The controversy came around mythology or itihasa. I insisted I don't want to use the word mythology, I'll use the word itihasa. Now, there was a little bit of to and fro on that, but I was a new author. They were also not sure. They've taken a bet on me, so they let it be. But thanks to all of you who actually purchased the book, and it is amongst a good number of books that they've sold, with Ramayana, it became extremely easy. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it is dhandho, na? It is dhanda, it is business. So if the publishers see that there is going to be money and that the audience wants it, so the point which Vijay Saiji said, right, that if we all read the books written on the index side, publishers will be forced to publish it. Bloomsbury, which rejected Monica Aroraji's book, as they said, they published Sai Deepak's book. Is it any less controversial? No. But they're making money out of it, right? And that has also paved way for a lot of Indic authors. So it's also about how much we encourage our authors. That will really, really help. And we should not cede space in any publishing house. We have to ensure that wherever we get an inroad, we should just go in and do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. This was one of the most engaging conversations I've had the pleasure to moderate, and deeply grateful to all the three participants. It was really, really wonderful having you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for the amazing interaction. We are happy and delighted to call upon four Shaktis among us: Mrs. Vaishnavi Gurshankar, columnist of the VerandahClub.com, Mrs. Sharanya Jayapradi, the founder of Advaita Herbals, Mrs. Geeta Sridhar, and Mrs. Sangeeta Srinivasan, who have come from Tiruvannamalai to attend the session to present the hampers from Advaita Herbals and Verandah to all the eminent panelists.
Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much.
Now we disperse for lunch and it's a quick lunch and we come back to the other sessions. It will be in the halls Varsha and in Symphony. Thank you.
Just keep it here.
All right, friends. Now I request Sri Anand Narasimhan ji. We have Anand Narasimhan now to introduce JVC Sri Ram.
Thank you. So I take this opportunity to introduce none other than JVC Sri Ram ji, video consultant, thank you all TV panelists, author, corporate trainer, keynote speaker, and above all, political strategist who has exactly delivered the outcome of 2019 parliamentary election with 99% accuracy. Big hand, please welcome.
Thank you very much for the brief introduction and namaskaram, vanakkam. It's always a pleasure to come back to the homeland. I live in Hyderabad now, but born and brought up in Chennai, native of Trichy, educated in Srivilliputtur, so have the roots in Tamil Nadu. My convent. Yeah.
So please keep it. Move for my permission. Live recording போயிட்டு இருக்கு அதனால இதுக்கு இது எப்படி வைக்கணும்
Okay. I know after lunch management is always an issue, but having been a speaker and trainer for the last, say, donkey number of years, it shouldn't be an issue. Although it is a literary festival, I've been an author, but I need to confess that at the moment, I'm more of a political strategist and historian, as a result of which, pardon me if I have to bring politics into my speech or political history into my speech. I don't think we can separate that. There was a prince who went to a Swamiji, a very renowned Swamiji, and asked Swamiji, Swamiji, it seems that you are a person who has direct contact with God. People say that you talk to God directly. So I wish to meet God. I have a lot of questions to ask. So take me to Bhagwan. So the Swamiji said, absolutely no issues. You being the ruler, you being the prince, I would not have any difficulty in getting an appointment from the Almighty. But God would like to know who you are. So please pull up your visiting card and I need to introduce you and mention to me who you are. Then immediately he wrote, Prince Gajapati Raju. Swamiji looked at him and said, that's your name. I asked you who you are. God will ask me who is he, not his name. Then immediately he wrote, Prince of Vijayanagaram. That is your position. Then again he thought about it and wrote, Administrator of Vijayanagaram. That is your responsibility. Then finally, out of a lot of enthusiasm, he wrote, May. Looked at it and said, that's your species. The prince understood then that he is able to define himself in terms of the name given by his parents, the position derived through his dynasty, the work which he is doing, and as a human being is born, but is unable to define himself. He said, now I understand, Swamiji. Now I understand that even without knowing who I am, I'm asking, who is God? I understand the fallacy. I'm starting with this because the entire culture of this soil, the speaker before me in the morning, Mr. M.R. Venkatesh, rightly said, some of the religion attribute everything to the externality. But the culture of this soil has always been is now and would always be driven towards inward. It is about discovery. The Western world is for invention. What is the difference between invention and discovery? Discovery is to know what already is. Invention is to find what is not. Uncovering the truth. The men and the women of this soil have always tried to understand the known, the unknown, and what is that unknown with unknowable. Because the Western world can never think of unknowable. For them, everything is known. I'll come to it a little later. And that is where the entire culture of this, not this country, I would say, because this culture was born even before this country was born. Several hundreds of thousands of years before, the culture and civilization in this soil was born. Much later, the country was born. And that is where the misunderstanding is with the political system in this nation right today, even today. Because there are three important things: civilization, culture, and the conduct of a nation. Because I don't want to bring in constitution, because constitutional expert was there in the morning and I listened to him vividly. The conduct of the nation is supposed to be based on the constitution. Am I right, my dear friends? Correct me if I'm wrong. The conduct of the nation is supposed to be based on the constitution. Now, when you look at the entire world, the spectrum of the world, you look at it, is there a connect between the culture, the civilization, and the conduct of its citizen? Let me give a few examples, only a few examples, because if we start exploring each country, it will take several hours, so I don't want to get into that exploration. Let me pick up a few countries, cherry pick. America. What is America's culture? How old is America? Who discovered America? Why did you want to discover America? Columbus discovered America. Who was he? A trader. You want to sell, you want to make money, you want to buy, you want to trade, you are a merchant. And from there till now, America is a nation of trading. Is a nation of salesmen. In fact, Zig Ziglar beautifully says, we thought the whole world was sales. Whether we agreed with them or not, but that is the truth. The truth of the matter is that. As a result of which, everything in America is based on transaction. Life is based on transaction. Marital relationship is based on transaction. Parental relationship is based on transaction. The employer and employee is based on transaction. Everything is contractual. That's when two people got married. After lunchtime, so allow me to make you laugh a little bit. Two people got married. And once they got married, the registration was over. The man was looking at her and said, hey, I've seen you somewhere, I've seen you somewhere, I've seen you somewhere. She said, hey, you are my seventh husband and I was your second wife. Aha. They go around, merry-go-round, right? America's merry-go-round. They get married. It's not to say anything bad about the culture, but that's the culture. So as a result of which everything in this country, in that country is based on the culture. That's why Mr. M.R. Venkatesh mentioned so many number of lawyers are there. If we have to, bring about agreement between two parties, they will come with a truckload of lawyers, basically because it's all transactions. In God we trust and trust. No. That's America for you. And that's what the country is. In contrast, you look at Japan. Japan is an altogether different country. I don't know whether it's today also it's there or not, but the fact of the matter is, in Japan, if a person joins Honda, he would like to retire from Honda. A 45-year-old man or a 50-year-old man wants to buy a new house, he will not go to his father to inform that he's going to buy a new house. He would want to go and take an advice from him whether he can buy that house or not. That's Japan. That's the reason why in 1980s, when there was a recession in one industry, when automobile went through recession, Sony said, give me your employees for the next few years and we will give them salary, we'll use their basic skills and then we'll send them back. That's Japan for you. Britain, the sun never sets in the British Empire. Have you heard of that? Okay. In fact, don't mistake me, females here. the worst way to live life. Those days they would say. There's a good way to live life and the worst way to live life. Worst way to live life is Chinese house, Indian salary, German food, American car, and British wife. So bossy and so ruly because they rule the entire world and the house has to be ruled by that lady. So as a result of which that culture prevailed for a long, even today, the most unfortunate thing, I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to see this particular clipping when Queen Elizabeth died. There were panels of this, the British colonial hangover. Because I used to do business in Great Britain for a long time, from 2007 till 2019. I have a lot of respect for them because they gave me a lot of money. Pound was very expensive, so I have a lot of respect for them. But at the same time, they had the audacity to say, you know what? When the colony was operating, countries like Ghana and Kenya and Ethiopia and Uganda and even India and Pakistan were much better than what it is today. It is on record. It is on record on BBC. The colonial hangover is never gone, would never go. So, then there is this American culture, then there is this British culture, this Japanese culture. What is my culture? What is my civilization? What is my conduct? What is it? Do I have a culture? Do you have a culture? Do I have a civilization? And now here in my Tamil Nadu, திராவிடமண் எப்படா வந்தது? திராவிட மண்ணு எப்போ வந்தது? திராவிட மாடல் ஒரு வருஷம் முன்னாடி வந்தது. அது வரைக்கும் திராவிட மாடலும் கிடையாது, ஒரு மண்ணாங்கட்டி மாடலும் கிடையாது. சாரி ஃபார் தமிழ், நோ. Because the culture of this nation, that's the reason why I chose this topic. Culture, nation and nationalism. There has been a systematic propaganda, a campaign, a project which has been in place. I call it as a 3D project. People sometimes tell me, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi had a lot of clarity. No, he was confused man. There was one man, his contemporary, who had extraordinary clarity. Do you know who is that? Jawaharlal Nehru. He had extraordinary clarity. His project was 3D. Disconnect, disengage, disintegrate. Disconnect, disengage, disintegrate. What? Culture and nationalism. Why? 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 Because our dharmic culture, Indic culture, whatever name you call, Hindu culture, Sandan, Dharma, whatever name you want to call, you call. Because I always say a rose is a rose is a rose. You call it as a goose, it is still a rose. True or not? You call it as a goose and smell it, it will still smell. So you call whatever name you want to call, that's your problem, that's not my problem. One of the greatest things which differentiates our culture from that of the alien Western culture is two important words called as reality and perception. Everything about the Western world is perception. For a Western world, for a Western mind, for a communist mind, for a man or a woman brought up in Abrahamic religion, perception is the reality. Reality is never a reality. Perception is the reality. What is perception? I look at Taj Mahal and say, wow, seventh wonder of the world. Sir, your name, sir? KK Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed looks at the same Taj Mahal and says, sorry. He says, graveyard. Now he tells me only one thing. What is there inside here? Inside is Mumtaz's body, Mumtaz's dead body. It's a graveyard. I look at it and say, what marble architecture? Both of us are looking at from our own perception. Am I right? And that's the Western world. But my Dharma says reality is, reality was, reality is, and reality will be, and that is the reality. Timeless, ageless. I'm not against any religion, in fact, every religion is a path towards the ultimate destination. To go on top of Mount Everest, there are several paths. You can climb every path, any path. So every religion itself means re-ligare, which means to unite back. Yoga means huge, derivative. It is all the same. And every religion was born at that point of time to serve a particular need, right? But the point here is that this reality is ageless, timeless, because I can say December 25th, Jesus Christ was born. I can say when Christianity was born. I can say when Islam was born. But can I say when the Hindu Dharma, I call it as Hindu Dharma now, Indic Dharma, Sangha, whatever it is. Because unfortunately, in fact, Kolagala Singh was one of my close friends, used to say, the only problem with we guys is we don't know to put sticker. Even on our religion and Dharma, we have not put sticker. All others put sticker on everything. Okay, we don't put any sticker. Because as a result of it, because this Dharma was ageless, timeless, you don't know when it started. So as a result of which, this is the reality. Others are perception. Because in this reality, what is the fundamental difference between the Dharma which I am speaking about and the other religions? The Dharma which I am speaking about is, these are things which are making them uncomfortable. Why it is making them uncomfortable, I'll just come in the next few minutes' time. Because in my Dharma, one is in all. One is in all. In the other religions, the Western religion, all is in that one. You know what I'm saying? Everything is on Allah. Everything is on my Father. But here what we are saying is, all in one. But this Dharma says, one in all. And there is a fundamental paradigm difference in this. As a result of which, this Dharma was born at a time when there was prosperity, when there was abundance, because see, look at my nation. It has been plundered for centuries, for not even centuries, millenniums, but still you and me exist, and I'm standing in one of the most prosperous parts of Tamil Nadu and speaking. Am I right? Is this the most prosperous part of Tamil Nadu? I think you guys pay 45% GST. Congo region, okay? So, it was plundered. Kohinoor plundered, no problem. Muhammad Ghazini plundered, no problem. Gori plundered, no problem. You destroyed so many temples so many times, I'll construct one more time. Okay? You destroyed, no problem. We'll come out with a better structure. You destroyed Ram Mandir, put in a grand Ram Mandir on Makar Sankranti on January 2024. Now, the ability of this nation to resilience, to come back, has been phenomenal because it has been a land of abundance. In this land of abundance, discourses, debates, discussions, they're part of this culture, as a result of which you can be a practitioner of this Dharma and you can say, I'm an atheist and this Dharma will not tell you anything. This Dharma, the Vedas give you the space for an atheist. Gives you the space to discuss sex. Because this is not a codified religion. This is an analytical religion. In analytical religion, you analyze. You don't say do, don't, do, don't, do, don't. Do this. That's the reason why this Dharma doesn't tell you when to go to temple. That's the reason why many people have not gone to temples at all. But there, we just thought Friday, 1 o'clock, wherever you are. Yesterday I was flying from Hyderabad to Coimbatore. I happened to pass through the multi-prayer room and I was happy to see packed room because it's time for namaz. It is a great practice. See, because whatever faith you hold on to, you have to hold on to. But unfortunately, because my culture has been disintegrated, disengaged, and disconnected, my nation has been deprived of, my people have been deprived of the practices to be followed by my culture. Agree with me? And there's a problem. You know, I went to this country called Bulgaria. And when I went to Bulgaria, I went to this place called Rila Monastery. And when I went to this Rila Monastery, it was a hilltop from Sofia. The Turkish invaders had invaded Bulgaria. Because when you look at the history of the world, unfortunately, the history which you and me have been taught is how many people Asoka killed, how many people Aurangzeb killed. History of the world is nothing but the history of the emotions of the people. And if the emotions of the people have not been caught, and if it has not been recorded, the history which you and me will read is not the real history. And you go to Rila Monastery, and when you talk, and you also have inscriptions, like how we have in our temples here, and they say for centuries, they wanted to protect this monastery. They were in hiding. They did not want any of the invader to even come near it because that is their pokisham, treasure. And they gave their lives. Because that is the kind of effort which goes on. But unfortunately, we have not. Because this culture, why it was disengaged, why it was disconnected, why it was disintegrated was because attempts were made because this culture allowed multiple discourses to happen. It was just before I came to this dais, I was speaking to somebody else here. You have three great saints. And most of us sitting here will revere all the three saints. Although the three saints differed amongst themselves, Madhvacharya said, you and God, no connection. Ramanuja said, you and God are one and the same, but Adi Shankara said, you and the Atman and Brahman are the same. In fact, in very clear words, if I had to say, conflagration versus forest fire. Conflagration is also forest fire is also conflagration. It is a merger, that's it. So, when a person like Jawaharlal Nehru comes to know that here is a dharma which will allow this freedom, because see, India attained freedom in 1947, but the freedom of thinking was not there. We were not allowed to, because our dharma allows us the freedom, it gives us the freedom, it allows us to question. In fact, that is the reason why a small boy can go to a temple and ask, why at Aarti time I have to do like this, I have to do like this. Unfortunately, today the Pujari will not know any answer. Why should I do Anga Pradakshinam in Sabarimala? Can be questioned. But ask them to question any other faith. They can't. Because of this, because what will happen? Why Nupur Sharma? Why the entire ecosystem got rattled when Nupur Sharma made those comments? Because all in one, if that one is questioned, everything can be questioned. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? All in one, and if that one itself is questionable, then everything can be questioned. Ecosystem will get rattled. Then alt news will start. Propagation and campaign. And this is what Jawaharlal Nehru did not want to happen. But for those of you, because I'm not good in Sanskrit, I studied Sanskrit in 11th and 12th. Okay, just because my father said, take Sanskrit. He was also a teacher, Hindu school teacher in Chennai. Why I took Sanskrit is because Tamil was not coming properly for me. In Tamil Nadu, we have a government system is like this. In Sanskrit, questions will be in Sanskrit. Answers can be in English. You see the beautiful way? And the questions will often get repeated. It is the same questions they will ask. So, ka, I can see ka, I can see a. If it is a, nalan, okay, it should be na, nalan. So, answer in nalan, English. Still, I got 124 out of 200. That is the greatest thing about Tamil Nadu education system. without knowing anything in Sanskrit, they could still pass in Sanskrit and score 60%. So let me say, even though you had Advaitam, Advaitam, Madhvacharya, Ramanuja, Shankaracharya, Anuman beautifully compiles this dharma. He says, when I consider my body, I am your servant. When I consider my mind, I am part of you. But when I consider my Atman, you and I are one and the same. Now, this is the elevation which this dharma and faith has given. But the other dharma or other religion starts with, you are a sinner. Were you able to understand the difference between the two? Now, it's a paradigm thinking, and even Jawaharlal Nehru being an import from United Kingdom, Great Britain, the man who wrote the Discovery, one of them, and I am going to come to it. I have an important, interesting topic about Rahul Gandhi also. But I will disclose now itself. Somebody asked me, Sriram, do you think Rahul Gandhi had at least read his grandfather's or great-grandfather's Discovery of India? I said, that is a problem. He has read only Discovery of India. And everything about the Discovery of India of Jawaharlal Nehru is nothing about India. It is about Qutub Minar, Lod dynasty, Ghazni, Gori, Mohal. That's all it is. So, Dharma gives me that freedom. This faith gives me that freedom to articulate what I want, question what I want, discuss what I want, differentiate what I want, because earlier speakers had spoken beautifully. Vedas are kind of a map, compass. It is a map. And there are so many derivatives of it which has come. And this gives us the freedom. The entire ecosystem did not want this freedom. As a result of which a systematic propaganda was made, and his daughter went a step further under the guise of emergency. SECULAR. Do you think Ambedkar wanted it? He never wanted it. Was nicely added. I'm not saying that, see, because people immediately ask me, Sridham, are you against other religions? Absolutely no. Yammadamam sammadam. In fact, I remember, I'll have to disclose at this point in time, it was UP election was over. And I had predicted, Mr. Sri Iyer is here, and he can vouch, I predicted that BJP combined will get 275 seats. And one of the news channels invited me on that day. I normally appear and I'm a little fiery, I speak what is there in my heart, mind and tongue. There is no gap, unfortunately. So immediately one very intelligent anchor asked me, Hindutvavinal in Bajaka Vendrada. I said, I disclosed. Till now, I am not an RSS guy. Till now, I am not a BJP member. Till now, I am not a VHP member. But let me tell you, you made me an Hindutva guy today. Because to me, Yammadamam Sammadam, Allah Hindu Madam. நான் குரு பூஜைக்கு போயிட்டு விபூதியை கையில எடுத்துக்கிட்டு கீழே போட்டுட்டு இஃப்தார் பார்ட்டிக்கு போய் குல்லா போட்டுக்கிட்டு நோம்பு இல்ல கஞ்சி குடிச்சிட்டு தேவாலயத்துக்கு போயிட்டு உங்க வாக்கினால் தான் நான் முதலமைச்சர் ஆனேன்னு சொல்றாங்க கிடையாது. நானு எம்மதமும் சம்மதம். ராமருக்கு அயோத்தியால கோயில் கட்டலன்னா மக்கா மதீனால கட்டுவாங்க. கிருஷ்ணருக்கு மதுரால கோயில் கட்டலன்னா ஜெருசலேம்ல போய் கட்டுவாங்க. That is my concept. Because why I am mentioning this is because this culture, this dharma, people who practice this dharma had an unshakable faith that any number of people from any country of any faith may come and propagate and convert my people, but still it will exist. Because the first set of Christians came to Kodungalur. Not sure how many of you have heard of this place called Kodungalur. A famous Bhagavati temple is there. And the most prominent, influential and orthodox ritual Nambudri families are converted. But with still unshakable faith. So as a result of which, but I want my dharma and my culture to be told to my people. And even the world wants to know my culture. True or not, my dear friends? The West looks at the East. Germans do more research on Sanskrit than Indians, we Indians, like me, poor fellow. Shameful fellow who could not write an answer in Sanskrit but still could pass the exam in Sanskrit. But on the contrary, from Uganda, you go to Uganda, a country like Uganda, because again I have a branch in Kenya and Uganda, you will have native Africans practicing with Jabamala, ISKCON, and if I have to travel between a place called Nairobi, and I have to go to Masai Mara. Masai Mara is the ultimate place for safari. My point where I will have my lunch is an ISKCON temple and run by Africans. Can you believe that? Cooked by Africans. Because they look at us. And unfortunately, why I should not? But Sriram, why won't we have an identity? Today, look at it. One political leader is saying, Saiva Samaya Turai, Aratunala Turai, all those things are told. See, understand. Again, I think I have to quote Mahaperiyava Chandrasekhara Saraswati. In his book, he has written, it seems. I have not read. Somebody told me. I have always had the fortune of people telling me the right thing. It seems that a man went to a village and got down of the bus and asked the shopkeeper there, Doctor Videngarudu, where is doctor's house? The shopkeeper said, walk 100 meters, turn right. Third house is doctor's house. 15 years later, that same man went to that same village and asked, where is doctor's house? Reply was, which doctor? Because now there is Dr. Krishna Swami, Narayan Swami, Joseph, Peter and Sadiq Mushtaq. Which doctor? Because the first time when he went, there was only one doctor, but this time there were 5 doctors. Dharma did not need a name because at that point of time that only existed. Reality was, reality is, and reality will be, and that is our Dharma. And that Dharma should be rooted in my nationalism. So, but Sriram sir, what is it happening? The famous Rahul Gandhi speech that India, after negotiation, did you hear that speech? In an alien land, not in our land, in an alien land sits there, after a lot of negotiation with so many princely states, India was formed. What negotiation you are talking about? What negotiation? You know the land where I come from? What negotiation? I wish Kamal Hassan listens to what I am saying. India's first terrorist was Qasim Razvi, who killed more than 30,000 Hindus and Muslims in Hyderabad. How many of us know it? It was Operation Polo which got Hyderabad into India. What negotiation is talking about? India existed even before time immemorial it existed. Think about it. If India did not exist, how do you think Rama and Lord Rama crossed Hampi, from there Kerala, from there Rameshwaram, he went to Tirupulani, in Tirupulani he performed the puja, and from there he went to Sri Lanka, came back in Rameshwaram, established, came to Hyderabad, near Hyderabad in Kisar Gutta, because Anjaneya had gone to bring Shivling. By that time she herself had made the Shivling, and what more do you want? What more do you want? Forget about Ramayana, Adi Shankara. You can say Ramayana is Idikas. Adi Shankara route map is there. From Kahaledi, this man goes up to Badrinath, established the Dharma there, and temple there. And how dare you question whether my country exists from 1947 or from time immemorial? Because you want to hide the culture, you want to hide the nationalism. You want to de-integrate and deconnect and disengage Hindu or Dharma with India. And that is the reason why that ecosystem is still, that is why I said I'm going to speak politics a little bit because I have to. Why is that ecosystem again and again backing that family? Because that family's agenda is, one of the agenda of that family is that. Because if this Dharma triumphs, India triumphs. And from Macaulay to Caldwell, I don't know, Caldwell, to everybody, to his Dadikaran, அவன் பேரெல்லாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. இங்க வைப்பான் பெரியார்னு பேரு. தெலுங்குல போய் ஈவே ராமசாமி நாயக்கர் அதே மனிதன் பண்ணிருக்கான். அதே மனிதன் பண்ணிருக்கான். ப்ரொடியூசர். இங்க என்ன? தந்தை பெரியார். அங்க ஜாதி இல்லடி பாப்பான்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு பெரியார் அப்படிமா. அங்க போயிட்டு ஈவே ராமசாமி நாயக்கர் அங்க பைசா வரணும். Okay. In fact, one of the things which united our nation and Dharma is rivers. நதிகள். காசிக்கு போயிட்டு ராமேஸ்வரம் வரணும்னு சொல்லவே இல்லையா? கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம், அங்கேருந்து கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரத்தை அங்கேருந்து எடுத்து நீங்க வந்து கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரம் ராஜேந்திர சோழன் கட்டணா இல்லையா? இதுக்கு மேல என்ன சார் வேணும்? பேரை மாத்துவாராம். எங்க அப்பா எனக்கு பேர் வச்சாரு. எங்க அப்பா இல்ல, நான் பிறந்தப்ப வச்சாங்க. CSRI ஆலயம். எவ்வளோ ஒரு நியூமராலஜி சொன்னாங்க அப்பா கிட்ட, SRI வைக்காதீங்க, SRW வைங்க அப்படின்னாங்க. ஸோ SRW ஆலயம் ஆக்கினாங்க. அப்புறம் நான் பாஸ்போர்ட் அப்ளை பண்ண போனேன். அந்த பாஸ்போர்ட் அப்படி இப்படிலாம் அது முழு பேர் வைனா ஸ்ரீராம் சந்திரசேகர் அப்படின்னு வச்சேன். அப்புறம் நான் வெப்சைட் யார்கிட்ட போனேன், www.sriramchandrasekhar.com எவனும் வரமாட்டான் அவன் வெப்சைட்டுக்குன்னா. சரி www.jvcsriram.com போடுறான் அப்படின்னா என் ஊரு, என் தாத்தா பேரு, என் அப்பன் பேரு எல்லா பேரும் போட்டேன். ஆனால் the me, நித்யானந்தா ஸ்டைல்ல சொல்லணும்னா the me in me is only me. அது ஸ்ரீராம் இருக்கும்போது இதேதான், SRW இருக்கும்போது இதேதான், ஸ்ரீராம் சந்திரசேகர் இதேதான், JVC ஸ்ரீராமன் இதேதான். நீ என்ன வேணா கூப்பிடியா, நீ இந்துன்னு கூப்பிடு, ஓகே, இந்திக்குன்னு கூப்பிடு, ஓகே, தர்மா இந்து தர்மான்னு கூப்பிடு, ஓகே, நீ வேற ஏதாவது ஓகே, உனக்கு தான் பிரச்சனை, எனக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்ல. A man went to this man and asked, how do I call you? Do I call you Osho? Do I call you Bhagwan? Do I call you Master? Or do I call you Rajneesh? Osho looked at him and said, the way you call me doesn't matter to me at all. When you call me Rajneesh, you see me as a contemporary. When you call me teacher, you see yourself as a student. When you call me Bhagwan, you see yourself as a devotee. When you call me Osho, you see yourself as another drop in the ocean. How you call me does not matter to me, it matters to you. How you want to call my tradition and me and my religion and my faith does not matter to me, it's my foot, as long as my culture, the dharmic culture and the nation India is united. Time to connect, time to engage, time to integrate. With these words, I remember in 2014, election results came out by 9:30. The leading advocate, Harish Salve, came on Times Now and said, you may think that Congress party has just won 44 seats, but they will be thinking and they will be knowing that they won as good as 440 seats, because that is the power of ecosystem they've got. The power of their ecosystem is 3D, which is disconnect, disengage, disintegrate Dharma and Hindu. And we should not give a millimeter of space, a nanometer of space for that to happen. I conclude by saying that's the one reason why you may like them, you may dislike them, you may love them, you may hate them, you cannot ignore them. Modi and Amit Shah said 272 plus, because they knew pretty well that nothing in their agenda, Nothing in the cultural agenda can be pursued forward even if they win one seat less. That was the lesson of NDA 1 in 1998 and 1999. Yes, grievances are there. We are not 100% happy, but we are at least happy. And we will be happy. Jai Hind, Valga Tamilagam, Valga Tamil Makkal.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for an informative session. Now we request Sri Amar Govindarajan, publisher of Swarajya, to present the memento and hampers from Advaita Herbals and Girnar to Sri JVC Sri Ram.
2024, definitely NDA will come, minimum of 324.
I would like to call upon Sri Rajesh Govindarajlu to introduce the panelists to the gathering and moderate the session. Extremely sorry.
May I now request the esteemed panelists for the economic session, Sri Aarti Agarwal ji, Ashwin Sampath Kumaran, Savio Rodriguez ji, to be on the dais. Sri Rajesh Govindarajlu ji will be moderating the session. Good afternoon.
We'll move the chairs a bit so that it will look more like a discussion. Yeah. I'm the fourth person. but you guys are going to do the talking. Good afternoon. We have Savio Rodriguez from Goa. He's the founder of Goa Chronicle, a nationalist, and he volunteered on his own to also promote this lit festival and write about it in the Goa Chronicle. And I think he's been busily doing that while also watching it. And it's an online publication. Ashwin Sampath Kumaran is a 31-year-old youngster who practices law, and also for the last 10 years he's been writing for Krishna Voice, number one. And number two, his Dakshina Vrindavan Goshala is very famous. I think all of us should visit it sometime. All our eminent speakers have been going there and coming back. In fact, some of them are missing because they've all gone to Dakshina Vrindavan now. Anand Ranganathan, Vikram Sampath, and I think Shefalaji was there before she came for this program. And he has a very strong dharmic voice. And he has hundreds of cows with him in a 9-acre campus, which I'm told that he's procured recently.
334.
334. It's really difficult to look after them. It costs time, money, and effort. And Aarti Agarwal is from the north. She's an IITian and a very effective and energetic person who's pursuing dharmic subjects. Her book, Cownomics, once again I re-emphasize, is a wonderful read, and it opened my eyes enormously. At this juncture, I'd like to share two things. Many years ago, when I was the coordinator for the zero budget farming event for Sirithuli, the great natural farmer Subhash Palekar had been the main person who ran the program. 2,500 farmers from Western Tamil Nadu, that is the Kongu region, had attended the program. And there was much that all of us learned because of him. He's written a number of articles, books, and publications. And after that, many years later, it was very refreshing to read Cownomics by Aarti. She calls the cow a pharmacy. While I was doing this book, I discussed with a number of people. I wanted to find out if it was, practical. Because, you look at a book, nice language, everything, literary value is very high, no doubt. But is it something which is practical? Are cows just being looked after because it's dharmic? It is only for the Hindu religion and etc. And because Dilipa and Sudakshina, like my friend Vidya Sagar said, was the spouse of Dilipa, they looked after the cow, and then Raghuvamsa took place. I happened to have a small chat with my friend Siddhartha M.R. Kalingarayar of the Uthukuli Zameen family. He has a 75-acre farm in Uthukuli. He has 20 desi cows. I asked him, Sidhu, will it be working out? These cows give you 1.5 liters, 2 liters of milk only. He said, no, Rajesh, very sorry. You got it wrong. Milk is my byproduct. My farm is maintained without any pesticides or fertilizers, only because of these cows. And rightfully so. That is why I don't mind selling the milk at any price, A2 milk. And he was selling, while others were selling ghee at 3,000 rupees, he was selling it for 1,500 rupees. Because 28 liters of A2 milk, I'm told, gives you only 1 liter of ghee. I had the opportunity to also interact with one Harivardhanan. Thanks to one Mr. Venkatesh who looks after the Gokulam Gaushala. He had to leave urgently. He had come for this session only, A.G. Venkatesh. And when I went there, I was surprised to see the kids playing with the cow. And he makes paneer, he sells, and he's very happy. He says he considers himself to be very lucky being with these cows. And so, I'm so glad that otherwise what we knew of the cow was doing the puja on a Friday and then circumambulating the cow when it delivers a calf. And the dung is used for mopping. Then all the milk products are consumed, and they told us the Indian cow filter coffee will be tastier, the curd will be better. So we are here to have these three people who are eminent in their own way, and I'm glad that I'm moderating. We shall now seek some knowledge from Ashwin Sampath Kumaran, who's got a lot of experience.
Hear me? Hello? First of all, thank you so much. I'm not sure if I'm really eligible to share the dais with the distinguished guest and, of course, the speakers here. But anyways, I'm just here to humbly put forth, my views and points. So, just have started with a fantastic point actually. The cow have been the focus point of our, dharma for a long time. And everybody is upset. One thing is very clear. All of us are quite upset with the cow slaughter that is happening in this country. The reality is that most of us don't know the gravity of it. All right. And I would like to start off the real incident which happened 10 years back, which actually turned my life upside down. This happened in 2013. I was 23-year-old boy, just completed my graduation, and I was going to my post-graduation. So it was a Matu Pongal day. That's the day when we feed the cows. Unfortunately, that is perhaps the only few days most of the Hindus even remember cows for that matter. Well, the situation is that. So my mom gave me a whole bag of bananas, jaggery, and she asked me to feed the cows. Go find some cows and feed and come. And I said I went with my friend to a dairy farm, so a huge farm, plantation farm. And we were feeding the cows. It was a small calf, a 3 months old calf, running, hopping around beautifully, joyfully. It was so lively. So we were also playing with the calf, and after a few minutes, a person came from a particular, religion, and the owner of the farm was negotiating the sale of that bull calf to that particular person. I was shocked actually, because I knew where it was going to end up. I was shocked. I said, "You're selling small calf?" He said, "Yes." There was a huge photograph of Lord Shiva with garlands, malas, and all that, clearly indicating the completion of the morning puja of that person. So I asked him, "Sir, you are a devotee of Shiva?" He said, "Yes, of course, yes, we are devotees of Shiva." And you are selling Nandi slaughter. It doesn't make any sense to me. He said, "Sir, you don't understand the on-ground aspect of taking care of cows. Bulls don't give me anything in return." This is what he told me. And he told me that what do I do by keeping the bulls? The maintenance is expensive. The only way is for me to sell it for slaughter. I was shocked. Well, cardinal sin of mine was being quite argumentative after the completion of law degree. Can't help it. So I was quite argumentative. So I was telling him, "Sir, what are you saying? By this act, you have just reserved a first-class ticket to the hell. You can't sell such a small calf for slaughter." It was shock basically for me. That's when he told me that small calves fetch higher price than the normal, large cows basically. The reason is that there is a huge demand for veal, that is tender calf meat. Huge demand. People are ready to pay 4 times the price for the tender meat, which is just a time's meal basically. So I told him, "Sir, this is a grave sin." And he replied back and he said, "Okay, you're speaking so much of dharma, then why don't you take the calf and show me an example out of it?" I didn't expect that because my intention was only to argue. I really expected. So I paused for a moment and I clearly remember asking myself that am I ready to commit myself to the upkeep of this particular bull, which would mean 20 years of commitment. I looked at the calf and the calf was also looking at me. It was some sort of a lover's first sight. So I was very sure of what I should be saying. I said, "Yes, I'll take care of the calf." I had no idea how I'm going to take care of the calf. I've never had hands-on experience of taking care of cows, but somehow I said I'm going to take care of the cows. So me and my friend was there. We kept the calf in between us, the two-wheeler, and I drove back home and I tied the calf in the garden. And his name is Balram. He's still there with us. He is the founder of Dakshin Vrindavan. So that is how it started. Cows are extremely special and magical beings actually. So the reason is, why is there so much of demand for veal? Our answers are very clearly in the dharma. Because in Bhagavatam, the Parikshit Maharaj sees the first symptom of Kali Yuga is abuse towards cows. He says the first symptom is that when he saw he was 4 legs of cows being chopped off, that was the first thing he says, Kali Yuga has arrived. So in Kali Yuga, in order to auspicious things to diminish, Kali Yuga to progress, basically auspicious things should diminish. And we are all fighting against the current. We are all trying to, save as many cows as possible. So people ask me, there are thousands and lakhs of cows being slaughtered. You can't change the world. Just one answer for them. Of course, I can't change the world. But for the 334 cows in Dakshin Vrindavan, the world has changed. So that is how we started Dakshin Vrindavan, and I'll give to some of the speakers to start.
Interestingly, when I spoke with Ashwin Sampath Kumaran for the first time, he is also a prolific writer. He writes for Krishna Voice, and his articles are very, very good, of high literary and dharmic value. And I suppose he uses the proceeds to look after Dakshin Vrindavan.
Of course, yes.
And he is, to answer the question of Mr. Vijay Kumar, 5-star writer. And over to Aarti. The first time when I saw this book, Cownomics, I was wondering what is this cow and economics. And she has helped me to unravel and help thousands of people to unravel. She's a highly qualified person, IIT, etc. And most people who pursue this kind of education try to, get out of the country first. When somebody in one of the opposition parties stated that it was because of our work that all the top CEOs of the multinational companies are Indians. Another one quipped, they said it is only because they could not get any opportunities in India. So Aarti was somebody who could have got an opportunity elsewhere and could have led a very cush, life with a 7 Series BMW or an XUV or etc. But chose to take a calling, and she has, through this book, she wants to do a lot and has been doing a lot. The book is a good read in terms of language and prose and also the content. A truly multifaceted literary masterpiece. Over to Aarti.
Thank you, Rajesh, for such a long introduction. If I have to talk on cownomics, actually I can speak for at least 3 hours. So don't worry, I won't speak for 3 hours. But I'll try to summarize what I've tried to do through the book. Whether I've been successful or not is something the readers will judge for themselves. But my main, there are 2-3 points which kind of resonate throughout the book. First one is that, you're always confused between the two. Should we support cows and, worship cows from a religious angle? Or should we do it from a scientific angle? Or should we do it from an economic angle? So that's, many people are confused. Is it enough to just love a cow because I'm a Hindu? And then there's another lobby which doesn't care about religion, which is like, I'm not a religious person, I'm spiritual but not religious. Those kind of people. So for them, my answer is that, even if you're a scientific person, you will come to the same conclusion if you actually read the book. And then there is a third lobby, which is like, okay, all the science and all is great, religion is also fine, I'm not religious. But what about the money? We follow the money, right? Like Hami said, Khanda, everybody understands. So my main contention is that the reason why most people think that keeping a cow beyond the age of giving milk is not economically profitable is because we have not measured the costs at all. If you actually measure the cost of cows slaughtered, you will see that it far exceeds that of actually feeding the cow and keeping it alive. So, I've gone into it in a lot of detail. There's one concept which I've introduced in the book, which is parallel to what we call as carbon footprint in scientific literature. I mean, many of you might have heard of the carbon footprint. We measure it everywhere. That every building has a carbon footprint, every industry has a carbon footprint, which is in terms of the environmental damage you're doing, only in terms of the carbon dioxide, in the biosphere. But we also need to see the karmic footprint of your actions. And when it comes to the cow, Ashwinji was just talking about it. In the Mahabharata, it is stated that even if you hit a cow, forget about slaughter and all. Even if you hit a cow, you will not be in a birth where you can achieve moksha for the next 10,000 janmas. This is, I think, in the Anushasan Parv, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, there are many such references. So I searched high and low through all our Hindu literature. I could not find a single instance where anybody under any even special circumstances supports injury or insult or abuse of the cow. So, many people come with different shastras. If I talk about one shastra, they come from some other shastra. Oh, but it's written like this in the Manusmriti. Oh, but it's written like that in the Upanishads. But it's written like that in Mahabharata. This is one subject on which I've read, at least in this context, I've read all of these Upanishads, Vedas, Agamas, Manusmriti, you name it, Mahabharata. And I could not find a single reference where anybody says that it's okay to hurt a cow. So my basic, argument was that if all our rishis, all our purvajas, all the kings, all the seers are saying that to worship the cow is the gate to Lakshmi. So in the Vedas, when we are doing the stuti to the different devas, to Indra, to Agni, they are saying that these cows are our Lakshmi. So please bless us with happy and healthy cows, because cows were considered a symbol of wealth. So how is it that we have reached a place where we are saying that keeping cow is too costly for me? Cows were considered a symbol of wealth because they were the gateway to wealth itself. Now, in the book, what I've talked about is that the original Vedic civilization, the way it existed, the reason why we survived so many economic hardships, the reason why we survived so many onslaughts was because our economy was based on the cow. We were an agrarian economy, that is true, but the economy itself, the whole economy itself was run around the cow. So, from the children from a young age, they learned, imbibed values by playing with the cow, nurturing the cow. The cow dung was used as fuel. It was used for purifying spaces. If you see the Agama, no ritual can be complete without the Panchagavya, without the gobar, without the Gaumutra. Without these things, no ritual can be completed. I've again searched high and low. I could not find a single instance where no element of the cow is used. In fact, the Agama go to the extent of saying that even the dust flying from the feet of the cow is sacred. That is considered one of the snans in the Agama. There are many snans described, Agni snan, Vayu snan, all those things are described. But this is the simplest thing you can do, and that's a very easy thing for anybody to achieve, that you just live in the company of cows. Dust will always be flying from their feet, right? So, if our scriptures are saying this in such depth, no controversy anywhere in the scriptures, then how is it that we are saying that the economy cannot survive? And the reason is this, that we have not measured the cost of cow slaughter. If you measure the cost to the environment, even to the economy, the biggest polluters in the economy are the beef industry and the leather industry. They both go hand in hand. And the pollution done by the leather industry is so horrible. They release, I don't want to go too much into science because, that will get very technical, but it's there in the book for anybody who wants to read it. They release these heavy metals because they use chromium and all these, substances for treating the hides. So all those elements go into the water, and not just the water, into the water bodies, not just the river, in all the water bodies. And those are actually cancerous, not just in humans, even in animals. So even other animals which drink that water actually develop cancer. And when humans consume the meat of those animals, even then you develop tumors and you develop cancers. So, and all this is proven. None of this is my opinion. I have not taken the liberty of opinion in the matters of science in this book. I've tried to be as thorough as possible. And there are there's enough literature to show that this pollution is not being measured in India. I could find a few instances, but the scale on which the pollution is happening, on that scale, the measurement is not even happening. You just go to Kanpur, the leather industry in Kanpur. They don't even measure how much of dirty water they're releasing into the Ganga per day. It is way above the normal limits prescribed by the government, and even those limits are actually not enough to contain the chemicals. And this is one of the reasons why, if you see, a lot of these cities are having droughts now, a lot of water shortages there, because they use so much water. so much water is used for just production of beef, for just preparing and producing that leather, that our water resources are running dry because we are exploiting it. This is over extraction of natural resources. It's a technical term in economics. Over extraction of natural resources, and there is no way to stop it unless we understand that it's actually hurting us in the long run. If we think that just by selling milk we are becoming rich as a country, I'm really sorry to say that our soils are getting degraded at an alarming pace. We are getting more than double of the world limits in terms of soil degradation. Because when you use pesticides, chemical pesticides, again that is this is the statistic. 0.1% of pesticides used is actually used to kill the insects and the germs. 0.1%, not 0.1, 0.1%. So you can imagine, out of the millions and millions of tons of pesticide, only 0.1% of that is being actually used to kill the pests. The rest 99.9% is in our water, is in our food, is in our environment. We are breathing it every day. So, we are cutting down our lifelines literally if we continue this cow slaughter to continue just for some milk, just for some meat. And even as far as the meat industry is concerned, the cow slaughter is head and shoulders above any other meat industry in terms of pollution and in terms of economic costs of the land which is used for it, of the water which is used for it, even the fossil fuels used. So all these industries are so fuel intensive that it's head and shoulders above any other agricultural produce which we have. You take wheat, you take rice, and you see beef. It's 20-25 times, not plus 25, into 25. So, I mean, like I said, I can talk for 3 hours on this subject, but I don't want to go on and on. I think Savioji will be adding a lot to what I have said. So, okay, so I'll pass back the mic to Rajeshji and I'll let the others continue.
Very interesting. There was a moment when somebody told me you should, patronize an organization which is trying to sell Gomutra. A small bottle after filtration was 50 rupees. My eyes popped out. He said a liter of milk is not that price. So, there is a lot of, for people who actually try to buy this and try to make use of this, they're really aware of the value of all these products. And rightfully, like what she said, we are talking about polluting the rivers. We are talking about polluting the air. But no one talks about polluting the soil. Because we think food production is very important. And we should not hurt the people who are producing the food. Yes, they are. They should be protected. But the kind of harm that we are doing to ourselves on a topsoil is not funny. And the cow helps us to maintain it. And you should show your book, Aarti, to all of them. This is the book, The Holy Cow, the Fulcrum of our Civilization. It's here.
All sold out.
All sold out. Wow.
It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon also. So over to Samuel. We'll get his views also.
One small line before I pass to him. Excuse me, please.
Please, no,
He said 1 liter of Gomutra is much more expensive than milk. Very simple Vedic reason for it. Vedas have always said Gomaye Vasati Lakshmi. It never said Kshire Vasati Lakshmi. It says Gomaye Vasati Lakshmi. In cow dung lies Lakshmi, because that cow dung is put to soil. Then you can grow healthy crops, healthy vegetables, and in turn you get peace and prosperity. That is where Lakshmi is, not where Kshira is. Kshira is only a byproduct, bonus. The real Lakshmi is in Gomaya. So sorry, yeah.
Namaste to everyone. I'm really glad to be here. Okay, let me start with the first confession. I used to be a beef eater. I'm not a beef eater anymore. Now, the reason of that conversion has got nothing to do with my political views or the political party I support. It has to do with what I learned about the value of a cow. And that lesson actually came from this friend of mine, Mr. Kalyan Raman. And he's a gentleman who runs an organization called Green. And he and I have been in interaction for the last 2 years, and we used to have a lot of exchange of notes as far as the importance of the cow is. So he does a lot of work with cow dung and cow urine and creates a lot of products. And one of the products was what he introduced in the Wayland constituency after the results of the election came, where we patented a machine and we started to work with the villagers to try and create cow dung diyas made out of cow dung, where we provide them with the dried cow dung, we provide them with the herbal, and we buy back 100% of the entire produce that the women in my constituency make. So similar to that, we do something known as seed balls as well with cow dungs and compost, which is done by another startup called Greenways. So in my numerous interactions with him, I was looking at the economics aspect of a cow. And that is what got me attracted to it, because besides being a journalist, I'm also an entrepreneur. And for an entrepreneur, economics of any business is very important. So I started to understand what is the value of a cow. And that's when I started to go back and started to read, started to understand that there has to be something very significant if Sanatana Dharma put a value on a cow. And that value on the cow is priceless. There's no price to the value on the cow. And that is what I realized. So what does that mean? I remember when I used to come here on holidays, because I grew up in the Middle East, right? So I would see my cousins when they were asked to draw their homes. They would draw a nice house. They would draw mother, father, brother, sister, cat, dog, and cow. If I ask my children today, or we ask our children today to draw a house or a home, you have the same thing. The mother, the father, the brother, the sister, the cat, the dog, but there's no cow. Right? Who's responsible for it? We all are talking about cownomics, we are talking about the value of the cow, we're talking about the value of cow dung, and I can give you statistics, I can give you numbers to show you that cow dung itself, cow dung diya, that smaller segment, is a $3 billion industry. The total industry in the world on cow alone is 400 billion. And I did a story that went viral. But who's responsible for the cow coming out of the picture of my home? If not us. Isn't it not us? No, I can't hear you, I'm a little deaf. Not us. Right? Why did we put the cow out of the house? You could argue it's urbanization. You could argue and pontificate on many reasons. But the fault that the cow has lost its value is us. The fault that the cow gets slaughtered because they have seen value only through slaughtering is us. Isn't anybody else? If we were up protecting the cow, would the cow have been slaughtered? Would they be running slaughterhouses? No. Right? The economic value of a cow, keeping aside the spiritual value of a cow, because at most times people are talking economics, right? That economic value of a cow has been lost. And that's why cownomics as a subject in India is dead. It is only now slowly coming alive with people like these two panelists. I have only embarked on it. Why have we lost the value for the cow? Today, with no offense to my colleague, people are saying we cannot have the cow at home. I agree, because you stay in apartments, you don't stay in houses. But in a place like Goa, which is what I advocate, we do live in homes. You don't live in apartments. Here in Coimbatore, you also, some of you live in homes, not necessarily apartments. Why can't you rear a cow? You do have a dog, you do have a cat, right? Then people say, no, it will be inside a cowshala, we adopt cows, we do our bit. Well, okay, I'm not being crude, but I'm going to say it anyway. An orphanage and an aged home runs the same way also. Don't they? There are children that are looked after in an aged home, children are looked after in an orphan, and old people in an aged home. But that's still not family, no? Would you keep your parents in an aged home? So is your responsibility ended by adopting a cow in a gaushala? They're doing fantastic work all over. The economic value of a cow has been lost, and that is why most of us don't care about the cow. We may talk about the spiritual value of it, we may talk about the religious value of it, but you have forgotten the economic value. And that is why my team and people like Kalyan Raman, together we will prove to the rest of the world that there is value in something as mediocre as everybody thinks, that is cow dung, than any other product coming out of India. We will turn it into a revolution with people like you. That the cow dung has more value, so how much more does the cow have value? And that is really the mission. So my mission as a politician, one of the missions that I have is my cow, my family. And I've only started the journey, so I'm learning. I may not be scientific about a lot of things, as far as the cow or spiritual either. But I do know that today, if India has lost the value of the cow, it's because they've forgotten the economic value of the cow, the prosperity that came with a cow in your home. In fact, my good friend Sunila Muzari once told me, and she's like an elder sister to me, and she introduced me also to gaushalas in Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar's ashram. And she told me, when India was prosperous centuries ago, the ratio of human to cows were 2:1. That is what Gurudev had said. I suppose there is some truth in that. When the cow ratio in India gets 2:1, I think prosperity will come back to India. We are on that journey, and that is why we need your support to turn the value of a cow into an economic value without killing the cow. Right? Thank you.
That was really fantastic. I think this should be titled as the Confession of Beefy Eater from the past. Savio is closely associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he's a spokesperson, and he's a nationalistic Indian who says, irrespective of the kind of faith that you follow, you should know how to love your country, your motherland, and stay with the people who live there. I give a big hand for that. Well, like what he said, my cow, my family. All of us had cows. I remember while growing up, if our person who looks after the cow was not there, we'll send somebody to the neighbor's house and he will come and help us to get the milk from the cow. In Trichy Road, every other house where I stayed had cows. Then one by one, everybody sold all their cows. There was no more Goraksha, nothing. In fact, none of them built any apartments. But even before doing that, these 1 acre bungalows sold all their cows. Because there was nobody to look after. Somebody had to milk, someone had to clear the place, someone had to, give it partikote punnaku, as we say. All that was getting difficult, and the guys who looked after the cows would get into drinking and run away at the time when they had to deliver the calf. These were also practical difficulties. I understood that the earlier generations knew how to, take care of the cow, and finally we left it to the caretakers. Unless you consider the cow to be your family, you will not have to give it to the caretaker. Now I'm able to understand the crux. We would go near the cow. And to quote, Coimbatore city attained enormous self-sufficiency in milk production those days because of one MS Palliyappa Muraliar. Pal Company bus stop is there in Araspuram. He was known as Milk Supply Palaniyappan. And then I happened to read something about the cows and the increase in the number of cows. Then, in 1954 or 1957 Coimbatore Directory, it said that this year 7,500 cows have been artificially inseminated. I thought, I grew up in that generation when artificial insemination was the order of the day. We would tell the man, get some Seema Pasu insemination and you'll get more milk, Jersey or Friesian, 11 in the morning, 9 in the evening, 20 liters a day. All my friends' houses, that was what was happening. Our house had all Edavettan Indian cows only. So I was only looking after the economics of the cow. Then my granny told me, "You fool, don't do all this. That milk is not very good for health. Just leave it be." And the message went home. Then over the years, then I started seeing, the Indian cow started disappearing. Everything was, Jersey, Friesian or something else. And Subhash Palekar was the man who finally said, these Jersey or Friesians, Holstein Friesian, right?
Correct.
They are not cows, but they are cow pigs. So if somebody wants to slaughter them and eat, let them, another friend quit. But protect the Indian cow because it is very valuable. In the Mahabharata, this Agyatavasam, actually I think under the pretext of doing a cow census, I think the Trigartha Desha king or somebody invades the Matsya Desha.
That's how it was actually.
That's how it happens. And people also spoke about the Aryan civilization being nomadic and pastoral, and that the Dravidian civilization or the Indian civilization was, city-based. And even I did also believe it for some time, until I started understanding what the Perur Pattishwara temple was all about. Patti is a place where cattle are kept, and Pattishwara or Goshtishwara is Lord Shiva. And there was then, everywhere in India you find the Swayambhu Lingam or the Swayambhu deity, found where a cow goes and gives milk, including Lord Srinivasa or Perur Pattishwara, where in the sanctum you can see a cow, and the cow is a Patti. And people spoke about the dung and the nomadic and pastoral civilizations. Then, I went and spoke with an elderly person. He was my school teacher. He said, "Rajesh, India is a large country. Why do you have to define the type of people who lived in India? Some of them were forest dwellers. Some of them lived near rivers. Some of them lived on the shores. Some of them lived on the hills. Some of them were traders. Some of them were soldiers. And some of them were pastoral. All of them lived in India. Why do you have to homogenize it, and bring it out only, under one category? Are you guys not saying that, you have to be liberal, you have to be free, you have to look at diversity, you have to be inclusive? Why is your thought so exclusive and not inclusive?" I got the point. I understood that there was no such thing called Aryan or Dravidian, and that the cow was also very important. Over to Ashwin.
So, the topic about Indian cows and the attack on them, I would say that most of the reason for the diminishing population of Indian cows is quite deliberate. Now, I'll tell you about a very stupid law that we have it in the state of Kerala. You cannot own a bull in Kerala. You know that? There is a law called as Livestock Protection Act of 1961 passed by the Kerala legislature, where you cannot own an indigenous bull without having a license. And even if you have a license, you are not supposed to use it for breeding. I'll tell you how it happened basically. So our fantastic ministers went to Switzerland and they saw that the Swiss brown cows were giving 40 to 50 liters of milk a day. And they came to Kerala. We have a small Vechu type cows. Actually, Shafarji was there to see that. They're just exactly. They're only the height of a you can have it in your drawing room actually. It's that small. They give hardly 1 to 2 liters of milk. Their cows are giving 1 liter and their cows are giving 40 liters. So do one thing, bring the Swiss brown bulls here and we'll inseminate all the mature cows with the Swiss brown semen. The temperature of Switzerland is -4 degrees. It is 45 degrees in Kerala actually. And they did that. They went on a castration spree and they castrated almost all the mature bulls. And right now, mature bulls are endangered species. There are hardly 200 of them left actually, because they forcefully castrated all of them. And they brought in the Swiss brown cows and they started inseminating the Indian cows with Swiss brown cows. And over the generation, what has happened is that finally we became a state where you have to depend upon the outsources for milk because they stopped giving milk. And I'll tell you, we have fantastic cows in Dakshin Vrindavan. We have a cow who is 29 years old. The average lifespan of a cow is only 20 years. 29 years she is. We don't breed cows in Dakshin Vrindavan, we don't milk because our concept is retirement home. Basically, our concept is for those people who live in apartments and those complexes where they cannot have cows, they can have cows with us. It's a retirement home. It's a, what you call up as Gau Sadan in Sanskrit. We used to have this concept in ancient times. The kings used to have Gau Sadans where any farmer, if he is unable to take care of the cow, can simply leave the cow in the king's place and the king will take care of it. So that's what we are doing here. So I will say that the attack on the cows is very deliberate. I would like to draw an incident which happened in 2016 on October 17th. So it so happened that we were there in a particular, we didn't have our own land. We recently purchased our own land basically. So the one was, we had 40 cows back in those times. So we were having in our own land and I was there early morning because early morning is the best time to be with cows. That is something. Having association with cow protection, right? You grow a lot in spiritually also. You will start more and more dependent upon the Lord and His mercy. So I tell you what, right now, to give you an example, we have 334 cows and bulls in Dakshin Vrindavan. Average monthly expenses will come to about 10 lakh rupees a month, 10 to 11 lakh rupees a month. That's just the recurring expenses, not the infrastructure and capital one. Which means on a year, that is 1 crore 20 lakhs. Had I had the slightest idea that 10 years later I would incur 1 crore 20 lakh expenses for a year for taking care of the cows, I would have never started Dakshin Vrindavan. This is not something which actually I can do, I would have left it. So the mercy of the Lord is that He carefully hit that factor, cost factor, keep doing the Goseva. And one day you become purified, you'll be able to take care of more and more cows. So in 2016, October 16th, I was there in the bush at 6 a.m. and we were surrounded by around 60 communist people. Many of them were having weapons, what you call as kattai in Tamil, huge sticks. I was the only one there with the workers. And it was reported in the press as well. They said this, quit Goseva right now. If you want to open a dairy farm where you sell milk and all that, please go on, we'll support you. If you want to open a slaughterhouse, we'll support you 100%. But Goseva, that is, service to the cows without expecting anything in return, that we will not allow. These are the people whom we call as agents of Kali. Because in order for Kali Yuga to progress, auspicious things should diminish. It is duty of all dharmics here to run against the current of Kali, because we have to double work, because we are swimming against the current. We have to work against the nature's law for Kali Yuga. And then we need to protect cows actually. That is what is needed. And the same day we need to remove 40 cows to that place, some other place. We have shifted 8 places in over 10 years basically. It's not easy thing to move cows. Cows don't make changes. But finally, we are trying to build our own space. We are yet to construct sheds for all. We are trying to raise funds and all that. But the point is that the duty of adharmics is to oppose many things, which is actually the fulcrum of our dharma. Cow will be killed, cow will be attacked, cow protection will be attacked. The reason being, this is dharma. And the duty of adharmics is to attack anything that is actually facilitating the growth of dharma, which I would call these people as agents of Kali.
And also treating the cow as the mother of the universe and mother of civilization. There are so many issues connected with equality. Can you enter the sanctum? Can you not? Can a woman go inside? Can this community be there? Can that community be there? Let me tell you something. One thing that I understood after visiting all these traditional gaushalas is that all of us are equal in front of the cow. Everyone touches the cow, looks after it, prays to her, does the work, and considers it to be something really auspicious. So even for the communists, the cow is a great equalizer in that sense. For the ones who are trying to practice social justice,
They should understand that in this point, this perspective also. And of course, we have to support people like Aarti, Ashwin, Sampath, Kumaran, and Savio in their pursuits. We're grateful to them for opening their eyes, opening our eyes. They opened their eyes long before. And there is also a practice, if you can say, that in the Shastras, when we make some dhanams, I think for Pitu Karma perhaps, you have to donate a bull also.
Yes, bull also.
A bull has to be donated. So I was asking the priest, why are you asking me to do this? Is not Godhanam very important? What is this bull dhanam? What bull is this all about? And then he said, see, you just cannot have only cows. You should have bulls also. Only then, there will be procreation and there will be growth. So this giving a bull and taking care of a bull is also very, very auspicious, is what I learned. And not just simply looking after the she cow or the cow. So it's been really enlightening. And if anybody wants to say something, please.
I'll give you an example of how people who are not very economically well-to-do put a value to a cow. So during our campaigning in Goa during the elections, I was wearing a nice pair of my kids, which I normally do, and I happened to stamp on Goa. So my first reaction was shit. What is this shit? So there was this very poor lady who was around, and she was selling some sort of vegetable. She turns to me and said, "Papa, this is not shit. This is Goa." And it was profound. It was very profound, and that could only come from Goa, because Goa was the land of cows. The word Goa itself, Coimbatore, comes because it's the land of cows. And that's why a lady from Goa could actually distinguish between what we would as cow shit to be Goa of value. This is not shit, yes, and that's nice. You go ahead.
Very profound point which you made. So there's just one thing I wanted to add, building on what Ashwin ji and Rajesh ji said. Actually, the Upanishads very clearly give Go Seva as the path to moksha. So when Shvetaketu goes to his guru and asks him to give him the Brahma Gyan, that give me the ultimate knowledge. I've done all the spiritual efforts, tapasya, whatever you should have done for getting that knowledge. Now I am eligible, so now give me the Brahma Vidya. So the guru says that go and take these cows. There was a handful of cows there. Take them, live with them, come back only when 10 have become 1,000, something like that. I've forgotten the number. The number is given. And he lives with the cows for so long that he forgets that he is human. He thinks he's also a cow. And his senses become so alive, his perceptions become so fresh that he is able to actually understand the language of all other animals. He's able to understand the subtle messages of nature. So when you spend time with cows, when you nurture cows, it changes your whole system itself. It changes not just your thoughts, the way you think, the way you perceive life itself changes. And then when Shvetaketu eventually suddenly remembers one day he's dreaming and the bull comes and tells him that okay, now because now he can talk to animals. So the bull tells Shvetaketu, now we are done. The job is done. Now you can go back and take the Brahma Vidya. And it's written very clearly that the guru sees that he has that glow in him, that he's ready, and he immediately gives him the knowledge and he says Tattvamasi, and eventually Shvetaketu is able to absorb it and see the whole experientially, Tattvamasi. So when we say that take care of cows, it's always not always from the point of view of duty. There is something in it for you as well. There's something in it, like we have so much of problems of mental health, of so much of physical health. And when I say the cow is a pharmacy on legs, I'm really not kidding. I mean that in every possible way, because there are institutes. There is one particular institute in Indore, I think it's in Indore, yeah, It's based only on cowpathy, where they combine the Ayurvedic knowledge of the Gomaya and the Gobar and Panchagavya, all these products from the cow, along with other Ayurvedic. Treated fourth stage cancer patients, and these are patients who had no hope. That's why they went for cowpathy, because they could not afford the very expensive chemotherapy and all that. So they sort of thought that, okay, this is the last recourse. Now let's try this, and they actually, so many of them healed. There's a paper published on it. But the problem is that even Indian scientific community does not see this as science yet. There was recently, I think last year was it, or 2020, there was a movement to start funding research on Gobar and Gomaya in India. And a number of doctors and scientists wrote a letter to the government that no, this is not science, this is pseudoscience, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we have papers, so we have people who should be dead, they are living. What more science do you want? So, it's, I think, also the responsibility of the intellectual community to come forward and take it forward as a science also. And while I'm on the subject, like, I really love to meet people who are running goshalas or doing anything in this field. So I'm just taking this opportunity to send the word out. If you are doing anything of that sort, please meet me, because I'm doing a lot of research in this from the economics standpoint. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
This medical business, of course, I'm not very sure if I can rightly remember. It may be Vaishnavi Guru Shankar's article in which he states that if you go and play with the cow and deal with it, it goes and eats the kind of herbs that you medically require, correct? Yes. And then the milk that it gives you helps you to be rid of the illness that you're going through. She's here. She had written this for the Verandah Club. And yes, sir.
How can we reverse this trend? Because you have been talking about your experience and economics, but the current situation is, I come from a village nearby, about 70-80 kilometers, Coimbatore district. We used to have about 250 homes. All homes had cows or cattle and other things. Now probably 10% or less than that. It is disappearing fast. Okay, forget about killing what we have, but we don't have. Nothing is being created or allowed to grow. Now, how is that going to change? Because there are no grazing lands. It's all mostly pesticide grass wherever it is available. How is this going to change our where? And one quick thought again. Most of the farms nowadays, at least in this area, I don't know about the north and other states, these are all big farms, very fed or water fed through the canal, all that. And it's all crop serum, right? For example, we have about 15-20 acres of land in the village, but we grow once in a week or once in 2 weeks. Okay, it's all our traditional land, traditional land. But we don't go there or live there 24/7. So getting labor for that 24/7 is impossible, next to impossible. Okay, even if they have the RC workers there, take 2 days off in a week. So virtually it's impossible to run this. So how do you think practically this is going to help in this kind of areas? I'm not sure about the north and other states of it works. Is there any glimmer of light?
Create a club kind of an organization like the weekends and clubs. Correct. See, one thing Rajesh was saying was to create some sort of a club or something like that in the villages. But I'll take this in two ways basically. One point is taking care of cows for the people who live in urban places or where the housing complexes do not allow for them to keep cows basically. For them, the only option is to adopt cows, all right, in the gaushalas, retirement homes basically. Like, for example, Shefalji, she has a fantastic cow named Subhadra. Subhadra's, I should share her story for 1 minute basically. Subhadra was transported from Coimbatore to Kerala. It pains me to even say that basically. You know how they transport it? When they transport the cows need to be packed, jam-packed. Otherwise, they will sleep. They will sit down. Suppose they sit down, it will occupy more space. So the butchers want to, push in as many cows as possible in the truck to save the space of and to transportation expenses as such. To keep the cow standing, they insert chilies and tobacco into the eyes of the cow. I have the videos, I have the photographs.
Just break the legs, man.
And they break the legs also. Because they don't mind if it goes blind basically. Ultimately they want to go and kill her. Subhadra's one of her eyes is blind because of this. And we have many cows whose eyes are blind because they inserted chilies in tobacco. It is not the chilies that causes basically, it is the pesticide in the chilies and the tobacco that causes the thing. Not just in the eyes but also in the private parts. And the cows have to stand all the way. When they come to our place, we use a syringe, normal medical syringe, push it in water and we try to clean it basically. And clean as much as we can. Well, going apart, coming to this topic, so the only option for city dwellers and where people don't, I mean, they don't allow, the housing companies don't allow cow to keep, the only way is to adopt cows and goshalas. But for village people, so I'll tell you the one major problem what it is. People started going towards, the non-native breeds. I'm not saying native breeds of the country. I'm talking about native breeds of the region. Every 100 kilometers in India, we have a cow breed. Every 100 kilometers. Gir cow, which is in Gujarat basically, in Tamil Nadu is as bad as cis cow in Tamil Nadu. It's the same. The way they react might be different, but it is the same basically. Local cows, for example, most of the cows, as I've seen in parts of Kerala, Mangalore, coastal Karnataka, they're all dwarf cows basically. They're dwarf cows. Native cows of that region, it's very easy to maintain them. It takes about a month for them to be trained to go out and come back to your house. But I've seen many people, city dwellers, where both the husband and wife are working, they keep one cow. One is possible. But then, few points. Point number one, that cow need to be of that native region, not the country, not the state. That native region, because she has that intelligence of how to manage things there. It is very less expensive to maintain her. I'll tell you one thing, when you start maintaining cows, you will soon find something, you are not maintaining her, she will maintain you. That is how it is. That is how the chemistry of cow protection does actually. One way is actually to form association where, say, suppose there is a village, it's a hypothetical example. Suppose there is a village and none of them have huge lands, but they can keep one cow, there's space to keep one cow. And if they collectively, if the village people can hire one person who can take all these cows out actually for grazing and come back, or if there is no space for grazing, the paddy straws could be fed. Alright, they could this is a collective effort actually. Yeah. Those days, that is how it was. In my home, I remember my grandmother saying every day morning, because we all grew up in a traditional agraharam basically, not a really what we call a passage. So long, building. It's a lengthy building basically. So the morning the person comes, it's a boiler who comes and he makes a sound. The moment the cows, the cows, from the backyard of the cows, it will walk between the house and the cows will go out. He will go take all the cows for grazing near the ponds, near the thing. Native breeds are easy to maintain. If they are allowed to graze about 1 to 2 hours a day, they're happy with it. But then if you're going forward for the coastal Frisian cows, the Videshi cows or the non-native cows, it is going to be very expensive and people will be forced to give it up. So the key is to serve one cow with zero expectation. And then slowly you will feel something of what I call as cow fever. Once you get that fever, there is no turning back. I'm an example of that basically. Cow fever. Alright, you get attached to it, attached to seva, service. The problem is, like Ravana went after Sita, Shurpanaha went after Rama. The people went after wrong things basically. Ravana went after Sita, Mahalakshmi, wealth. Shurpanaha went after Narayana, that is Rama basically. Narayana is seva. The moment you started serving Narayana and Lakshmi together, Narayana is always service basically. Narayana and Lakshmi together, they will take care of everything. To this day, I will say that as a middle class person, I can never imagine of running an operation to Dakshin Vrindavan. Impossible it is. It is they who maintain it. We are all simply their servants as such. That's about it. If you have the ichcha to serve, desire to serve, desire to serve, then that wish will be fulfilled by the Lord seeing your dedication and hard work. That's about it. So if we start with an attempt, of course it is possible. Needs some organization, needs some collective working, but it is very much possible.
Okay, one question to you: This Kerala, nobody protested on this changing of, bringing in Swiss cows. Whatever, even if it's semen or even if, because it's an environmental issue, they cannot do that simply like that.
Exactly, it was too late, sir. By the time they realized it, hardly about 50 Vechur cows were left. And there's a fantastic lady by name Shoshama. She found out that there was a village called as Vechur in Kottayam. Birth service was not reaching there. So the people who went on for castration spree, they could not reach that particular island. So bulls of that particular region was, saved, and she brought in and she started serving, and she did a fantastic job of restoring ritual cows. Recently, now they started filing petitions, high court, and all that. But technical point of view, then all of them were pretty greedy for getting more milk.
So they have now filed cases
It is it's sub judice matter right now.
Very good.
Sub judice matter.
So, thanks to Savio.
Is there some economic projections?
No, all that is, if you should get that book, then that will help.
Business case for us to become virtuous.
Yeah, so so I think the solution, I would say, will change based on where you are and on what scale. So solution for 10 cows will not work for 100 or for 1,000. But we do have successful models where even 1,000 cows goshalas are running successfully. So the economic projection which you're asking at a macro level or a micro level?
Each module.
Sorry?
Each module.
I'm
saying each of the modules.
That I'm working on.
Okay.
So for the macro level, it's already there in the book. You're asking at the micro level, so that I'm working on.
One small thing, one sentence basically. We asked about model of it. I'll tell you the basic chemistry of cow protection. We just have to see that the cow is very happy. If you see that the cow is very happy, I'm telling you seriously, if you see that the cow is very happy, in terms of first point, excellent quality of food, no compromise on that. Second quality is emotional attachment towards cows. I will not even allow my workers to raise voice against the cows. Forget about beating them. Even if they raise voice, they are dismissed. I'm famous for dismissing people in my organization. So if you take care of their well-being, basically, now that chemistry works. She will maintain. She will bring everything what she wants.
Then I think I have an answer.
Yeah.
I'm not a dog hater. If you convince some people that cow is like a dog, then you could have a huge business.
Quite possible.
So the money we spent on this.
I have a question for you. What do your workers feel? Have they experienced positive changes in their lives?
Fantastic question. Of course, yes. Now there is one worker actually. The worker's son, basically, I'll tell you what. The worker's son, he was actually deaf and mute. He could not speak basically. So we started telling him, start with something, start picking, because he was not going to job, he was about 30-year-old, he was not doing anything. So start doing something, picking up rope or something like that, cleaning cow dung or something. And he started doing that, and over a period of time, we observed that his coordination has quite improved a lot. That is one thing. And second of all, most of the staff are female staffs basically, who take care of the cows, pick up the cow dung, cleaning them and all that. And most of them have told me is that on the personal level, they feel something what they call as deep internal satisfaction. And they were able to save more money for themselves to take care of the family and everything. And that is which we can see in various practical aspect. One thing is their happiness, and second thing is the day they come, every day they come, the first thing they do is that they touch the cow and they keep it in their head and they say, "She's the one who's giving me food." They feel so happy about it actually. What they told me, most of them told me was there's a deep internal satisfaction, which actually comes with cow protection. And on a personal level, they all have improved their life standards a lot over the years. So that is one thing which we have observed. No, we don't milk. We don't breed cows. We don't milk cows. The Ashwin concept is to act as a house in a retirement home. So I'll tell you why we don't breed. Many people ask me, why don't you breed? Why don't we have milk? I'll tell you what. See, when there are cows waiting in the slaughterhouses to be slaughtered, it doesn't make sense for me to increase mouths to feed inside the goshala. My priority is to rescue more and more cows from slaughter and protect them and give them a decent retirement.
So thank you very much, Savio, Aarti, and Ashwin. And from now on, let us adopt the slogan, "My family, my cow." Thank you.
Now I request Mr. and Mrs. Pradeep and Group Captain N. Venkatesh to present the memento and hampers from Advaita Harbors and Verandah to the panelists.
you.
Thank you.
One second.
They are sad. Before the session. Let's break for tea, and there's a very nice session ahead. KK Mohammed sir in conversation with Shefali Vaidya. We'll quickly have tea and join. There are some nice Kakpura berries, very authentic and nice for the throat.
question here. So pardon me for it. Sir needs no introduction really. He is a very eminent archaeologist. He retired as the regional director of the North Zone of ASI. And in a long and illustrious career, he has made many path-breaking discoveries. Like he discovered Akbar's Ibadat Khana, he has restored monuments in Chhattisgarh, he has discovered stupa in Bihar, he has restored and preserved a whole complex of temples in Bundelkhand in Madhya Pradesh, known as the Bateshwar group of temples. His list of achievements is really long, and if you just search KK Mohammed on Google, you'll find reams and pages of material about him. I would like to first let Sir do a PPT and talk about archaeology and preservation, and after that, I'll host a small conversation. Sure.
Thank you, Shafali madam.
चले?
Yes, उससे कर लेंगे.
Hello. Yeah.
Thank you, Shafali madam, and my dear friends. Ellavarkum vanakkam. Actually, my topic is on Indian heritage and the conservation of Indian heritage. Indian heritage, the ambiguity of Indian heritage goes back to a time when history was fresh and time stood still. Here in India, we have got monuments that are so still and yet eerily alive that sometimes defy our belief and imagination. Go to the great Brihadishwara temple. Go to the great Brihadishwara temple or the great Mahabalipuram or Aihole, Pattalakal, Badami. We have a lot of temples. Ajanta, Ellora, and then we have Taj Mahal, Fatehpur Sikri, and all these things, You don't have this kind of monuments in many other countries. All over the world, there are 1,200 World Heritage Monuments. Out of that, 40 monuments are in India. Such a rich heritage. But what are we doing with this one? Are we marketing the heritage? No, we are not. Are we conserving the monument the way it should have been? No, we are not. So I'm not going to take you to all the places, but I'm just going to take you to Bateshwar. Bateshwar is in Chambal Valley. So in Chambal Valley, there at one place known as Bateshwar, Bateshwar means Badaishwar, there are more than 200 temples at one place. More than 200 temples. But people could not go there because it was infested with some of the dreaded dacoits of the area. So that was the most challenging. So wherever I go, what I do is, I go after the most challenging work of that area. So I asked some of my friends. So they told me that Bateshwar is the biggest problem, but the problem is there it is infested with dacoits. So you just cannot go there. Then you have to find out a way. Suppose if you are not able to go there, you have to find out a way. So I went in search of some of the police officers because the police officers had their own direct connection. I was not like Nakiran. Because Nakiran had, of course, he had his own ways. But I was not like that. So I went in search of a police officer. And he happened to be from Trichur. It was he who had shot the Pan Singh Tomar. Now on Pan Singh Tomar, there is a film also. So I went to him, he gave me certain clues. And then there are certain surrendered dacoits also. They also spoke to the other people and they gave me ultimately the permission. And then we went to the site. With all the trepidations, we went to the site. And we saw the site. And how did we see the site? Next, please. Next. So when you say Bateshwar, this one, Chambal Valley is not a forest area. That way it is not a forest area. Here you have got a maze of this one, ravines and ravines and ravines. And it has got its own pathways also.
So even if you depute a police group, a post of police people, they would not be able to go there. Instead, they would be trapped there inside this one, and they would be shot dead also. Next, please. So just see Mansingh, he was one of the most terrible persons there. Just see his record credited with 1,112 robberies, 185 murders. And out of them, 32 were police people. That was the record. So this is the kind of people we have to deal with. Next, please. This is Mohar Singh. Mohar Singh, passed away 2 years back. And before that, he wrote a letter also to the Honorable Prime Minister that Bateshwar work is now stopped. Kindly revive it and kindly resume it. And he sent a copy to me also. But 2 years back, he passed away during the COVID. Next, please. This is Malkan Singh. Malkan Singh is very fortunately, he is alive. I'm again going to meet him. After this one, on 4th of November, I'm going to meet him again. Now he is settled. Next, please. This is Pan Singh Tomar. He was an Olympian. He was from the military service also. But then he turned out to be a dacoit. So it was, this man was being shot dead by Vijay Raman. Vijay Raman is from Trichur area. He is a warrior by community. Next, please. So this is Vijay Raman. Next, please. This is file picture. It is I'm talking about 1981. Next, please. So 3 years back when I went to this place, that is, they are now settled in Pune. Next, please. Sometimes there will be so many groups also among these people. So then there will be, it is terrible. The fight among the groups, it is terrible. Next, please. So after getting their permission, when I went to the site, I saw the site like this one. There were no two stones together. Are you able to see it from here? Acha. Can we remove this one?
Yes,
sir. Yeah. So next, please. So here again, you can see huge trees are here. There are no temples here, but you have a clue that there is a temple because here where I have written this A, there is only one step is there, which means there might have been a temple there. Then where I have written B, here again there might have been a temple, but now there is a tree. So you have two ways. Either you can transplant it, but transplanting such a huge tree is not that way possible. So you can cut down it. Then you have got C. That means again you have a temple here, but now there is no temple. So this is if you are an archaeologist, you have to put a tongue in each and every stone, and the stones will speak to you. You have to speak to the temple also, the stones also. Next, please. So then when we remove the trees and everything, this is how the site looked. Now this is a fantastic site for a journalist. And this is a fantastic site for a photographer because he has to take the photograph, the other man has to write a very beautiful article or a book also. But for me, it's not like that one. For an archaeologist, as I said, you have to put a tongue in each and every stone, and then you have to ask the question, each stone, where were you when the temple was standing? That was the biggest question. So we started doing it, and you have to reconstruct the temple as it was 1,200 years back. So at that time, we had got few temple treaties were there. One was Manasara. You have to do it according to Manasara, but this period it was not Manasara. Then you have got Mayamada, then you have got Samarana Sutradhara. So it would be according to those treaties also. Next, please. Just see another frame. It's an ocean of stones. So out of this one, you have to select them and then you have to piece them together. So most of these temples, they were temples, but there were a good number of Vishnu temples also. So Shiva would be always having that Jata Makuda, and then he would be having Charmavastra also, Jadi, Charmi, Shikandi, Sarvanga, Sarvapavana, Harischa Harinachascha, Sarva Bhuta Haraprabhu.
Sarvabhuta Haraprabhu means it is ultimately he who destroys everything. Shashwadam Shivam Achyudam. So if there is anything everlasting, that is only Lord Shiva. So now we are going to start the work, the piecing together work. But where to start? So whenever we go to a site like this one, we will be starting our work from the entrance gate, what we call in Tamil Nadu, Gopura Dwara. So we have to start our work from that place. Next, please. So an English traveler came. He's one of the widest traveled English traveler. He says, Kevin Strait, this is the biggest jigsaw puzzle he has ever seen. That was his comment. Because it is an ocean of pillars, pilasters, everything, amalakas, just lying down like anything. Next, please. इतना टूटा हूं मैं छूने से बिखर जाएंगे. I'm so fragile that I may fall down any moment. इतना टूटा हूं मैं छूने से बिखर जाएंगे. Next, please. Next, please. So we started from here. So we came to the conclusion that this is the entrance gate. How? Because we saw this, the base part of a pillar. In the Ramayana excavation also, at Ayodhya also, it was a kind of pillar base like this one, which gave us the first clue there were so many temples here. So we got this pillar base. So if the pillar base is there, where is the pillar? Pillar is here. Where is the stone just on top of that one? That is here. And where is the topmost pillar? That is here. So now you have to join them together, that's all right. But can you have an entrance gate with only one pillar? No, it's not possible. So we looked all around, we could not get it. So normally a person, if he is not getting any reply, then he looked towards God. Ishwar batayega, please tell me Ishwar, and what to do. But an archaeologist, he's not going to ask this question to Ishwar. He is going to ask the question to Dharti Ma, that is Mother Earth. Mother Earth, where have you concealed the other part? So with our archaeological instinct, I just took an excavation here, and there I got one more pillar base like this one. Next, please. Just see, you have got one more pillar base here. But that is not enough for me. I had to have the pillar also. Next, please. We got the other pillar also here. And now we are going to piece them together. We are going to put araldite and we are going to put a steel, insert the steel and this one rod also inside. So we did exactly that one. Just see what is going to happen. And here also we got a number of this one, pavement stones. Next, please. Yes, standing. And the surgical marks are here and the surgical marks are here also. Where is the second pillar? Next, please. That is here. And now the pillar, this one, the coils, they had given us 4 months. Within 4 months, we have to complete this work. So we are hurrying up because we have to show them, otherwise, we just cannot survive. They will kill us. So we have to survive. So what we have done is all this temple 1, 2, 3, 4. So that was documented. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And then it was brought down. Strong foundation was given, and then all the 4 temples were re-erected as it was. And you are just going to see a miraculous change here. Next, please. Just look at it. So our dacoits friends, they came. So whenever they move, there will be one advance party would be there. They came, they saw, we conquered them. And then unka कहना था, comment was, his comment was, सरदार ये तो चमत्कार का काम हो गया है, ये तो चमत्कार का काम हुआ है. They have created wonders here. That was his immediate reaction. And then Narbhai Singh Gujjar, he was the biggest dacoit of that area. He was shot down in 2005. He came, he tried to smile, but he could not smile because he had given here about more than 120 people. He could not smile, he could only grin. So then he said, ये तो चमत्कार का काम है. So that was a kind of, this one, certificate for us. And now we can go forward. Next, please. So you saw it like this one, and now it is like this. Next, please. And then we saw the other temple. It was, the front portion had completely fallen down. So whether it is a Shiva temple or Vishnu temple, that was the most important problem for us, or it is a Ganapati. So, there was no, this one, in the Garbhagriha, there was nothing. So then we were, under, some kind of this one, what to say. Then I looked at this. Can you see a small gap here? It is elongated. It is not square. Had it been square, there would have been a Vishnu temple. It is elongated, which means it is Nandistan. It is elongated. I just recited the mantra, Vahanam Vrishabho Yasya, Vasuki Kandabhushanam, Vamo Shaktitaram Deva, Vakaraya Namo Nama. Just recited the mantra, took a pradakshina of the temple, and looked towards the lower side, and there was a small, beautiful, cute Nandi waiting for me as if he was waiting for me for the last 1,200 years. We ceremonially, we lifted him, placed him here, and he was perfectly sitting there. Next, please. Now, it has been conserved, but you might be asking, where is Nandi? Let us wait for him. Next, please. Just look at him. Small, beautiful, cute Nandi. And he is looking at Shiva and Parvati sitting in Kailash, and he is listening to the Om which is coming from there. What is Om? Om Tat Brahma, Om Tat Vayu, Om Tat Atma, Om Tat Satyam, Om Tat Sarvam. So he is listening to that Om. That is why if you go to Kanchipuram temple or our Brahadishwara temple, ladies who are going to the temple, first of all, they will be taking a circumambulation pradakshina of this Nandi first, then only they will go to Shiva. Because that Om which is coming from there, that is going into Gomukh, that is his mouth, and then it is coming out through his ears. So that you have to absorb first, and then only you can go to Shiva. Next, please. You can see what was the condition earlier and now what is the condition. Next, please. These three temples. Next, please. We started the work. Next, please. Just look at this, we have completed. Next, please. Next, please. We saw it like this one. The work is going on at this place. It looks like the setting of an English horror story. The earlier like Dracula and other things. Next, please. And we have done it like this one. It is a gem of a rare workmanship. A gem of a rare workmanship.
Workers are there, sir?
Yes, workers are there. All the girls have become now workers. Yeah. There was a transformation in their change also. In their behavior also now.
So workers are the local place only?
Local place. You cannot bring anybody from outside. Correct. They cannot survive there.
So
Yeah.
they have done like this.
Yes. Next, please. So you saw it like this one, and now it's like this. Next, please. So I just walked over this one. An archaeologist, he would be always in conversation with Mother Earth. Always. And he has got a third eye like Shiva. And he would be looking through that third eyes, and his mind would be this one going through the whole area, and he would be scanning by himself and what you are going to see inside. So I said that I am going to get 3-4 temples below my shoe when I walked over this area, and when I excavated, I got 4 temples from here. Next, please. Just look at it. All the 4 temples. It was here earlier, and there we excavated and we got it. Next, please. And initially we were not having water, and then I studied the whole thing. So here, we started digging. Here we got the small pond, which provided us copious amount of water. And from here we got 3 temples also. Next, please. Work going on. Next, please. Next, please. And here we are going to get water now. And that was another stage of the transformation of these dacoits. Earlier, one group had come to us and we offered them jobs and other things. And now they would not be going for dacoity. And then second group came. And then the third group is now ready to come by seeing this miracle which we are going to create. We are just to create the miracle here. Next, please. Just see, we have copious amount of water. And there come and when we got copious amount of water, they said, Man changa hai to katoti mein Ganga. If your mind is pure, Gangaji would come to you, that would be on your own doorstep. That was their comment. Next, please. Next, please. And this is a huge tree. It had completely eaten away temple. And his roots have gone through the ribs of the temple. And now, as per Agamas, if you want to save the temple, you can cut down, of course. Otherwise, you cannot. But here, we wanted to save the temple, okay, so we can cut down the temple. But even for that, there are, as per our Agamas, there are conditions. First of all, you have to take the permission of the tree. Namaste, Vriksho, Chamantu. I seek your pardon. First of all, I adore you, I respect you. Namaste, Vriksho, Chamandu. I seek you to please forgive me for what I am going to do. Not only from the tree, you have to take the permission from the birds who are roasting over this one. And you have to tell them kindly migrate from this tree to some other habitable tree. Not to any tree, to some other habitable tree. Anyartha vasam parikalpayantu. Kindly migrate from this tree to some other habitable tree. And also, जो कीटे पतंगे हैं, there will be certain insects also. So you have to seek their permission also. We sought their permission and then we cut down the tree and the entire temple came down. And then we started re-erecting it. Next, please. So there were many trees like this one, many temples like this one. This is another one. Next, please. It came down. Next, please. We started erecting. It has come up to this level now. Next, please. It has come up to this level. Now we are going to have the third one. Next, please. Just look at it. Fresh, clean. You won't feel that it is 1,200 years old. Very beautiful temples. Next, please. Just compare what was the condition earlier and now what is the condition. Next, please. And this was completely in fragments. Nobody had the courage to lift anything from here. Next, please. We started working. Next, please. It has come up to this height. Next, please. Just look at it again. I will tell you. Yes, I'll tell you. Next, please. Next. Next. Now, what you are going to see a miracle. This one, the steps are there, but no temple. Steps are there, but no temples. But we came to the conclusion there were 6 temples here, and just behind that one there were 8 temples, and in front of it there were 8 temples, which means, you have 6 temples. So totally you have got 20 temples. So out of this thing, we are going to create 20 temples right in front of you. Next, please. It became like this one. We are going to use these pillar bases, these temple stone bases. Next, please. So initially we will be making 6 temples. Next, please. Work is going on and work is going on the other one also. Next, please. Now 2 temples have been completed. Next, please. So you saw it like this one. Out of that, we have created 2, but I had promised you 6. Now at my command, 4 more temples are going to stand before you. Out of its own, because it would be breaking open its own tomb and then coming out into life. Next, please. The 3rd temple has come. The 4th one, please. Just look at it. The 4th one is also there. They are all breaking out their own tombs and coming out into life. Next, please. 5th one has also come out. The 6th one, please. Just look at it. And now let us see the back side of it. Next, please. नहीं, इसके पहले एक होगा. Yes, from the backside you can see this one. Look at its elevation, symmetry, balance, proportion, and everything. Beautifully six temples. And each stone, I mean, divine in conception and sublime in execution. So beautiful. Each stone that has gone into a creation of it is beautifully conceived, cut and polished like a sparkling diamond, and then that stone has been crafted into second one, second into third one, third into fourth one, and thus the whole thing has been brought into a very brilliant culmination to make it a wonderful, I mean, composition. Beautiful composition now it is. Next, please. Again, Kevin Strange comes. This must go as one of the most sensitive archaeological projects in history. Next, please. So this is how you have seen it, and this is this one. Next, please. And just behind it, I have told you 8 temples coming up one by one. Next, please. And now this portion also you have to do. Next, please. That is also completed. And this was one of the topmost dacoit of that area. Now all of them are now, I mean, joining with us, but not the topmost man. He was still eluding because the police was after him. Next, please. Just look at it. The corridor of the temple. Beautiful temples it has become now. And you can see, if you have a little bit of imagination, you can see Lord Shiva in his cosmic dance, casting his magical spell over the universe. But you have to have that kind of imagination then only. And now even if it is so beautiful that the actual Shiva himself would be, I mean, interested in coming and staying for 2, 3 days here. It is the second Kailash for him. Next, please. And now if you are excavating this portion, you will be getting many more temples. Next, please. Next, please. And these 3 temples. Next, please. You have got all the 3 temples. Next, please. Next. Next. I mean this one, terraces, temple terraces. Next, please. Next, please. And here you have got 8 temples out of these stones. Next, please. Just look at it. Next, please. How it was and how it is now. Next, please. Again, 13 temples out of this mess. Next, please. Next, please. Now there is a traffic jam of temples. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Then, I mean, the topmost man, his name was Narbhay Singh Gujjar. He wanted to meet me. I was just trying to avoid because he's the topmost man and one doesn't know how he is going to behave. So he understood my psychology. So one day I was moving from one temple to another temple. When I reached this temple, this is in a forest area. Next, please. So I saw it like this one. When I excavated it like this. Next, please. Here he was sitting and he was smoking. So I didn't know who he was. So I just asked him, "Aapko sharam nahi aate hai mandir mein bidi pee rahe? Are you not ashamed that you are smoking in a temple area?" He looked at me very contemptuously. He did not say anything. But I was always keeping the surrounding dacoits also along with me, so that if something goes wrong, they would be there to protect me. They came ahead and caught hold of my hand and said, "Sir, unse kuch mat kahiye." So when they said that I should not speak anything to him, then I got the message, and I had seen his interview also in Untitled Channel. And now you just cannot escape from here. All this area they have been surrounded by his people also. Then there was no other way, so I just sat at his feet, and I told him, "Sir, all these Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, jitne bhi hai, wo sab jo na, I mean, all of them are now protected and preserved here. It's only because of you. Otherwise, they would have been either in Paris or in England or in some other place." उनको वो बहुत अच्छा लगा. मैं डर की वजह से कहा, it was only because out of fear, I told you, and he liked it very much. So then I said, because it's a kind of very this one tense moment, I just wanted to escape. Then I told him, "Sir, God has sent you with some purpose. So he became curious. Otherwise, God could have sent anybody else. But it is with some purpose that God has sent you. So he became curious. He asked me, what is that one? So I said, all these temples, not only here, but in Rajasthan also. It is in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan also, also in Uttarakhand. All these temples have been built by a very powerful dynasty of those period, 1200 years back. And the dynasty's name was Gujjar Pratihara dynasty. And your name is Nirvay Singh Gujjar, which means that you belong to that illustrious dynasty. That is why God has sent you. Out of fear, no diplomacy, out of fear only, no diplomacy. And he was blown over his feet. Blown over his feet. Then I recited some mantras because they are all Devi Pujagas. They do, all pujas for Devi. So I just recited some mantras. Mahishasura Nitna, Shavidatri, Varate Nama, Rupam Devi, Jayam Devi, Yashodehi. So then he gave us full permission for taking up the work so that we can bring people from outside. That is, outside means Chanderi. Chanderi is an area where from we are having a lot of people. Next, please. Now people came, they started working. Next, please. So, all these are new portions of the temple. Next, please. And now we have to have the ceiling also and also the pillars also. Next, please. Yes, the pillars, new pillars, and now we have to put the ceiling stones. Next, please. They are also put. Yeah. Next thing. And huge, this one. Next, please. It just became a huge temple, but he knew that his end is drawing because his younger brother was shot dead, another brother was shot dead, and he and one more brother was now left out. So the police was, the police of three states, one was Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. They had made a task force. They were after him. So he told me that he would be shot dead any day. So I said that even if he is shot dead, we will be completing this temple. Next, please. So now see, these are all broken pieces. Often broken pieces are discarded, but we join them together. Now almost all the gods and goddesses are happy with KK Muhammad, but may not be with Muhammad Ghazni and Muhammad Gauri. Next, please. Now Lord Shiva is ready to marry also. Next, please. Here is Kalyana Sundara Murti, which we often see in all our temples. In Tamil Nadu, we find a lot of Kalyana Sundara Murti. If marriage takes place, of course, we have to have sons also. Egatandam Chadurbahu or Ashtabahu Gajavatram Mahodaram Siddhi Buddhi Samayuktam Moshika Rutam Evaja. And he just wanted to show it to his wife also, Shakti Ganapati. Next, please. This is Yashodhara's India, Rajasthan Chief Minister's, this one, younger sister. She was very fond of her, very fascinated by archaeology also, and she often used to call me also. And one day she told me, Mohammed, you have been doing a lot of work, but you did not take me. Then I took her. Sometimes, she will be taking a very hard decision also. It's a very powerful lady. Next, please. Similarly, Jyotiraditya Scindiaji also, at that time he was in Congress party. He also used to support us like anything. And we could speak anything to him and he would immediately respond it also. Next, please. So you had seen the temple groups like this one. Next, please. And now, as I said, 80 temples we have been able to reconstruct. Next, please. Next, please. Now I have put a beautiful, this one also, lawn also all around it. You can see how we had seen the temple groups and now it is like this. A number of researchers are coming, not only from India, but also from outside the countries. Next, please. Next, please. So you had seen it like this one, once more. Next, please. And now it is like this. 80 temples we have seen, 120 temples are still left out. I have been telling, requesting, pleading with the present government since the last 8 years to reconstruct at least one temple during their period. All these temples have been built during the Congress period, but not even a single temple during the BJP's period. That is the most tragic part of it. Even though I was also very close to RSS and BJP also, but they did not do it. Very painful fact. Next, please. So this is our Narvesh Singh Gujjar. Next, please. And one day that happened. It was very difficult. I mean, it was a very sad day for us, but of course, I mean, he should have been shot dead. Next, please. And this is only his younger brother was left, only one younger brother was left out. And they used to take for, I mean, if they are catching, kidnapping as LP school teacher, they used to take from 15 to 25 lakhs. That was the kidnapping charges. And if it is a bigger officer, it would be 1 crore, 2 crores of rupees. Next, please. And once he was shot dead, then the rampant mining started. Rampant mining started, my temple started coming down. I wrote to all the people, and I knew that there was one minister who was involved in this one. His name is Lakshmikant Sharma, and he has been in another case, Vyabham case, he was behind the bars also. Next, please. So there was no stoppage of the whole thing. Then ultimately I did something which a government servant should not have done. At that time, Sudarshanji was the RSS chief. I wrote to him that, I mean, earlier Muhammad Ghazni and Muhammad Ghori had destroyed our temples. Now BJP is being ruled, I'm sorry, Madhya Pradesh is being ruled by the BJP government, and during the period the same thing is happening. It was of course a hard-hitting letter, but he took, the greatness of the man is that he took immediate action. Within 24 hours, he might have pulled up the chief minister, police was rushed to the area. But this group was also equally powerful, equally armed also. There was an exchange of fire between them, and they fired at the collector and SP also. Next, please. And Ambika Soni wrote to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the CM. Next, please. Chief Minister. Next, please. And then, next, please. Just before, so Shivraj Singh Ji said that yes, earlier this was going on, but now we have taken action. But you take action now against this man who wrote a letter to RSS chief. That was chief minister, this one. So I was expecting my own suspension and also dismissal. And for me now there is nothing is left out except to recite Mahamrityunjay mantra. There was no other way. Trayambakam yajamahe. So, but I knew that some of the press people, they went there. All the entire press was with me, and the entire channels were with me. Next, please. I mean, this is IBN 7. Next, please. Then the press, the entire press from almost all the parties. Yes, next, please, including. And now number of people are doing research there. Next, please. This is from Delhi University. Next, please. Next, please. This is when the Holland's hockey team, they had won the 2012 Olympics. Next, please. This is the same team who had come. The next, please. Decoys preserve marina temples. Next, please. Restored glory from our own, this one, Verandah. Next, please. Malve mein mandro ka khajana. Next, please. Temple saves CM tells Soni. Ambika Soni said CM ne kaha, but Muhammad may face heat. Next, please. ASI turns to RSS, gets help. Wanted illegal mining to be stopped. Next, please. Illegal miners fire at collector and SP. If they are firing at a collector and SP, what is a pure archaeological officer? And that too, my height is only 5.2. Next, please. Next. सुदर्शन जी के पहल पर शासन जागा, खजाने बंद, बटेश्वर की मंदिर बचाए. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. मोहम्मद ने क्यों लिखा सुदर्शन को खत? सीएम ने उठाया एसआई अभिषेक पर सवाल. माय वे ऑफ वर्किंग दैट वाज क्वेश्चन बाय द सीएम. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. मैं तो बच गया, लेकिन बाय दिस यंग आईपीएस ऑफिसर, ही वाज ओनली 31 years old. And he was, I mean, he was crushed under the tire of an illegally mined, this one, with tractor. In a very, Bedam Banduk Behauf Mafia. There is a mafia group, operating all these things. Next, please. I got SARC International Award for this one. Next, please. Gulzar Sahib ne diya tha. Next, please. And it is from the Reach Award from Coimbatore itself. Next, please. Later on, CM recognized his mistake, then he declared an award for me. But by that time, I was transferred to Delhi. So French president was coming to Qutub Minar, so I had to receive him. I deputed my wife. Next, please. This is Mohar Singh, who wrote a letter to Honorable Prime Minister. Next, please. This is that letter. He sent a copy to me also. He passed away in 2020. Next, please. And then I received a letter, a phone call from because nothing was going on. After BJP took over. So I was very much worried. Then one day I received a phone call. All of you can recognize this lady. This is our Sudha Narayan Murthy of Infosys. He called me and told me, Mohammed, I have been reading a lot about you and your work. Can we go to the site? Then we went to the site. We were there for 4 days with her other family members except the husband. Next, please. And this temple also. And she was highly impressed by the work. And then she asked me, what do you need from my side? I said that only one Vishnu temple is left out. And if you can, this one, help that one, financially help that one, we will be thankful to you. She immediately gave the money. But even after that giving money, it is since the last 8 months, nothing was happening. Then again, I had to do a lot of work, Now, slowly the work has started. Otherwise, what is, the BJP government could have done. I went to Sarsan Chalakji also. And I said, इससे भी अच्छा कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट था. लेकिन फिर भी did not know. फिर कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि लिख के दीजिए, and I gave it in writing also. Next, please. ये तो मैं आपको सिर्फ ये slum, when I was posted in Delhi, I used to run a number of slum schools also. It was in various monument, Delhi, Qutub Minar में, लाल किले में, कई जगह पे था. Next, please. थोड़ा सा, we can all, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु. Next, please. थोड़ा सा खेलने के लिए, we were having about 500 students like this one. It was also opposed by a group of people at that time. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Then they gave me an award, Citizen Journalist Award. Next, please. That was given by a very tall person. And that was, next, please. And now another person who was taller than him, he wanted to see the whole the school, how we are running the school. And he wanted to see India also. Next, please. And that was this man. Next, please. And he was the happiest man when he saw the children. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Next. He was the happiest man when he met these children. And there was one boy known as Vishal who said, welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Obama. He marked that boy at that time. Then it was in 2010. In 2015, he again came to India. By that time, I had retired from the ASI. And then the Indian embassy contacted me. They wanted to meet Vishal. I had forgotten Vishal, but the American president did not forget. And then, next, please. And then a special program was organized in Siri Photo Auditorium. Next, please. And then when I went to Delhi for one of the lectures, I brought him as exemplary voice. So we gave him some financial help in Mata Sundari College. Next, please. He had such a past, so he did not forget. So this is how we can create a lot of things. And I will show you 2 more minutes. One more thing which I initiated in Delhi. Next, please. In Delhi, if you go, if a foreigner comes from outside the country, from Europe and other places, they will go to Qutub Minar, Humayun's tomb, Lal Killa and all this place, all Mughal monument. Go to Agra, you have got again the same Mughal, Taj Mahal, Fort Fatehpur Sikri. And again, go to this one, Jaipur, you may call it Rajput, but it is essentially Mughal monuments. So it is only Mughal. So I just wanted to correct it. So I wanted to start a masterpieces of Indian art in Delhi, and I started it also without any particular this one scheme or payment system. Next, please. Of course, this is some of the masterpieces. This is from Goa. Next, please. This is from, as you all know, Krishna lifting this one, Govardhan from Mahabalipuram. Next, please. This is Varaha incarnation. Next, please. This is Buddha, of course, it is from Lahore Museum. Next, please. This is Buddha from preaching Buddha from Sarnath. And Ravana shaking Kailash from Ellora. Next, please. And this is one of the most beautiful ladies in Indian, this one. Perhaps very few people might have seen it. And this is known as Gyaraspur Riyachi, one of the much more than beautiful than this one. Many other European counterparts. Next, please. And this is Trivikrama panel, again from Mahabalipuram. Next, please. This is Mahishasura Nirnasham, Gatri, Varade Nama. I mean, all life size. Next, please. Again from modern period from, next, please. The first Shivalinga. Next, please. This is Ugra Narasimha Murthy from Hampi. Next, please. Jain statue, Gomadeshwar. Next, please. This is a typical Shiva. Just look at it. I mean, Shiva's turban. This is made out of the serpents, Vasuki. And his nose, that is a descending Chipkali, this one, lizard. And his eyes, this is the bulging eyes of frog. And then his mustache, these are the two fishes. Here is this. And then his private part, it is a moving tortoise, elephant legs. And here you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm not simply Shiva. I'm not simply Rudra Shiva, but I am Pashupati Shiva. That is what I mean. You don't have another sculpture like this one. So similarly, 35, this one sculptures I made, but now I thought at that time it was this one Congress government. So one secretary commented, this is a BJP idea. So I told him, sir, it is for me, it is neither BJP nor Congress, it is an Indian idea. But after the BJP came to power, it is now completely closed also. Just look at the irony of fate. So this is now what is happening. But I mean, as a government official, if you wanted to create improve the system, you can do a lot. But you have to get the political support. Here, everything it is said, the RSS and BJP speak about the glorious civilization, but when they come to power, they don't support all these things. So on this note, let me stop it, madam, and now you can. I mean, if you have any questions and other things from these people, I mean, you can listen. Thank you all. Thank you everyone for giving me a very patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for such an amazing presentation. I have been to Verandah less than a month ago, and I can say that in real life, the complex is far, far more impressive, and the kind of work that's being done, it really blows your mind. It's far more impressive than you can see in any picture, and it's really phenomenal, the kind of work sir has done. So I had a lot of questions, but we are running a little short of time, so I'll cut short a little bit. My first question to you, sir, is how come a boy from Koduvalli, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did a boy from a small town called Koduvalli near Calicut develop such an interest in Indian history?
That is, I had few teachers. I mean, when in the 5th and 6th standard, so they had influenced me a lot, and especially about the Indian heritage, Indian civilizations, and other things. So at that time, we did not know that these are, I mean, because there was one Hindu teacher, his name was Gangadharan ji. He used to teach us about Fatehpur Sikri, Taj Mahal, and Agra Fort. And there was a Muslim teacher, his name is Abu Bakr Master. He used to teach us about Mahabharata, Ramayana, and other things. You just cannot think of that kind of teachers now. So that was one, particular turning point in my life. And the second was, there was a small village library in which there were three important books. One was Nehruji's Discovery of India. At that time, of course, it was in English. I did not follow English at that time, but there was Malayalam translations of it. So I went through that one. That influenced me a lot. And then the glimpses of world history also. Not the whole book, you just cannot be very bulky books, but few pages. And then there was one book about this one, Nalanda University also. So the three important books had influenced me a lot. And then I decided that if I pass out this high school examination, I will seek my admission somewhere where history was enacted, that is Delhi, Agra, or somewhere. So I went to Aligarh Muslim University. But Aligarh Muslim University teachers did not influence me that way, not positively, but in a different way, negatively. And that turned out my future also, and that took me to Archaeological Survey of India.
That's interesting. I've read your autobiography. In that, you have publicly credited Irfan Habib
Yes.
for your illustrious career. Because if not for him, you would probably be teaching history somewhere.
Yes.
Could you tell a little bit?
No, that was because I was not his Communist Party follower. So in communism, the problem is that if you are not a follower of their party, then they would be staunchly against you. If you are a Muslim, they would make you a Muslim fundamentalist. If you are a Hindu, they would make you a Hindu fundamentalist. So that your entire career is barred. I was the only one who had the courage to fight against those people. At that time, BJP was in his support. And even at that time also, I used to fight against him, and I continued my fight even after that also. And even in the Ayodhya issue also, he is a man who does not know anything about archaeology. But he would always come in, because he had the political support also, and he also had the support of certain press group also. So because of that, he used to manipulate things, and I was one person who strongly stood against him and showed him his place.
Your first major discovery was actually in the Agra circle,
Fatehpur Sikri, yes.
Where you discovered Akbar's Ibadat Khana and also the church where the Jesuit missionaries used to pray. That process, I've read about it in your book, but I would like the people here to understand, how did you think about, how did you get the clue where it would be, and how did you think about it?
It was not fully my discovery, but there were some other scholars also who had said that there was a mound in Fatehpur Sikri. Earlier, people used to locate, point out various standing monuments. But one particular scholar said, no, it is not among the standing monuments. This has now turned into a mound. But he had no proof in support of that one. But what I did is, I went through the Akbarnama paintings. So in one Akbarnama painting, there was a discussion which was going on in Ibadat Khana among the Muslim scholars and also Christian scholars who had come from Italy and Spain. So that painting gave me the clue that this could be the place. And then on the basis of that painting, I excavated the site for 2 years. And it was exactly like the painting, the whole place started unfolding before me. So that way I could prove that this was the real Ibadat Khana. And similarly, about the Christian chapel also, there was a description given by Father Montserrat. On the basis of that, I could find out each and everything. So that was a very important discovery, because of which I could get into Archaeological Survey of India.
Wonderful. You've used, as we've seen in Bateshwar, you've used some very innovative methods, like you spoke and you co-opted the dacoits of Bateshwar in your renovation efforts. But you are one of the few archaeologists, I think, who has used very innovative methods in your work. Like you organized a car seva to get work done in Bihar.
Bihar.
So could you tell us a little
Bihar, it is Gunda's Raj, Bihar. Otherwise, you just cannot work. It's very difficult to work there. So there was the capital of Ashoka, the capital of Chandragupta Maurya. It is known as Kumrahar. But these rowdies of the place, they would not allow you even to have a boundary wall for the second capital of India. So how to manage things? So what I did is I took all the intellectuals and all the press people also, and some of the officials also for the car seva. So when the officials and the press and the channels came, all of them ran away, and then we completed the whole construction of the boundary wall of the second capital of India, that is Kumaran. That way we could, because we have to get the support of the students also, and support of the general public also. And plus, I mean, in front of it is there was the press community also. So I always use the press community to the advantage of the monuments.
So you've used the local citizens to do car
Yeah,
seva.
yeah,
You
yeah,
co-opted dacoits in Madhya Pradesh. You've also dealt with the Naxals in Chhattisgarh.
That was in Chhattisgarh, yeah.
When
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you restored bus road, right?
Yeah.
So how did that work?
No, in Bastar area, again, the problem is now they are extreme Marxist group of people, and they are low unto themselves. But when there is a temple known as Sampath temple. So when we started working there, I mean, they just came and surrounded us. Normally, the government officials do not go into all those areas because they look for the safer places. But we just thought we'll take a challenge. We went to that area, so we were surrounded by these people, and then I had a discussion with them. Then I told them that, I mean, you just look at these people, very poor people. If we are stopping the work, and if you say that we have to stop the work, we'll stop the work and we'll go to some other areas. So do you just look at it whether we are paying them the rightful amount or not? That was one thing. And the second thing is that whether we are employing any kind of malpractices in the conservation of the thing. So they have got engineers also with them.
Okay.
So they said, no, we have checked up both these things. Then I asked him, why do you want to hold it for ransom? So they said, no, they just wanted to have some contribution from us.
Okay.
So I said that if you want to have few, I mean, if it is an amount is all right, I can manage it. Otherwise, it is very difficult. So it was in 2003. They took only 10,000 rupees from us at that time in 2003, and then said, what we'll do is that whenever this Andhra Naxals come, then we'll inform you. You'll have to stop the work for a week. When they move out, then we'll again inform you, and you can continue the work. So that was our arrangement. It's all because of if you have a interest in the common people, because I used to have a lot of interest in the common people. If something happens to them, then I used to give them full protection in this one, and then used to arrange free food also for these laborers. So that way you can touch their heart, and that is the best way of dealing with all these kinds of people, and that we used to do it very well.
So, which brings me to the next question actually. India has a large number of ancient monuments, both
Yes.
architectural as well as structural. But we don't see the people's participation so much in the restoration of
Yes,
preservation.
yes.
Even though it's our heritage, it's not
Yes,
just the
yes,
government's
yes,
job.
yeah.
So, what can be done to encourage the people, the general public, to take more interest in our heritage and to help in restoration in any way we can?
See, we can have this one, a scheme known as Adopt a Heritage. Students from the various universities come, they can, contribute for conservation of the monuments also. Physically, they can do the work also. So if you are helping a monument, like Nalanda University, that means if if the students are coming and helping Nalanda University, if they are adopting a heritage of Nalanda, that means they are being a shareholder with Lord Buddha and with Ashoka and also with Chandragupta Maurya, Harsha, and various other people. So you have to instill this particular fact that you are not going to do the work in an ordinary area. You are going to do the work in an area where Lord Buddha had walked down. You are going to do the work in an area where Huang Sang had traveled 16,000 kilometers to reach India to study in Nalanda. So once, this feeling comes up, the magnitude of the whole mound multiplies several times before you, and you are completely transported to your past, which was your own past. So whether we are able to create that kind of impression in the mind of our students or not, that is the biggest question. We are not. The government of India should come forward. They can do all these things. And this is where I said they would be able to, once you tell them the story, they would be able to put a tongue in each and every stone. And the stones will from that, from an ordinary stone, it would be turning it into a speaking tone, a stone.
As Vijay says, poetry
Yes,
is
yes.
stone.
Yes, poetry in stone, yes, yes.
What role can technology play? Like, for example, 3D printing,
Yes.
3D visualization,
Yes.
in making heritage more accessible, more alive, and more a part of our daily lives?
Yes. You can use many methods. Now, this ground penetrating radar system is say. So that you can very well use it. That is what we have done at Ayodhya. Even before the excavation of Ayodhya, this ground penetrating the radar system was used, and it was opposed by the Marxists because they were afraid of it. So that system can be used, and in every monument you have to have an interpretation center where a film should be shown for 10 minutes, speaking about the history of the whole thing and the special features of the whole thing. So, compulsorily, then there should be, after this one, compulsorily, there should be one guide along with them. So that should be part of the whole system itself. And then he would be able to take them and he would be able to give him a different perspective about the monument, which we are not doing.
Very, very true. And I see that particularly when you travel outside India and you see the monuments there and you see that there's this little tiny thing, but
Yes,
they
yes,
have
yes.
created a whole story
Story
around
around
it. And we have so much, but we have.
We have not.
You just referred to the Ayodhya thing. So
Yeah.
this is my next question
Yes,
to
yes,
you.
yes, yes.
As far back as 1990, you had written a letter to
Yeah.
the Indian Express
Yes, yes,
where
yes.
you had said that
Yeah.
when you were a part of the excavation team with
Yeah.
Bilal in Ayodhya,
Yeah.
you had found pillars. So
Yeah.
that's why that there existed a temple. And you had also said that because Ayodhya is as holy for the Hindus
Yes.
as Mecca is for the Muslims,
Yeah.
Muslim community should voluntarily hand over the disputed
Yes.
site to the
Yes.
Hindus,
Yes.
which would have been a good thing.
Yes.
And Dr. Meenakshi Jain in her book has said that
Yes.
there were Muslim organizations which were ready to do that.
Yes.
But it was a Marxist who
Historians,
basically
yes.
told them
Yes,
that
yes.
don't do it.
Yes.
This is your case and you
Yes,
will,
Welcome.
let's do that. So how much of our history and our archaeology has got vitiated by these people who have had a free run for all these years?
See, the Indian ICHR, Indian Historical Council, it was under them for a long time. So they have manipulated, they have managed, they have misused, they have vitiated the entire atmosphere. Otherwise, I had spoken to many of the Muslim community people and many of some of the organization known as SIMI, now it is a banned organization, Students Islamic Movement. So they were all ready to hand over so that the problem could be with this one solved. But it was this Marxist historian, especially Dr. Irfan Habib, R.S. Sharma, and then Romila Thapar, D.N. Jha, it was this group of people who again vitiated the whole atmosphere and told the Muslim community that if you are, this one, handing over one structure, there will be a claim for more than 5,000 monuments. So they actually misled the Muslim community, and none of them are archaeologists. Neither Irfan Habib is an archaeologist, nor this one, R.S. Sharma, nor Romila Thapar, none of them. And they had never visited the site also. We were there for 2 months. And Irfan Habib went to the extent of saying that I was never part of the excavations at Ayodhya.
Yes.
Jaram Ramesh's wife, Jeshi, she was my classmate. And she was there in the Ayodhya excavation team. So many of us were there, but these people can go to any extent. But the government of India's problem is that government of India did not take any action against Irfan Habib also, and there was one more Nadeem Bizwi who had given a statement that I was not there in the excavation team. That is the biggest problem what we are facing. This government of India would say, "Oh no, it was this one BJP government," but they did not take any action.
That is really, really tragic. So to go forward, again, you've always been on the side of the truth, not any political side, this or that.
Yeah.
So what is your personal opinion about the Kashi and Mathura temples?
Personally, because I know it from very close quarters. There are two things. One is that the Religious Worship Act of 1991, according to which you cannot make any claim for any other temples, because you have to follow the rule of 15th of August 1947. On that particular date, if it was a temple, it should be a temple under Muslim. But at the same time, I have always pleaded for these three this one. One is Ayodhya, and the second one is this one, Kashi, that is Yanvapi, and the third is Mathura. All these things, Muslims should come forward, and they should willingly hand it over. And that would have created a kind of different atmosphere in the whole country. But they missed the earlier opportunity of Ayodhya, and I think most probably they would be missing these two opportunities also, and that would be terrible for the country.
So, which brings me to the last question actually. As Naipaul said, India is a wounded civilization, and we have a history which is, there are too many festering wounds, there are too many truths which are there, which have not been answered.
Yeah.
So, what is the way forward for us to exist as a nation? What is the way forward in terms of the historical wrongs?
See, one is that Muslims should do some introspection. They have destroyed a number of temples. Since I have seen it from very close quarters, they have destroyed a number of temples, and they should be ready to admit the fact. Yes, we have destroyed the temples, but that was done in medieval period, and the present day Muslims are not responsible for that. That is one thing. I was for 7 years in Goa, and I was living within the church complex itself, and very close to all the fathers. They have done more violence than Muslim community. I mean, especially the Palace of Inquisition and all the whole thing. It was terrible. Islam had never developed that kind of Palace of Inquisition. But today they justify the wrong which was done by their own forefathers. Because I was very close to, so I know their mentality. They don't justify. But you ask a Muslim man today, he will try to justify it. Number one is that, that a tool has been provided by the communist historian, that it was because of an economic reason, it was, the temples were destroyed. That is one thing. And the second, this one justification is, because the en masse, the whole Hindu community, they accepted Islam, it was because of that one. So I asked them, you go through any of this literature, there you can see Persian literature and Arabic literature. Many temples were destroyed. There is a book known as Mahasira Alangiri, that is of what Aurangzeb had done. It is at each place 40 temples, 70 temples, 80 temples, it is the way he had destroyed it. How the Muslims are trying to justify it. So I always tell them, you do not justify your own misdeeds. Accept it. That itself is enough for a Hindu community. Hindu community is a very well, one of the most tolerant communities in the world. You worship Shiva, you don't worship Vishnu, or you don't worship at all, you don't go to temples at all. You are a Hindu, and you won't get a religion like this one. But the Muslims are, because of one thing, support of this one Marxist historian, Muslims are not ready for the introspection. So what I call is, Muslims should make an introspection also, and also at the same time, they should be able, they should be ready for some kind of reconciliation in some of the major, these 2-3 places. That is what is this one. And the second thing is the syllabus. In my English book, recent English book, in which I have criticized RSS also and BJP also, but I have called for the introspection of the Muslim community also, and also, this one, the Muslim community, in their teachings in madrasa syllabus, they have to make, this one, a syllabus change, because Muslim things, and it is the fault line of all the this one Abrahamic, that is Semitic religion. Only they are right, all others are wrong. Only they will go to Jannat, all others will go to this one hell. So this kind of attitude Muslims should be able to mend also, and also at the same time there should be some kind of different syllabus should be introduced. That should be made compulsory. Then only, that is the only solution for the country.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much. This was one of the most satisfying conversations I've had, and it's a fulfillment of a personal dream. Yes, I'll take questions, but we are running late, and there's a very, very interesting section with Vijay Kumar and T.N. Ramesh.
Yes, we are going to have very important session.
So I will just take 2 questions, one from this side, one from this side. Afterwards, you can have a one-on-one interaction with sir. Yes, please.
Sorry to ask you this question, sir. There is a perception that it is the Pasmada Muslims who are the majority in this country, 85%.
Yes.
And the Ashrafs are the 15%.
Yes, yes.
It is this 15% of the Ashraf Muslims who are actually influencing or probably even brainwashing this Pasmada Muslims,
Yeah.
who on their own are as nationalistic or as tolerant as what.
Yes. Bilkul,
So
bilkul.
is it the same stance regarding the Mathura and the Kashi temple also? That's my question.
No, that is there, but at the same time, the final solution would be, because in Kashi, it is mainly the Pashmanda Muslim community, because, you have a Ansari group. Ansari group, they are the most of the weavers are from that community. So they are these people, sufferers, but at the same time, they are being ruled by a Ashrafi, that is, as you said, Ashrafi, the Khans and other people, Khan, Siddiqui, Faruqi, and those people. So there also, because now, unless and until you change this Islamic syllabus, which was applicable only for countries where the Muslims were in majority, that should be changed, because here, you have a system where you have got the majority coming 80%, 80 to 82% is Hindu community, and you are only 18 to 20%. So here there should have been a different syllabus. Certain Muslims, they understand it, but they are afraid of, coming out their opinion very vocally. Even I had, because when I suffered a lot because of this, the issue, the stand I had taken. But at that time, RSS was not ready to support me. RSS did not make any kind of help and cooperation. I just requested some of them, at least you shift me, because I come from an area of PFI, where PFI is, some of the PFI people are very strong, and some of my seniors also in the school also. But RSS did not do. I had to make my own arrangement. I had to shift myself to Patna for some time, and then just after after the judgment of this Babri Masjid, because I was the main target and I come from that area. Then I had to shift for sometimes to Goa, then to Bhopal. These people, RSS people, did not do anything. So I don't attend any of their RSS and BJP meetings now. I have totally boycotted them, and now they know that I would not go. So I don't have any faith in them. In my book also, that is a recent book, that is in English, I have severely criticized them, not on this issue, because that is my personal issue, on other issues. This temples and many things could have been done by them, but they don't. And I don't.
Sorry, I'm running short of.
Yeah.
Is the recent outreach by the Prime Minister to the Pasmada Muslims, do you think it could?
That is creating a change. That is creating a change, and especially in such belts where Mathura is there. There you have got a lot lower class Muslims are there, and you have it in Azamgarh area. It is there. So in Bihar you have a sizable section of these people. So they are all. It is now a perception is changing among the Pashmina Muslim community also.
Thank you very much, sir.
One question from this side, please ask a short question.
What is the mystery behind Taj Mahal, the undertaking part?
Yeah. So that is the other extreme group of Hindu groups. It's like, because I know Taj Mahal like anything, because I was there for 2 years. I was in charge of Taj Mahal, and I have gone to every part of it. Similarly, Qutub Minar also. Qutub Minar has got two portions. One is that Kuwatul Islam Masjid, where 27 temples have been destroyed, and this one, that is one of the Kuwatul Islam Masjid. But Qutub Minar is fully in Islamic concept, and this Taj Mahal also, there was no this one Shiva temple and other thing, because I have gone to every part of this thing. And also there are firmans of this one, which was issued by Shah Jahan about Taj Mahal, and there was no arch system earlier in India. Before the coming of the Muslim, Taj Mahal's dome is known as double dome. And double dome. That double dome was not here in India, even during the Sultanate period. Sultanate period means 1192 up to 1526. Even during the Sultanate period also, this one double domes were not there. It was introduced during the time of Babur first, Humayun first, and then it came into Taj Mahal also. So that is the other extreme group of Hindus. I don't go. There is a chapter about Qutub Minar also, and this one also. In my book, it is there. It is known as An Indian I Am. It's only costing 300 rupees, and it has been translated into 6 languages. And we donate the entire money for this kind of, for charity. We don't keep up a single paisa with us.
No, you can have a one-on-one interaction with them because the next session is
Yeah.
there. Thank you so much,
Welcome,
sir, for
welcome.
this interaction, and thank you audience.
May I now call upon Mr. and Mrs. Shyam Sundar to present the memento to Sri David.
Rajesh? Rajesh?
Second time. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, madam.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Next session, Monday, Pontries and Power. This session is dedicated in memory of Rao Sahib Viswasamy.
Very good, very big. All our doubts got cleared. Thank you.
Please R. Sundar, advisor of the Verandah,
Yes.
to introduce the speakers. It's a matter of joy to let you all know that Sri R. Sundar happens to be the great grandson of late Sri Rao Sahib Viswasamy.
சார் வாங்க மைக் உங்களுக்கு யாருக்காவது அவங்க பேசுறவங்க யூ கேன் யூஸ் தி உங்களுக்கு மைக்கே இருக்கு சார் திஸ் மே பி யூஸ்ஃபுல் ஃபார் ஒன் ஆஃப் யூ
அண்ணா நீங்க முதல்ல பேசுங்க.
நீங்க மாட்டிக்கோங்க
முதல்ல நீங்க பேசுங்க.
இது ரெண்டு வைக்கிறது இன்னொரு மைக் இந்த பாருங்க விஜயகுமார் ரெண்டு இருக்கு ஒன் ஃபார் யூ அண்ட் ஒன் ஃபார்
Good evening. I wouldn't take much time, but I would like to, as my great grandfather allegedly used to say, Raman Patupan, Rama will look after, and he had this very great one. And I just want to narrate this very small anecdote. I think it's the hand of God. I have gone to meet Ramesh, was told by my friend to go and meet him. Question was, okay, the government can hand over temples, to whom will they hand over and so on. And Sri Ramesh ji had made a beautiful presentation that caught my attention. I went to meet Sri Ramesh at his house. And he said, oh, if you had come yesterday, you wouldn't have met me. I said, okay, well, he said, I have gone to Tanjavur. So I said, Tanjavur, that's my place, but where are you from Tanjavur? And he had come up Srinagar and so on, and then found out that Sri Ramesh is friend of my father's very close friend, Sri T.N. Ramachandran. My father also is Ramachandran. And we know him as Kannad in those days in Verandah. And it was a great moment for me. And later in the day, during the conversation, he said, this is another thing, that August 18th is my father's birthday. So, two things happened on that day. Why should I meet Sri Ramachandran, son of my father's very close friend, on his father's birthday? So, this is what I call the grace of Rama. Sri Vijay Kumar, I don't think I need to introduce him. He has done tremendous work which does not get the kind of publicity that many of the activities of our Hindu groups should get. So, he has been working behind the scenes with the government, with the law enforcement, helping them, prodding them to get our murtis back. I will not take time, it's not right, and so over to the eminent people of the stage. Thank you.
திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். பிறந்து மொழி பயின்ற பெண்ணெல்லாம் காதல் சிறந்து நின் சேவடியே சேர்ந்தேன். நிறந்திகழும் மைஞான கண்டத்து வானோர் பெருமானே எஞ்ஞான்று தீர்ப்பது இடர். This is a song by Sri Karaikal Ammayar, where she says, from the time I started Pratal, I've been loyal to you, I've been devoted to you. When are you going to do away with my troubles, tribulations, and obstacles? Now, for 8 years, we have been waiting for better time. I've been very positive that we are going to win the temple cases. I'm still positive. I see a marked shift thanks to the awareness. But today, my heart sunk a new low after hearing Sri Mohammadji's presentation and how something has not moved in the last 8 years. It's very disheartening. So we have to apply Karaikal Amma's prayer to Lord Shiva. Once again, when are you going to remove our troubles? Let's hope it will happen soon. I have something to say for 10 minutes, but we have Vijay Kumar here. And Vijay is no ordinary person. If KK Mohammadji has restored the ruins, the full form of our icons, our statuaries, our artifacts, they were uplifted from India and placed in different museums. Here is a man who identifies not only what the or who the Murti is, but from which temple it has been uplifted. And that's what is legally necessary to bring them back. A very great job. Some of us speak, but a few act, and Vijay is one of them. You know, I get the sense of pride now and then associated with temple tasks, when I have the blessings of, not pride, but I feel elated. Like Puja Swami Dayana Saraswati very blessed me with the temple task and all that. Similarly, whenever Vijay calls me Anna, I feel elated. I have a younger brother who is doing wonders. Tamil Tammakkal Arivudamai Manilathu Mannavikkellam Idithu, says Valluvar. If someone is doing something better than you should feel happy about it. Vijay is no ordinary person. What he is doing is no ordinary thing. I do not want to take much more time. Over to you, Vijay.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இங்கே கூடியிருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Greetings everyone. இவரை தாழ்த்திக்கிட்டு என்ன பெருசாக்கியிருக்காங்க. ரமேஷ் பண்ற காரியமெல்லாம் சும்மா இல்லை. Mohammed sir, I've seen this preview 2 weeks ago, but every time I see his, and the organizers from some reason always put me next to him after his. So it's a tough act to follow. So anyway, நான் பேசுறத விட I thought I show you some stuff. Usually my wife or son will sit in the front row. Basically they tell me control the inner Hulk. But for this talk, he said, "நீ உங்கால் முழுதான போற, let loose your Hulk." So if any one of you feel offended, if any of you feel insulted, I'm not going to apologize. This is meant to show you for what you have not done. This rape, plunder of your gods has happened under your watch. Forget the Kohinoor, forget the colonial plunder. What you are going to see is what you have robbed your sons and daughters of worshipping. So with that, sad note. And the reason why we call this project the India Pride Project is to bring our gods home, to see our gods paraded as commodities with price tags, not just paraded, we want to see worse, is the ultimate insult to our civilization. And I'm not looking at just Hindu gods. We bring back Jain gods, Buddhist murtis, the Nizam's Alam. For us, everything is a shared heritage. Even Indus seals we're getting back. But that this has happened without anybody even raising a voice, we thought was insulting India's pride. And that's why we wanted to call this. So I'm going to stand up, then I can be more forceful. Rameshana, please, thank you. நான் ஒரு 20 நிமிஷம் எடுத்துக்க போறேன். ஒரு 20 நிமிஷம் பேசுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு சல்யூட். நம்ம பார்க்க போற ஒரு ஐட்டமும் 600 வருஷத்துக்கு கம்மியா கிடையாது. All what you're going to see is at least 600 years old, and I dedicate my work to the wisdom of the ancient creators, the Sampathis, to the kings and rulers who, like our donors, facilitated the ecosystem to create these amazing works of art, and finally to people like you and me, Samanyargal, who just know how to appreciate. I salute to the creators, the wisdom of the ancients. Please, every one of you, please hashtag we use bring our gods home. If you think what I speak today makes sense to you, I want you to speak about this particular icon. This was taken from a temple in Coimbatore, just 5 minutes drive away. Karivarada Perumal temple, Vishnuvan Murtis from Kotamede, taken away by Lord Curzon. I know the Verandah Club, we should do an event on this. Taken away by Lord Curzon, the Viceroy of India in 1898, currently bequeathed to the V&A. So if you go to London, you can see these murtis with the provenance plate reading part of a buried hoard in Coimbatore. So they are acknowledging that it was from Coimbatore, taken away against the law of the land because India had its Treasure Trove Act from 1878. I think Amar is here, we managed to print a large cutout. So at least the cutout can hang in the temple, but sadly due to the prevalent situation, they couldn't even hang that. We couldn't even get a picture of this inside the temple. Please visit the temple, and we need to push so that next time we come, at least we have some traction. If you don't do this, this was a news item that was published in 1984. Thousands of Hindu icons. And believe me, we've been losing icons like this every 10 years. News items come, as usual we go. And what has been India's performance in this period? 1972 to 2000, India brought back 19 antiquities, 19 art objects. 2000 to 2012, 0. 2013 to now, and this is not my data, it is a CAG report of 2018, not the CAG report, this is another CAG report which nobody has read. So far we've crossed 300. Since then, it could have been thousands, but at least we've made a change. But in the same period that we're talking about, Nepal brought back 1,480 icons, Cambodia brought back 1,200 icons. So we have to look at it. So this is what we do. I just want to skip through why we do this. This is a temple in Anandamangalam. These 4 bronzes were robbed in 1978. We tracked them to a dealer in London, 3 of them, where they were for sale. After 4 years of battle and proving, searching for this temple, because this FIR was destroyed. Because police stations today are judged by open FIRs. So within 1 year, they caught 350 thieves and told that they robbed some 7 temples, idols not recovered, and they destroyed the FIR. So it took us 4 years to find, going through thousands of photographs to find a match. But then once we found the match, we worked with the Indian High Con, the Metropolitan Police, and on August 15th of 2018, this happened. The bronzes are coming back. And they went back to the temple. Today, if you go to Anandamangalam, They have become the gods that they were once destined to be. Daily worship is there. The local people turned around, rallied the government when they said, the government said, if we give you back, will the temple, will they be robbed again? The local industrialists built a strong room, put CCTV, got the police beaten, and today the temple proudly has this, and 10,000 people came for the restoration, and they continue to come. And not only that, actually, the temple was called the Rama temple. Later it became Hanuman temple because Rama was gone. But now it's again become the Rama temple.
Where is Anandamangalam?
Yeah. You could just Google, you get a lot of, because the Hanuman of the group is still stuck in Singapore. For the last 4 years, the Indian government is still asking for the Hanuman to come back. The last time when I went to the temple, the priest, the old man, bent to the edge under whose watch these were grown and said, Sir, and the Hanumani Panandruga, now we are. So the thing is, these are Thirumenis. They are not art objects. And India, for that matter, has signed only the UN Convention in 1970. We have not even signed the UNRWA Convention in 1995. We have not signed any UN treaties after that. Nothing we have done. And why is it that the Western world looks at our icons as art objects? Is because of the price tag. I'm going to show you how the price tag works. And before that, Tirumeni Nana. Literally in Tamil, Tirumeni means body of God. So in the morning they'll be bathed, they'll be woken up, singing songs, they're adorned, dressed, ceremoniously fed, weddings, marriages, everything happens at night, they're put to sleep as though they're living gods. And then, when there was an invasion in the 14th century, the Agamas prescribed how you safeguard the bronzes and stones. They were buried for safety. They were buried if they had time. If they did not have time, they would throw into pond, lakes, whatever. And this is not just in Tamil Nadu. All over India, we get these buried icons coming out. Why? Because the ancients, when they took so much of time to safeguard the gods, why did they bring it back? Because the threat lasted only for about, in South India, at least 6 months. My logic is, one, they were chased away or they were killed, but they did not reveal the secret. And this is what happened 1.5 years ago. A Nataraja coming out, and within 2 minutes, he is given a wash. 600 years he is underground. He has gone back to being a god that he once was. And this was the purpose of the ancients. Not this. What you are seeing is a private sale happening in New York, where our murtis are being commodified on a display case, and people are posing against it with alcohol and whatever. And this is a disgraced dealer who is now dead. This is apartment in Bangkok. This is his party. You can see in every frame you can see our bronzes. Not only that, people think our bronzes go only to museums. This is actually a swimming pool. I'd like you to watch this video. This is a property in Hollywood. That's the indoor swimming pool, and that's the outdoor garden furniture. You can count the number of our gods that are being reduced to this sorry state. And this is not one. I can show you many of these. So somebody says, oh, you don't take care of murtis. They're better off in Western museums. Hardly 5% end up in museums. Rest of our gods are sitting as guardians of swimming pools. Not only that, they fake the originals. Now you see the Rama's original Chola, the Sita is fake. And when we go to museums, people don't realize why the feet are cut. I was in Cambodia 2 weeks ago. They have recorded 2,600 Shiva statues, feet alone. Another 1,000 Vishnu just in Siam Reap area. Now in India, I show you an example why the feet are not there. So you can actually see this is in Devgar. You can actually see what the robbers have done. The feet are anchored to a heavy stone pedestal. So the robbers can't move it. So they bring axes and they chop off the legs. Not only that, they also do it for shipping. So they deliberately break an icon so that they can take it back to America. There are restorers who can stitch them back. So this is not safeguarding our culture like Europeans or Americans protecting our heritage from theft. This is willful defacement. You can look at, this is from Umri Sun Temple, where they cut off the head, put on a stake, and they're being sold. So this is a book that was published in London in 1998, exposing 3 networks in India. The networks had, I don't want to sully the award by saying the correct name, Lotus awarded scholars going around with Sotheby's employees, taking them to Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, showing them the best of Indian art, and then it was looted. So this was not some random theft. This was a organized looting on an industrial scale where the best of Indian art was prized and then looted. And one example is this Verandah. It weighed 15 tons and is currently sitting in Switzerland. The robbers actually tied steel chains around the leg, yanked it to a truck, pulled it breaking. So this Verandah is about this big. We have it listed as the 10 most wanted sculpture in the world. It's sitting in Switzerland. The Indian embassy made a request to the person who's having it. He said, I have 3, which one is yours? We should have all for all 3, but anyway. Like this, we also, like Mr. Mohammed said, there's a lot of traction that is easily solved cases. Like this damsel. For the last 14 years, despite the proof that we have provided, this is the matching that we do. Every single scratch. So this is a previous ASI in situ photograph when she was still on the ceiling. So if you look at the dome, you will actually see her there like this, 14 sculptures. All of them have been stolen. We tracked one. We provided the proof, every scratch, every break. And for the last 13 years, we are requesting the Denver Museum to give her back. Because of that, what's happening, the trade is getting even more. So this is a temple in Karnataka, in Kikkeri, and this is what the robbers did in 2014. You can actually see each one of them, they're actually broken off. So 6 ceiling damsels have been robbed. So how big is the loot? Because normally when I talk about this, people will say, oh, but the numbers, 5, 10 are going. So this was the villain of my book, Subhash Kapoor. He's holding stock in New York and just going through random images. So you can actually see state-wise I have a list. And overall, so this is actually an Indo-Gangetic form and an Indus seal. All for sale, not one, but many numbers. And all this was part of his unsold stock. So in New York, 14 storage locations were raided by Homeland Security. They yielded 2,622 objects valued at $108 million, about 850 crores. And Subhash Kapoor is a medium-sized dealer, just his holding stock, and he was in business for 35 years. So you can understand the amount of loot and plunder that is happening all over India. Mohammed Saab talked about a Yakshi. So this Yakshi was in a private temple, robbed. When she comes back, hopefully she'll be the world's most expensive restituted artifact. But look at what she had to go through. Registered antiquity with a private farmer, deliberately cut into 3 pieces by robbers, sent to America and stitched back, and she was in the market for $15 million. We also had another case of this goat-headed yogini. One of our friends was visiting a farm outside of London and he noticed her in this state. The owner bought the farm and she came along with the farm like garden furniture. So he said, I have some grotesque looking statue here. Could be Indian. He said, we've been searching for it from 1988. So finally this happened, the ceremony in January of this year. She actually came back to India. This is in the Indian High Commission. We also tracked a lot of Buddhist icons. This was something that was given as a challenge to me by Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal to crack this case. It was a theft in 1961. We tracked, thanks to documents that we have provided, we managed to track it to a sale. So I'll just show you. So this was the object that we tracked to LACMA. But incidentally, one of our friends was visiting TEFAF, which is an art fair in Maastricht. And these are exchanges, casual exchanges on WhatsApp. I'm giving them a list of dealers to watch out for. So you just get a armchair view of what we do. So she's going there and she's taking photographs of the objects that are on display. And then she sends me one image. And I think it must be 3:43 a.m. in Singapore. That time I was based out of Singapore. I think I have a match. So we informed Dutch police the next day. We tracked it to a dealer in London. And then they disputed our match because they have been very innovative. They broke a leaf from the right side and welded it on the left side of the Buddha. So the original one is the museum artifact, but we proved that it was the same. ASI wrote a letter. icon officials came in, and on August 15, 2019, this happened again. This icon was delivered back to India. The Buddha is now back. So we've done a lot of these that have come back to worship, but you have to realize that in this state, bronzes are being smuggled out of the country, with sand and mud incrustations off the ground. This was sent to London to a restorer who did this. So if they do this, very difficult for us to find a match. Thankfully, this restorer was extradited to America last March. He's currently facing trial. So we also do a lot of awareness. I'll take 5 more minutes, Rameshji. Okay. So I thought I should show you what we do. A lot of people, whenever they see my talk, say how we can contribute. So we don't take any money. We don't take any awards. The first award I got in the last 16 years was what Suraja gave me last month. Thank you, Suraja. But we do it volunteer summit through hard work. They tweet. People are reporting fines so that we stop them from being exported. They are reporting thefts. They photograph, buy catalogs. They send us images. We build knowledge base from there. We data mine the archive. For example, this clue came from a 1914 publication. We tracked this bronze to a temple near Sri Coimbatore, to a museum in Singapore. And now, at least the banner hangs in the temple. This temple was in a ruined state. The locals are now working with us. We work with a lot of other icons as well. That's my book. I'm not trying to pitch my book, just so that you know. This is the villain of my book, Subhash Kapoor. Currently under trial, extradited from Germany through a red corner notice in September 2011. He is the world's largest or longest serving criminal. Nobody else has served more than 3 months for heritage crime in the world. So, lucky our Tamil Nadu police have done something good. But to what crime? This Nataraja, they thought it was made of gold. They got a jeweler in Coimbatore to melt the hand. So they used an hacksaw to cut the hand off. The jeweler said there's no gold. They had a scuffle. In 2005, the jeweler died. There was a murder case. But in this hand-hit condition, this Nataraja went to Nepal to London. In London, Neil Perry Smith, the dealer, made it a new hand. He appeared on a catalogue for Subhash Kapoor. And then a month before Kapoor was arrested, miraculously came back to Chennai, was quietly handed over to police to close the case. So without a passport visa, this Nataraja with a cut hand went up, grew a hand and came back. So you know how complicit the system is. These are actually robber offering photos where, thanks to technology now, they are not even coming to India. People are sending images right after the theft. So you can see a veshti behind the Dwarapalas, a lungi behind. So these are images sent by robbers to bidding. So like Malvina Swayamvar, the dealers are bidding and then they are buying the artifacts. So we worked some of our success stories. The Ardhanarishwara from Vidracham was the first one that we brought back, Nari Shakti. So it was the tip of the iceberg. We gave the proof. Gosling Premier personally brought it along with the Nataraja, which I'll show you. But during the same course, we spotted another Samandar that was part of a French book that Modi and Madran at that time published. And we managed to get the proof. This was stolen in 1967 from a temple in Sirgari. And the priest that you see on this photo, his father was in charge. And 2 months ago, this happened. So I would like you to see. So he actually showed you the emotion of our gods coming back. And for us, that's job well done. So I'm just going to show you 2 more slides and then we're off. So this is a Nataraja that came back, and what we're pushing for is for local communities renew and rebuild the temples. And this is what happened. So this Nataraja was bought for 5.6 million by Australia, returned back, and you can see the ruined state of the temple and how it was when the Nataraja came back to the temple. So we are ensuring that similar such infrastructure is provided. Maybe with Rameshji, we'll talk about the stupidity of the icon centers. So a lot of these success stories are happening because of the work that we do. Success has many fathers. So you can see who is done doing all this work. So I just want to show you this video of a Nataraja from Australia and another Nataraja coming back home. And this is a celebration where about 4,000 people are welcoming him as he goes back to his award. So I'll share it because we're already out of time later. So this was the recent success when Prime Minister Modi was looking at it. There's a lot of background work, and this is where I want to see you. One of the volunteers talked to a priest. The priest said something was stolen in 1971. We managed to track it to a photo studio in Tanjavur. I have a match again. All of this happening on WhatsApp. We have a match. We gave the proof to India. We worked with so these are the proofs that we provided. And when Prime Minister Modi came back, and now last month in Pune and Nallur, the Nataraja has gone back to active worship. Like this, we've done many. So these are just this year's work in Italy, in Australia. This Hanuman we found with back. We're also working on a lot of current cases with a lot of people. This was the latest success in Paris. So we have also worked a lot of new cases. So you will see us more in the news and more objects coming back. So I just want to leave you with this, what we have managed to do. I sat with the EAC last 3 months. So there's been a white paper that's been provided by the Niti Aayog under Chairman Bidek Debroy and Sanjeev Sanyal to the Prime Minister, broadly covering what needs to be done to ensure that our gods don't leave the shore. I don't want to end on a sorry note. I want to show you that we are also inspiring other states. I mentor a group in Nepal called the Nepal Heritage Recovery Committee. There's a Nepal Pride project. And February of this year, we got back a murti, and I want you to feel this. This was stolen in 1960. They're actually bringing it into the exact slot from where it was stolen. Thank you for a patient watch. That's how we do it.
I thought only science people could speak at this speed. You know, Vijay did a very quick work of his presentation. I hope you all, you did not miss anything important.
We can have a repeat, unhurried one.
Unhurried one, and no, I've seen this presentation before, but there's so much that has gone into bringing this. This is no ordinary work. You know, he talked about FIRs being destroyed. There are no FIRs. When a temple icon is stolen, the priest goes and tells the executive officer, and the executive officer says, Verandah. Papa. No FIR. You know, there's one Dina Dayalan, in whose, in Alvarpet, they recovered more than 150 artifacts. And HRNC was asked to come with all the officials to recognize identify the recovered murtis. Can you guess how many murtis were recognized out of the 150 plus or 200 plus? Zero. The reason is, if they recognized one, this is X temple, this was stolen. Okay, when was it stolen? Where is the copy of the complaint? That's why they didn't even recognize a single one. Now, in this ecosystem, or the lack of it, Vijay and his compatriots, they burned the midnight oil. Vijay is in Singapore. and he doesn't know from where, which quarter of the world a call would come, someone would send a photograph, and then the work begins. And no ordinary work. This is something fantastic. Questions you're taking?
Rameshna, this is a joint session. So we need to talk about at least your case against the HRNC.
No, man, I've been given an opportunity again to present tomorrow. As I said, in the temple administration matter, we are winning. Let there be no doubt about it. We are winning. Let it be Dravidian model, let it be any model. We are getting our temples back.
I have one small thing to tell about Vijay. Sorry to interfere here. Vijay is a very good friend, is a good friend of mine. And he only talked about FIR and other things. Vijay has put his life under this. I don't know how many of you know it. Every time he's in Cambodia or any other place, I've come to know because we tried to reach out to you through Kishan Reddy, who became the Minister of Culture. And I know Santi Gowda, you must be knowing. And I've read about how much of risk for his life he has put into to bring over.
Sir, thank you. We are doing God's work. And I just normally when somebody talks about risk, I quote this example. In the 10th century, there was a property dispute in a temple, recorded inscription. The property, land of Shiva temple, as usual, now was stolen that time. Local bigwigs were making an issue, and 4 Serenadiyars actually gave up the life in a fire, saying, "My word is sacred." So the king then intervened, as usual, at the end, and he restored the land to Shiva. Not only that, to the criminals, he asked them to make bronzes of these 4 Serenadiyars and asked them to worship. So when people could give up their lives for Shiva, what are we? And to me, I never wanted to be in this field. I was just a blogger. I sincerely believe the gods want to come back home and we are just vehicles. They have now said enough of our sojourn and we'll come back. But I think there's a lot more that could be done. And Rameshji knows, we expected more, and with more support, hopefully in the next 2 years you will see more. I'm again remember an inscription where Pandya king calls for a meeting of his advisors and asks, what is Unnadam? Donation or Palanam? Dhanam or Palanam? And they say, Paripalanam. Endowment. And protecting the endowment is far superior than you giving a grant. So first go protect your stuff.
Okay, now there's going to be one more program, an important program. And who spoke today? And whatever subjects they were spoken about. I have the temple connection. I'll just give the connection, and my presentation is actually tomorrow. I'm going to give you a solution for Kerala and a solution for Tamil Nadu. I don't know how many of you will be here because it's again the fag end of the day tomorrow. That's one thing. Now let me just take less than 10 minutes and say how the temple connection is there and everything, because there's a saying in Tamil, Thundil Karanakku Takkaiyilaye Kuri. Like that, I see only, everything I see is through the temple prism. The temple is the hub of Dharma. That's what Swami Dayananda Saraswati told me, and it resonates every day in my mind. Now let's take MRV's subject, revisiting the Constitution. The Constitution gives 2 fundamental rights as to religion. Article 25, which is an individual fundamental right to profess, practice, and propagate. Now, if you take a Hindu, he would not readily profess he is a Hindu. He would see where he is. Is he surrounded by real Hindus? Then he would say, yes, I'm a rabid Hindu or I'm a good Hindu. If he's surrounded by secular-minded people, all religions are one, that kind of a profession will be there. And practice, if the temple is administered by government and if the funds are restricted or the funds are not coming, you cannot do dharma without artha. Without artha, no dharma can flourish. And when artha is in the hands of the government and the babus and the politicians, practice is curtailed. Dahi Gandhi is curtailed. Diwali is curtailed. Then propagation. Propagation is zilch. If you don't have money for thousands of temples to do daily pujas, where is the question of propagation? So Article 25 is scrapped out for Hindus. Article 26, which is a denominational right, has been infamously hijacked by Honorable Supreme Court of India as early as 1954, when they quoted from the 1898 Oxford Dictionary for the definition of denomination. The denomination is a church-oriented word. It means a group of people having a particular faith. But Supreme Court added shackles to it, saying they should have an organization, they should have a common name, etc. And so much so today, in the Shabarimala judgment, a unique practice of Ayyappa worship in Shabarimala, they say it's no different from any Hindu temple. But fortunately, in 1987, Parliament adopted the Hindi version of the Constitution, where instead of the term every religious denomination, we find the words Pratyek Dharmik Sampradaya. Pratyek, every. And Dharmik Sampradaya is what we are all about. We are not exclusive religions. In the church, from baptism to burial, you have to belong to the church. You are a Catholic, you suddenly die in a place where there is only a Protestant church, you will not be buried there. They will not allow it. They are exclusive religions. But not so with Indic religions. I might be a Shaivite, that will not stop me from going to a Vaishnavite mutt or to a Vaishnavite temple or welcome a Vaishnavite Mahant. We are inclusive religion. So Supreme Court had flawed this, and this had kept away temple administration from the Hindus. So we have to revisit the constitution, or at least we have to revisit the translation. Now, Anand Ranganathan. Mark Twain said about Ingersoll, what a fine organ is human speech when employed by a master. I was reminded of that when Anand Ranganathan spoke today. Freedom of expression, do we really have it? Hindus, do they really have it? It's a question to be asked. I'll quickly rush to it. And we also have a presentation on Gomata and Shakti. Believe me, it's the Shakti worship which has stopped conversion en masse. Because we are the only religion to have Shakti worship. And women and men, they believe in Ma, Amba. And the missionaries, Marathi missionaries, they find it extremely difficult to move away Hindus to Christianity till now. Because of this Shakti worship, there's another point to it. Do remember that. And we have seen the Ardhanari statues in temples, which reminds us that of the Shiva Shakti combination. And Gosha, HRNC, the Hindu Religious Endowments Board, has closed down thousands of Dharmic institutions, Veda Padashalas, Agama Padashalas, Vaidya Shalas, and they have closed thousands of Goshalas. They are in control of 44,000 temples. If we have 2 cows per desi cows, 1 temple, we would have 1 lakh cows under the care of temples. Who stopped it? Government stopped it. And who allowed it? We allowed it. We need an English Gita press. We need an English Gita press. Today they were discussing about publishing books and the dearth of publishers. We are writing books on dharmic subjects, but they are not being published. A few are getting published, a few are getting popular, but the chance is not there for everybody. If we have the temples, we have the temple properties in our administration, we can have Gita press in every state, in every language. And we had the wonderful opportunity of listening to Sri K.K. Mohammed ji. What he has done is restoration of our pride, our culture, our heritage. You know, the HRNC Act does not allow renovation. It doesn't allow one bit of renovation. The Act says preserve, maintain, improve, and manage. The improve structural improvement is not the changing of this. 2013, Government of Tamil Nadu passes a GO which says any temple more than 100 years is an ancient monument, and any civil work you undertake there has to be done as per very charter. But we see renovations galore. In the last 1 year, they have announced projects for 1,500 crores, all renovations, which means our heritage will go for a toss. We need to arrest this. And coming back to Vijay, what Vijay is doing, and icon centers. I think you would be the best person to talk about icon centers.
See, what's happening in Tamil Nadu especially is every small village temple that had a sustaining ecosystem, like Rabeshji said, of these bronzes. So they had rituals, festivals, patrams, utensils. They've removed all this and they put it, first of all, in bigger temples under lock and key. So if you know bronzes, they rust, they form patina, and there is bronze disease. So it spreads. Number two, they've created these storage rooms where they are put, and these bronzes are given only for special festival days. And in the festival days, they bring in the fish carts. So imagine a bronze that is moved back 7 times or 8 times a year, what will happen to it? And plus, when it goes in and when it comes out, anything can happen. So these icon centers destroy the fabric of daily temple visit. Because if you know the gods are not there, why would you go to the temple daily? So I think this is stupidity. Published or a documented antiquity becomes unsellable in the open market. But for that, we need to get little more. So I know you're all waiting for the excellent dance program. I just want to give you 2 short, I'll take 30 seconds. Because normally in the audience, there will be a question that comes saying, is the first family idol thieves? I'm surprised nobody asked this. I've not come across it, but for one instance in 1969, Indira Gandhi is on a private visit or an official visit to Australia. She asked the Australian government for a gift of a koala bear. And they say it's endangered and we can't give you. But she gives them a Bihar Buddha of the 10th century. Now, how it went on the plane to her and why she had to give it to Australia when they couldn't even give, like if you go to Australia, koala is like a pest. They wouldn't even give a teddy bear, literally. And second thing is, a lot of these, the lady starting with 2-letter lady with W and D, she writes in a book, all of my PhD, including my round trip airfare from New York on $6,000 from American Institute of Indian Studies, with money left over to buy the complete critical editions of Mahabharata, Ramayana, Rigveda, whatever, and a 3-foot solid bronze statue of Goddess Parvati of the Vijayanagar period. So her PhD was funded by ICs, and on the balance money, she actually bought a Vijayanagar period bronze, which is illegal. And she has audacity to write this in her book, and we are sitting ducks doing nothing on it. And that says a lot.
I'd like to give way for the next program, and the temple were centers of dance, art, and music. And today, that has also been robbed from us. Tomorrow, I will talk about my cases and how South Indian temples alone can generate 6 billion. Okay, I stand corrected. The way rupee is plunging, now $5 billion per annum. So, thank you. Jai Shri Ram. Har Har Mahadev.
Thank you, Jai Hind, and thanks Ramesh for giving me your time as well. Thank you, everybody.
Your time. I'll keep the seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon Sri Ramesh Devaravan to give the memento to Mr. Vijay Kumar And I call upon Ritvik Subramanian, who's come all the way from Hubli. Please do stay back for Pavitra Srinivasan's Bharatanatyam performance. We assure you it will be wonderful. And the program of Pavitra Srinivasan will be followed by dinner. She's going to be doing a program based on the Bhagavad Gita. She has taken it upon herself to work on the Bhagavad Gita and Bharatanatyam. She has done one chapter already, and she wants the next few years of her life to be spent towards all the other 18 chapters. And this program will be followed by dinner. Please do stay back and take a look at this program, please. Thank you. Over to Pavitra.
Excuse me, no problem, no problem. பேச போறீங்க ஏதாவது பேசுங்க மைக் மட்டும் பிளக்கிங் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்களா இல்ல இது வராது மேம் டைட்டா போச்சு
இது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பண்ணலாமே எனக்கு இதுதான் மியூசிக் இல்லாம நான் பண்ணவே முடியாது இது கொஞ்சம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எனக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்க
பொடியும் வேணும் இருக்கணும் பொடியும் பேச அப்புறம் மைக்
नमस्कार समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्थलमण्डले नाट्यं करिष्ये भूदेवी पादाखादं क्षमस्व O Mother Earth, I'm going to begin my Natya. Please forgive me for tapping on you, and of course, always bless me with strength. I begin with the very pleasant duty of thanking my friend Srimati Priya Shamsundar, who really encouraged me to participate in this beautiful festival. It was because of my friend that I met Sri Rajesh a few months back, and we had such a nice conversation that he was kind enough to have an interview with me. He said, "For a few minutes, half an hour now," but we ended up talking for about 1.5 hours, and it was one of the most enriching conversations we both had. I thought I found a brother in him, and today, because of all their goodwill, to see my picture among such eminent speakers and contributors, I really feel very grateful. Thank you. We are all storytellers. The world is full of stories. We try to tell stories, whether it's international, national, historical, personal, cultural, in the most convincing way. Stories are so important because it sways people, their principles and policies. Today, I'm going to tell you beautiful stories. Not speak, but show so that you can see the profound truths and insights behind them. We just saw the darshan, we had the darshan of so many deities, and I'm sure you were as awestruck as me by the Murti of Nataraja. Nataraja is our king. He's a king of dance, and actually has made all of us dancers. You and I are not different. You express your thoughts, your feelings through gestures. Like you say, Vango, Ukarango, Konja Nadi Irungo, Pasikarde. Oh, it's very noisy. Hey, your necklace is beautiful. This is what you say. Artists like us are trained in a structured way with stylized gestures, movements, melody, and rhythm. For example, when artists express these things that you express, it is like, please come, sit down. Krishna says, I'm hungry, mother. Quiet, because he's sleeping. Your necklace is beautiful. It's the same, right? So we are dancers too. We are all storytellers. We are all dancers. Being a beautiful literature festival, I thought I will begin with India's greatest contribution to world literature, the Panchatantra, that was written by Pandit Vishnu Sharma, who just with stories transformed dull-witted princes into efficient, able leaders. I'm not going to tell you the story because I'm going to let you create the story. But of course, I'm going to help you with telling the characters. And எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும், I'm sure. River. Trees. Very nice. Trees. Pigeon. And now let's go on to the story. Rama. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of the sanctity of Indian performing arts. The whole Natya, please excuse my breath because that's how we all do. Somehow we'll communicate, so don't worry. Just bear with me. The whole Natya was conceived only for the well-being of humanity. When Bharata Muni wrote the Natya Shastra, do you know the first dance drama that was produced? Any idea? Samudra. Even today, you can find the statue of Samudra Manthan greeting you in Bangkok airport and adorning the wall in Angkor Wat Temple, Cambodia. So, Natya is for education. It is for elevation, not just for casual entertainment. ஏதோ அரங்கேற்றம்பா பொண்ணு நன்னா இருக்கு ஜுவல்ஸ் நன்னா இருக்கு டான்ஸ் ட்ரெஸ். No, that is not what our Natya is meant for. So you saw the beauty of the mudras, the movements, the melody, and how with all these aesthetic elements, such a beautiful value is conveyed. Let me now come to the Bhagavad Gita. I recently embarked on an endeavor which Rajesh ji announces so kindly. The endeavor is to bring the essence of each chapter of the Bhagavad Gita into Natya. Many dancers have done the Bhagavad Gita. They've taken verses here and there and presented for an evening show. But to take the essence of each chapter, I thought, is my calling. Because in every chapter there are so many secrets, which I don't think one lifetime is enough to understand, but it assures you of a beautiful, happy life. So my satsang is with I revered Guru Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji in Anikatti and in Ashwin Gurukulam. When I heard him talk about the Bhagavad Gita, two things awed me. How every chapter of the Bhagavad Gita ends with the word Yogaha. Arjuna Vishada Yogaha, Samkhya Yogaha, Karma Yogaha, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yogaha, Karma Sannyasa Yogaha, Dhyana Yogaha, Jnana Vijnana Yogaha, Akshara Brahma Yogaha, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya Yogaha, Vibhuti Yogaha, Vishwarupa Darshana Yogaha, Bhakti Yogaha, Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yogaha, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yogaha, Purushottama Yogaha, Devasura Sampath Vibhaga Yogaha, Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yogaha, and Moksha Sannyasa Yogaha. Now, what did it open in me? That whatever human condition is, whether it is grief, whether it is action, whether it is renunciation or devotion or detachment, it will all lead to yoga, which is it will lead one to settle in one's natural state. And what is that? To be free from all sorrows forever, to have happiness and clarity. Would this teaching be available in any culture other than ours? Second, if this can give happiness just by listening, எனக்கு டான்ஸ் தான் கொஞ்சம் தெரியும். Why don't I bring the two great pillars of our civilization together and share this joy, the teachings, to all cultural and education institutions across the globe? That was my prayer. And I began reading chapter 1. Chapter 1 has 47 verses. First verse.
धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेता युयुत्सवः मामका पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय.
First verse begins with the word dharma because of its foremost importance in every pursuit. First verse also teaches us that how jealousy itself will lead to war. Mamaka, Ennoda sons, and Pandava, the Panduputra. They should be his sons also, right? Tell me, Sanjaya, what happened between my sons and Pandava's sons? There goes unity. Whenever there is jealousy, there is a divide. But humans have jealousy. We all have jealousy, but in different degrees. So how can one overcome that? Just by understanding that accomplished part of the person is just one aspect of the person. Second, to appreciate their hard work. And third, to understand that there are different factors in giving the result of the action on which we don't have control. So where is the jealousy? It gets nullified. Beautiful value. Let me go with just some of the verses, and I want to tell you how I had to build a Dwaraka or a Hastinapur from the first verse. Because many people said, Bhagavad Gita Bharatanatyam yaad epdi pavitra banva, it's so much philosophy. No, there are so many life lessons, and there is Bharatanatyam. So let me try. So let me proceed with the verses. Why Bhagavad Gita? Nobody actually reads Bhagavad Gita every day. Honest, Tane? Honest? Yes. Children sometimes are sent to classes because parents say read the Bhagavad Gita, padiklana Swami Kandurutu. So there is a threat or a compulsion. Then when we grow and when we have many things, comfort, now konja happy aarken, I don't think I need to read the Bhagavad Gita. Let me enjoy my comforts. Then as age grows, one feels tired or bored with the Bhagavad Gita. Now let me present to you why Adi Shankaracharya said, Bhagavad Gita, Kinchita Gita. கொஞ்சம் volume வேணும்பா. The human mind has extraordinary powers. Because choices are many, conflicts are also not ordinary. Nature of the mind is like a monkey, jumping hither and thither, from thought to thought, moment to moment. If the mind is restless like a monkey, then what to say of emotions that are like the ebb and flow of tides? They go high and low, with pleasure and pain, victory and defeat, like and dislike, rocky and angry. Individual pursuits are either for pravritti, seeking, acquiring, or nivritti, refraining, withdrawing.
Life is full of opposites, knocking you down to the knees when least expected. Isn't the whole music of life set in tune with the shruti of the tambura, seem to have a constant background drone of I want, I want, I want, I want. How does one resolve this conflict of the mind and calm the wave emotions? What is the real solution then to the pestilent problem of want and inadequacy?
I'm going to recite a verse, and you have to tell me which conch name belongs to whom. Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Paundram Gadnamahashankam Bhimakarma Vrikodhara. One answer I already told you. It came out. Panchajanyam Rishikeshu. Krishna blew which conch? Devadattam by
Arjuna.
Dhananjaya. Paundram by Bhima, who does Bhima Karyam, who does Herculean tasks, and he eats, he's a voracious eater, but still his stomach is like a wolf. I chose this verse because in my conversation with Sri Rajesh, he mentioned this, so this is just for you. After this follows the war sound. See, I mentioned this verse not only to identify the names of conches, but if you see, even if Bhishma was in the opponent army, he was given the respect to signal the starting of the war. Aparama Krishna. Bhishma first he blows the conch, then only Panchajanyam. Look at the respect and the ethics even during wartime. Now comes the main essence of the first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga. See, generally there's an understanding that first chapter means Arjuna is sad. So he keeps down the bow and arrow, and Krishna says, and later Krishna says, okay, get up and fight. But in all these verses, you will see more insights. Acharya Pitarah Putra Tathaiva cha Pitamahaha Matula Shvashura Pautra Shyala Sambandhi Nastata. Now, before this, Arjuna is like a friend. He's a charioteer, like a free driver, best friend. Can you imagine just the dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna has become a message for humanity? Here is one expression of friendship of Krishna and Arjuna. Best friend, now he draws the chariot. He drives the chariot for Arjuna. Krishna is a all-knowing being, so he purposely brings Arjuna in the middle of the battlefield, and then, till then, Arjuna is brave. Krishna, take me to the middle of the battlefield. Let me see. Let them see my arrows. Then what happens? Let's see. After this, I will finish this also. So, in life, whenever we are upset, we are really overcome by sorrow, there's a general tendency that we refuse to get what we deserve. Number one. Second, we also forgive others for their wrongdoings. So once Arjuna sees his own relatives on whom he should shoot arrows, and then his mind changes. Remember, I showed you how the mind goes hither and thither, and the emotions are like waves. You will see Arjuna in the same state, where he says, mind is confused, the Gandiva slips from my hand, I'm not able to stand, and my whole skin is burning. He's so much overcome by the shock. And later he says, even if they are wrongdoers, Krishna, I don't want to kill them. I don't want victory. I don't want Rajyam. I think I will go to the forest and beg. That is only correct for me. So, a formidable warrior, an unrivaled expert who was so confident to win the war. Urukshanana, he changes, the condition changes. And what we undergo when things don't go well for us is what is reflected in Arjuna's expression. Let's see that. They are our teachers, paternal uncles, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, in-laws, grandsons, cousins, friends, and other relatives. How can I fight my own people? O Keshava. I no longer desire victory. I neither want kingdom nor comforts. What is the use of these pleasures or even life, Krishna? What kind of satisfaction will be there for us by slaying these sons of Dhritarashtra, even though they are wrong to us? Krishna, Krishna. Here is a very important verse. Nihatyadhatarashtrannah ka priti sya janardhana papamevashrayedasman hadvaitanatatayinah. Who's an atatayi? Why is Duryodhana so evil? What is so powerful in him? That evil thing is so powerful in Duryodhana. And what is that? Atatayi is a person who does 6 crimes. I will show it for you. I want you to count it. 6 crimes. From a formidable warrior to a sad warrior to a rowdy. Let's see the difference. Six crimes. One, to set the, very good. Very good. Second, super. Third, stabbing an innocent person who's unarmed. Fourth, Draupadi Nalla, to view another woman with a wrong feeling. Any woman. Another man's wife, definitely sin, or any other woman who are not supposed to have an improper feeling. Then stealing. Last. I kick somebody out and took their land, grabbed their land. So this is why the whole war began. I'll conclude with another small section where Arjuna gives very logical reasons not to fight. It's not only because he feels affection for his relatives. He also feels compassionate towards the men and women. He says, Kulakshaya pranashyanti kuladharma sanatanaha dharme nashte kulam kritsnam adharmo bhivavatyuta. If men die, women will not have protection. And when women become weak, they are misled and the society becomes weak. So, how will, because I have to bring the creative aspect of dance also into this. This afternoon we had a lovely panel discussion of Amiji, Artiji, Shifaliji and Sai Swarupaji. Yeah, Shakti also, how because of her pativrita, her great love for the husband, both Draupadi and Savitri won back their husbands. After that, what did Draupadi say? Now it's up to my husbands to take care of me. Now, what a beautiful love Savitri also had for Satyavan. Not only the intelligence, but the love. It's so beautiful. What if there are so many women who are not lucky to get back their husband? What would happen to them? So Arjuna says, if the men die, the men who bear the traditions, the rituals, all that will go. The Kula Dharma, which flows from one generation to another, goes because there's nobody to protect that. And if the women become weak, there's confusion in the society. Then the progeny also is confused. Therefore, there is nobody to take care of the tradition and to keep the parampara going. Kula Dharma, Vishesha Dharma, our own, every generation, every lineage has their own way of speaking, dressing, conducting prayers, doing their rituals. Krishna. I don't want the battlefield will be full of blood. What will the women do? Every dharma, the Sanatana dharma will get destroyed. So that I don't want to fight. I'll conclude with this section.
ஸ்டேஜ்ல போறப்போ வால்யூம் கம்மி ஆயிடுறது ஸோ கொஞ்சம் பார்த்துக்கிறது
In waging a war, families will shatter, ancient dharmas will perish, adharma will increase, women will be given to improper ways. O Ashneya, when women become weak, enormous corruption and confusion is born in family and society, plunging all into a world of pain. I'm sorry, O Janardhana. I'm sorry, O Madhusudana. I cannot raise my rule and destroy dharma.
I just forgot an important thing. I did that. Kekanda, Kumaran, when it gets destroyed, the Varna system and Ashrama system also get destroyed. So I showed 4 communities: the Brahmana, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and Shudra. Each who have their importance and significance gets mixed up. Then the 4 ashrama system: Brahmachari, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. They also get confused. So this one you saw. Next is how the women, they go of war on women. There's a lot more insights, and this is how I've developed the chapter 1. Of course, later Arjuna keeps down the revered bow and arrow. They worship the weapons, and then Sanjaya tells Dhritarashtra what happens. So, chapter 1 is not just the grief of Arjuna, it is a human condition. There are so many values that you learn from it. At how Krishna is with Arjuna during that time, how Arjuna feels compassion for the men and women, love for Krishna, the crimes of Duryodhana, and most important, how the Bhagavad Gita begins with the word dharma. So, with this, I again thank Sri Rajesh, Sri Jagannathan, and my friend Priya and Shyam, and all of you, the august audience, Shivali and other panel speakers, and each one of you for being here and encouraging this.
Truly amazing.
Thank you. Sarvam Shri Krishna Pranamastu. See, this chapter 1, I've put my whole savings and I've developed this video. It comes, the whole chapter is for 50 minutes. So I'm going around presenting this because I have 17 chapters to do. And I want to bring this to all the cultural and educational institutions with the blessings of Bhagavan and all supporters. So if you think that this is a great study and a great value for everyone, I would be very happy with your support.
Thank you, Pavitra. That was a wonderful performance. In fact, Mr. Krishnan had also spoke about you and your performance with regard to Krishna sweets, and you had come earlier. That's when
Priya and Sam had introduced you to us. The ecosystem of His Holiness, Dayananda Saraswati, has created so many champions. And it continues to thrive and it continues to shine. And Pavitra is one of those examples. The friendship between Priya and Pavitra, I think, goes back to many years from the United States, has resulted in her performance today. And we should all, support and appreciate her initiative in our own sweet way by trying to see how we can help her to complete all the 18 chapters. And she says she's ready to take it up as a mission of her life over the next 3 or 4 years. Let us try to do our bit. And I request Shefali ji to give her the memento. And after this, please do join us for dinner at Atria. And please remember that tomorrow's program will start at 9 o'clock.
So sweet.
Pavitra is also ready to do lecture demonstrations in educational institutions on board. So she can also be invited and hosted for lectures. A very big thanks to Priya and Sam for bringing out a marvelous performance today.